Two Ages: Kierkegaard's Writings, 14 Two Ages. The Age of Revolution. And the Present Age. A Literary Review. By Soren Kierkegaard. Edited and translated with introduction and notes by Howard V. Hong and Edna H. Hong. Historical Introduction. Soren Kierkegaard had long esteemed the writings of Thomasine Christine Gillembourg-Rensvard, née Bunsen, 1773–1856, whose writings were published anonymously by her son, Johann Ludwig Heiberg, 1791–1860, poet, philosopher, dramatist, editor, aesthetician, and the dominant literary personage in Denmark at that time. Kierkegaard had read her first novels, one The Poe/Unius Family, Familien Polonius, and A Story of Everyday L.F.E., and Hverdagshistorie, in the Kagebenhavns Fevood Post, a weekly paper edited by her son. When Mrs. G.Y.L. Embour's last novel, Two Ages, was published again, anonymously on October 30, 1845, with J.L. Heiberg as its editor, Kierkegaard was prompted to write not only a review of that particular book but also a commendation of her writings as a whole, and in addition a cultural critique. Thus the review developed into something more than a review, more than a booklet, and ended up almost as long as the novel under review. Kierkegaard assumed, as did all Mrs. Gillembourg's readers, that Denmark's popular anonymous author, until her death known only as the author of A Story of Everyday Life, was a man. When he sent a gift copy of his review of Two Ages to the author through the book's stated editor, J.L. Heiberg, too, he had only rumored knowledge that he was writing to one of the most spirited and intelligent women in Copenhagen. Thomasine Gillembourg did not begin writing until she was 54 years old, no doubt encouraged by the brilliant son of her brief marriage to P.A. Heiberg, essayist, novelist, playwright, and spokesman for the radical Republican minority in Denmark. Because of his political agitation and social-political criticism, he had been banished from Denmark in December 1799 and had taken up residence in Paris. Thomasine chose separation and divorce from the man who was 20 years her senior and poles apart from her own lively, passionate nature. In 1801 she married Carl Gillembourg-Rensvard, who had been banished from Sweden for his political activities and had been a frequent visitor in the Heiberg home. Their happy marriage ended in his death in 1815, at which time Thomasine was granted a royal pension and moved to the home of her gifted son, who 2 years before, at the age of 22, had already published his first book. The J.L. Heiberg home, wherever it happened to be in the ensuing years, became a lively center of cultural life in Copenhagen. This extraordinary home was enhanced in 1831 by Heiberg's marriage to Denmark's greatest actress, henceforth known as Louise Heiberg, to whom Kierkegaard dedicated his little book The Crisis and a Crisis in the Life of an Actress, 1847. In the anonymously printed A Story of Everyday Life, which Danish literary historians consider Denmark's first modern novel of significance, the reader encounters Thomasine Gillembourg's intense craving for meaningful form in everyday life as well as her strong sympathy for those who, like her, have experienced the turmoils of the heart. She emerges in the book as a champion of the rights of both heart and mind. Kierkegaard had read the novel in serial form in Heiberg's literary weekly and already in 1838 had expressed his appreciation of the novel, or, more correctly, had given an effusive discourse, p. 23, on the series in his review of Hans Christian Andersen's Only a Fiddler. 3. In his review of Two Ages, Soren Kierkegaard states that he wants a second and last try, trusting that he is changed in the repetition, a little more clarity in the presentation, a little more lightness in a flowing style, a little more consideration in recognition of the difficulty of the task, a little more inwardness in discernment, consequently changed in the repetition, p. 23. Thomasine Gillembourg's view of life comes forth most vividly in Two Ages, which, as the title suggests, contrasts the mentality of two different generations, especially as that mentality is reflected in family life. Having lived through the one age, the age that felt the worldwide impact of Rousseau's thought and of the French Revolution, and into the age of rationalism, Thomasini Jalembur could depict the advantages and disadvantages of both. Endowed as she was with both a feeling-full heart and a thoughtful mind, she found elements of resonance in each age. In this book Kierkegaard found his own Socratic esteem for reflection as deliberation, as a presupposition for the essentially human life. He found, as well, his own propensity to drop no subject until it had been thoroughly discussed. He also found his own multiple use of the word reflection, at times meaning the reflected image and effect of the age in private, domestic, and social political life, Danish reflex, and also reflection as deliberation, Danish reflection. In fact, Robert Breedel points out that in Kierkegaard's review of Two Ages, reflection is the principal category, with the ambivalence typical of all Kierkegaard's categories. 4. Versatile categories pose difficulties for translators. For the sake of distinction, in the translation of Kierkegaard's Two Ages, reflex as reflected image and effect has been translated reflection. The Danish reflection as deliberation has been translated as reflection, but this again is a complex term in Soren Kierkegaard's Two Ages and at times also has the meaning of calculating prudence or procrastinating indecision lacking in the passion of engagement. Soren Kierkegaard's review of Thomasini Jalembur's Two Ages seems to have been prompted by more than sheer admiration for that particular book. Two other factors seem to have entered in. Various drafts of the review suggest that he had been writing the piece in 1845, shortly after the publication of Mrs. Jalembur's book in October 1845. But the drafting was set aside while he completed the manuscript of Concluding Unscientific Postscript, which he delivered to the printer in December 1845. As the word concluding and also the appended piece, first and last declaration, indicate, Kierkegaard had every intention of ceasing to be an author. As early as the writing of either/or he had wrestled with the possibility of becoming a rural pastor. 5. In a journal entry dated February 7, 1846, just before the publication of Concluding Unscientific Postscript and Two Ages, he reiterated his intention to become a pastor. 6. But writing was in his blood and bone, and he artfully formulated a way out of his self-imposed stricture: he would write reviews. 7. This, in fact, was what he was doing with Thomasini Jalembur's Two Ages, continuing his writing without being an author. The same idea was expressed some months later in the draft title page for what became the unpublished book on Adler, 8 and 3 years later in connection with the same manuscript. 9. A third factor involved in Soren Kierkegaard's review of Two Ages was the Corsair affair, the vilifying attack upon his own person by the slanderous paper The Corsair during the months of January and February 1846. Kierkegaard's penetrating discussion of leveling, demonic anonymity, the loss of individuality and organic community in the irresponsible crowd, and the emptying of language in Part 3 of his review of Two Ages is an independent cultural analysis with the occasional aspect of the Corsair affair in the transmuted form of universality. To Soren Kierkegaard's review of Thomasini Jalembur's Two Ages was published as a book on March 30, 1846, under the simple title A Literary Review. Although there was no Konse Gregor Malenskuk, Soren Kierkegaard poet or pastor. Prefatory essay in Kierkegaard, Armed Neutrality, and an Open Letter. Temporary review of Kierkegaard's book, 11 selections from it did appear in Dannevirke. 12. The third edition appeared in 1904, 1 year after the printing of the work in volume VM of the first edition of Kierkegaard's collected works, Sam/Ada Virker, 1902–1906. The fourth edition appeared in 1945. The major portion of Part 3 was published in English in 1940 under the title The Present Age. 13. The meagerness of contemporary response to Kierkegaard's Two Ages and the paucity of printings are not, however, a reliable gauge of the importance of the book. To many present-day readers, the insights into the elemental trends in private and public life seem very penetrating and contemporary, a kind of prophecy from a solitary thinker of another century. As to the significance of the work in understanding Kierkegaard's thought, Walter Lowry's estimate is sound when he stresses its importance together with that of the Postscript and the book on Adler, works of the same period. 14. Although present-day readers are most interested in the social political thought and cultural analysis in Part 3 of Kierkegaard's Two Ages, the entire review is of importance as an instance of the way Kierkegaard read books. First of all, he read thoughtfully and appreciatively. Often when reading a good poem or some other work that bears the mark of genius, I have thought that it was good that I myself was not its author, for then I would not be allowed to express my joy without the fear of being accused of vanity. 15. For him a book also awakened wonder over the complexities involved. In the composition, when I read a book, what gratifies me is not so much what the book is itself as the infinite possibilities there must have been in every passage, the complicated history, rooted in the author's personality, studies, etc., which every phrase must have had and still must have for the author. 16. Kierkegaard's Two Ages gives ample indication of his appreciation of the writings and of the writing, and also of a third characteristic way of reading, using a book as an occasion for his own thinking. A thesis: great geniuses are essentially unable to read a book. While they are reading, their own development will always be greater than their understanding of the author. 17. The first two aspects of reading are exemplified in the introduction and in parts I and N, the third is represented by part 3. The result of this multiple approach to a book is itself a work on various levels: exposition, literary criticism, cultural analysis, social political thought, and even prophecy. With regard particularly to the latter levels, Kierkegaard's concluding advice, p. 112, applies to his own book, available here in the first unabridged English translation. If anyone asks me for my advice, I would advise him to read it, and if he has read it, to read it again. Two Ages. The Age of Revolution. And the Present Age. A Literary Review. 1. By S. Kierkegaard. To the nameless, yet so renowned, author of A Story of Everyday Life. This little publication is dedicated. 3. This review originally was intended for the Nordisk Litteraturtidende. 4. I soon realized that it was too long for the limited space of that journal, since as much as half of it is devoted to Swedish and Norwegian literature, and also that I am unqualified to write for journals. There is no journal of aesthetics. Well, then, let this also be what reviews presently refer to as the unity of the reflection. 5. Of the environment and the psychological consequence, the unity of my being the author, which explains the excessive length of the review, and of the circumstance that nowadays a more detailed review must be published as a book by itself. Moreover, it will be readily apparent that this review is not for aesthetic and critical readers of newspapers but for rational creatures who take the time and have the patience to read a little book, although not necessarily this one. The fact that this book is written for them does not mean that it obligates them to read. At most it means only that it exempts from reading those whose aesthetic and critical discernment had been formed by reading newspapers. 6 SK. 8. 5. Complaining about disloyalty and faithlessness between man and man is not uncommon in the world, and frequently enough the situation borders on the comic. The relation is not one of difference but, regrettably, of a faithful image of mutual resemblance. Two changed persons. 7. Who in new misunderstanding continue their association, each as the accuser of the other, instead of each one separately accusing himself and finding understanding. However much and however justifiably one person upbraids another for disloyalty, changeableness, and instability, he still guards against accounting for his own instability on those grounds, because he thereby declares himself as one who has the law of his existence outside himself. But what is changeableness if not that? If it is true that time changes everything, the changeable, then it is also true that time reveals who it was who did not change. Instead of complaints and accusations and differences and going to court, every faithful and committed person has the hope of vindication, that in time a re-examination will reveal whether he was unfaithful and whether the charge of unfaithfulness had the power to change him or not. Ironically enough, sometimes the person who promptly accused another person could almost wish in the moment of inspection that the vehemence of the accusation had had an effect opposite to what he originally desired, because it is now apparent that the accuser was the one who changed, and now perhaps in fresh vehemence is true to form in complaining about this unchangeableness. Just as pain and suffering and peril of one's life are not always where the shrieking is, so also faithfulness to oneself is not always present where the accusation of another is most strident. The same thing is frequently repeated in the literary world. An author accuses his age of unfaithfulness, and the age accuses the author of the same, be it the presumed decline of his capacities or perhaps that in trying to fulfill the demands of the age he all too anxiously and frantically seizes upon something that still does not satisfy the age. Perhaps there is fault on both sides, but here again a re-examination will determine whether he is an author who essentially remains true to himself, while the world is changed, or he is an unstable mind, a wandering star, 8 who wants to capture the changeable by means of changeableness, while Nemesis captures him in his own snare. The situation is similar to the one above between two persons, but in literature it becomes complicated in another way and is made dialectical, for in a certain factual sense the two individuals do remain the same, but an age, a reading public, is much more dialectical. A slightly older author discerns quickly whether he has been dropped or is approved when he is encompassed by a new and dominant age, be it better justified in its demand or misled like that new Pharaoh who knew not Joseph and his merits. Then the altered age sometimes voices its demand by accusing the author of unfaithfulness to his age, which is dubious, especially when it is not made clear what is to be understood by his age or the age, for then eo ipso every author inevitably and ultimately becomes unfaithful to his age simply by remaining faithful to his age, since the age is sophistically always the new replacement, while the author as the individual who gets older with each year can be renewed only within himself but cannot become a new man with each age. If the apparent metaphysical profundity about the demands of the times is not to disintegrate in confusion, here again the re-examinian must ethically be assumed to be able to judge by determining whether he was an author who remained true to himself despite the demands of the times, or one who betrayed himself and his consciously undertaken commitments and thereby frustrated the fulfillment of a justifiable demand, or, finally, a jack of all trades who ended by hoodwinking himself. In other words, if the ethical is not granted a decisive predominance over all the rashness of the demands of the times, then not only our age but every age is guilty of unjust, unbecoming, and nonsensical behavior toward all older authors. 10 Even if a power 9. Hungry older generation wants to protect itself by a Bethlehem slaughter of the innocents, a literary patricide is equally abominable. Not infrequently in our age we hear young people say something wise. If one listens carefully, he will be sure to hear that it is a youth speaking, for a youth fails to realize, so enthusiastic is he, what the wise man does not fail to realize, that everything he says concerns himself, so egotistic is he. Unlike the wise man, who understands everything as applying to himself and always understands himself as implied, the young man makes the demand and does not understand himself as implied. Hardly anyone for that matter, such are the demands he makes. The way he squanders people, the way he soars in his fantastic notions of a someone who is supposed to be able to appropriate the staggering results achieved through the inhumanly forced efforts of generations, it makes one think that an intoxicated divinity is speaking, least of all an individual human being. Of course, he certainly does speak in the name of the age concerning the demands of the times. But this is indeed precisely the contradiction that ought to put a halt to the incredible cruelty of the young, for no one, no fictional pirate captain, has ever been as cruel as the demands of the times in the mouth of the young, not even Heliogabalus XII was that cruel to the ostriches, for he never had more killed than he could eat. Scantier and scantier rations are allotted to the superior ones, suspicions of unfaithfulness to the demands of the age are aroused more and more quickly. Through the voices of the young the age demands new and ever new powers. And this person who makes the demand presumably all on his own, who in one way or another by unfaithfulness to himself and to what it is to be human has taken to himself the demand that demands faithfulness, this enormous creditor, who has no explanation whatsoever as to how he himself came into possession of the demand but merely advances it, this person does not dream that he will be judged by the judgment he lays down, yes, with an even more severe judgment and by a stricter standard. 13 Zealousness to learn from life is seldom found, but all the more frequently a desire, inclination, and reciprocal haste to be deceived by life. Undaunted, people do not seem to have a Socratic fear of being deceived, for the voice of God is always a whisper, while the demand of the age is a thousand-tongued rumor, not an all-powerful call that creates great men but a stirring in the awful 14 that creates confused pates, an abracadabra that produces after its kind, as is the case with all production. Even less do people seem to have above all a Socratic fear of being deceived by themselves. 15 do not seem to be the least aware that if the self-deceived are the most miserable of all, then among these, again, the most miserable are those who are presumptuously deceived by themselves in contrast to those who are piously deceived. Slow to listen, quick to judge. 16 They comply with but half of the Socratic practice of drawing modest conclusions from the little that one understands, for they draw arrogant conclusions from the little they understand. 17 The momentary, a brilliant beginning, and a new era dating from this are the little that is understood, that is, if it is indeed possible to understand the momentary and the beginning, inasmuch as the momentary, after all, lacks the eternal, and until the meaning is complete the beginning lacks the conclusion, and one ought to wait for this, not so much for the sake of the meaning as for the sake of understanding. As for what follows next, it is not needed at all if one speaks in the name of time, for in its abstract meaning time is an extremely indifferent power, it will surely acquit itself all right even if no young person is concerned on its behalf. But what of individual human beings, each of whom should have his time? For individual human beings something does indeed follow, the main clause after the brilliant conditional clause, the happy days of youth when we ourselves were the demand of the times. Consequently something does follow, and the briefer. 11. The time allotted to the older ones, the more quickly this next phase comes upon one, and the longer the main clause becomes and the shorter the brief conditional clause one has understood, if indeed it does not become utterly nothing at all, 1:11 since it becomes impossible to understand it together with the main clause. What a brilliant beginning for the new era! This cannot be called beginning with nothing 18 but rather a beginning that ended by becoming nothing. Pandora's box could not contain as many disasters and as much misery as are concealed in the little phrase, the demand of the times. Everyone who has flirted with the phrase pays the penalty. After all, he cannot complain about the demand of the times when he himself has called for it. And yet people are unwilling to understand what follows. We do not seem to have the patience to learn what it is to be human and to renounce the inhuman by letting ourselves be guided in self-concern, by fervently and admiringly deriving pleasure from the older person when he remains true to himself, by being built up by the faithful service of 50 years, by comprehending slowly, by learning from the venerable one, from whom one learns something quite different than from the luminaries of the moment. But can it be that this, too, should be the demand of the times? Yes, and if it is not the demand of the times, it is still the demand of the power that is superior to the demand of the times, for it is eternity's demand. If it is not the demand of men, it is the demand of God. If it is not the demand of the young, it is the demand of the Ancient of Days. 19 Indeed, is it faithfulness at all to demand faithfulness only in an inhuman way? Is it faithfulness at all to promise much more than any human being can keep? And does it not sometimes border on the comic when the conflict is between two people, one of whom only demanded faithfulness inhumanly without committing himself and thereby learning what human faithfulness is, and the other committed himself in such a way that faithfulness became impossible, and in the change faithlessness is the mutual likeness of the antagonists. But if this is the general picture, and a rather dismal one, how refreshing then to concentrate on a phenomenon in which the desirable aspects are complementary and unified, to let one's thought, perhaps a reader's, dwell on something trustworthy, to remind oneself, perhaps a reader, of what we all know more or less clearly. Fortunately, my reference to a story of everyday life is to me not a detestable occasion for a reviewer's officious importance in directing attention, superimposing viewpoints, demonstrating the necessity of the development, showing how the author at this particular point had to be a dramatist, here a natural scientist, etc., but for me it is a choice occasion for a happy repetition of a beautiful recollection. The author, after all, has remained the same, one in all. 20 The reading world does not need to be instructed, does not even need to be reminded, but may still be happy to be reminded of what it knew. Good Lord, it gets to know so many new things that it will almost be a relief to read this. When I mention a story of everyday life by name, no one, not even the most fiery youth, expects to witness a court-martial, in the name of the age, of a decrepit literary figure, but everyone reasonably demands that the review be a sober performance, as I sincerely hope will be the case, and take the blame in advance if it does not prove to be so. In my opinion, it is always a reviewer's duty to be a serviceable spirit, even if he is in the rare situation of being far superior to the one he is reviewing. In the present situation there is little temptation to do that, and for me it is an impossibility. As a matter of fact, I am not contemporary with this author's career from the outset, but rather have grown up under him, and now as his contemporary have not outgrown his influence. For almost 20 years this author and the reading world have had a happy relationship and, as they say of marriages, have been compatible. 21 LT is pleasant to contemplate this and personally salutary to speak about it. 22 Even though the present discussion is different and by its difference points up the contrast between this author's life view and a more pronounced religious view. An intensely religious enthusiast would concentrate only on the author's faithfulness to himself and in his admiration would listen to nothing about a relation to a reading world, nothing about the world, neither its approval or disapproval. He would exclaim, "Magnificent, there is something to learn here, yes, everyone, whether he is author or not, can learn something from this, since everyone can learn from the universally paradigmatic, and faithfulness to oneself is the universally paradigmatic." He would not say, "Only 20 years, but, for 20 years. But then the author of this story, if I may be allowed to make him the examiner while I submit to examination in order to show how and what I have learned from him, would warn the enthusiast not to skip over the difficulties of life, not to minimize fortune's encouragements of merit. He would no doubt recall what may be described by a previously used expression, that the road goes over the bridge of sighs, *23, and then again to let his forbearance become known to all. 24 In Resignations. Quiet joy over life, which precisely here beautifully reveals that it is just as we learn in the stories, yes, is even better, that not only does everything gradually get to be good again, but that it was and remained good. And yet, however willingly he submitted to guidance and accepted instruction, that enthusiastic religious individual perhaps would return to his view that does not overlook suffering, does not rashly hope in the world, but religiously wants success and failure to signify equally much, that is, equally little, and does not want the religious to have significance by way of or along with something else, but wants it to have absolute meaning in itself. The author has been faithful to himself. If anyone makes the foolish comment that he has been faithful over little 25 because he has not been engrossed in changing the task, because he has not rambled about in all areas, because he has not played the juggler with an ostentatious variety of themes, I would answer this obviously concocted charge by saying, the considerable richness of the author consists precisely in that. The life view that creatively sustains these stories remains the same, while an ingenious inventiveness and an acquired resource of rich experience and a vegetative luxuriance of prolific mood serve to produce change within the creative repetition. The disquietude is essentially the same, the quietude is essentially the same, the movement in all the stories is essentially from the same to the same, the discord introduced has essentially the same resilience, the peacefulness and relaxation are also the same, that is, the life view is the same. If we take one of these stories in its totality as given and then consider the others, and if, as we are wont to do, we call the poet's work a creation, I prefer to describe the whole series as compared to that one story with the one word, sustaining. But is God, with whom the poet is compared when he is called creative, less admirable in sustaining than in creating? So also with that author's continued creating. Indeed, if this were not the case with this author, his own words would contain a self-contradiction. The life view in this one story must also be in the whole production, otherwise it reveals the discrepancy that, despite all his presumed creativeness, an VM author has no life view. This author, however, has an intrinsic faithfulness and reproduces his own originality in the repetition. If we were to measure, so to speak, his talent with a psychological meter, we would find it essentially the same in all the stories. If we were to log psychologically, as it were, the momentum of passion, we would find it essentially the same in all. In all the stories there is the same closeness to the actuality of daily life and the same distance in elevation, the same closeness to the conflict, the same distance in understanding. In this way actuality is at all times equally close and distant for this author. In his perception he is closer than a poet, and in his transfigured portrayal less distant than a poet, for the author's life view lies on the boundary of the aesthetic and in the direction of the religious. 26 Where poetry to all intents and purposes stops, this author begins. For poetry does not essentially reconcile with actuality, by means of the imagination it reconciles with the ideality of the imagination, but this reconciliation in the actual individ. UAL is precisely the new split with actuality. Acquaintance with the pain of actuality, which cannot eventuate in poetry, because its dialectic of time and actuality is less intense than that of despair. 27 Finds its reconciliation in a reassurance that poetry, strict sic dicta in the strictest sense, 28 cannot appropriate, inasmuch as it is a reconciliation with actuality. But in these stories the author never gets into the kind of pain of actuality that can find its reassurance only in specifically religious categories and in the ideality of the religious. Every life view knows the way out and is cognizable by the way out that it knows. The poet knows imagination's way out, this author knows actuality's way out, the religious person knows religion's way out. The life view is the way out, and the story is the way. In the context of the categories it is readily apparent that no one can reconcile with actuality as this author does, precisely because his way out is actuality. The mastery of the books consists in the fact that the piece in which the story ends is nowhere expressly stated but is constantly taking place, taking shape, in the transparency of event and personality. 29. It is not difficult to explain psychologically that this author was bound to achieve distinction by being faithful to himself, even though this sublime effortlessness does not render the faithfulness any less admirable. A story of everyday life, or stories of everyday life, readily reveals that it is the fruit of a second maturity, 30, and for that very reason there is nothing of the crises and crucial changes inevitably experienced by an author entering upon his first maturity. The life view that sustains a story of everyday life, the first one, which gives the title to them all, must come to maturity in the author before he writes it. His writing is not an element in his own development, but since this development is mature it brings forth as its fruit a work of interiority. It is not genius, talent, virtuosity that make the work what it is, for then the writing virtually would stop if these were to disappear. No, the work itself, the possibility of being able to produce such a work, is, if anything, the reward that God gave the author, since he, twice matured, won something eternal in a life view. Because he is not a self-seeking author but one who found himself before he became an author, he can be a guide. And whether or not we can come to rest in the identical life view, there nevertheless is peace here and the incorruptibility of a quiet spirit. 31 Here is no report of heart-rending tragedy, God knows how anyone can think this ought to be communicated, nor is there any pompousness that intensifies a curious expectation, as now prevails, for what is supposed to satisfy the demand of the times, which the uneasy author today most agreeably assumes will make for bliss. No, a story of everyday life is not only a consummate story but a novel of consummation. We gladly pick it up to read, knowing in advance that there is the trustworthiness of a life view. We are not disturbed by the vacillations of a straying star but are under the protection of a guiding star. Knowing the life view in advance, we rejoice to see it come into existence again, changed but in repetition, a change that is not by way of masquerade costumes an occasion for others to grasp curiously at something new but is an occasion for inwardness. For almost 20 years 32 this has occurred while the outward demeanor still remains the same almost feminine 33 resignation that nevertheless inspires respect, the same modesty of bearing, the same remoteness from uproar and the demands of the age, the same domesticity and faithful adherence to a Danish reading public, and this, too, is so beautiful that a story of everyday life is virtually untranslated into any foreign language, a conscious and contented joy over little Denmark. How beautiful to be such an author, how beautiful to be the celebrity who has added his famous name to this as editor, just as the stories are a faithful unity, so also this relationship. The editor has not become famous because of them, he was already famous, but the stories, which themselves have won a name for themselves next to the editors, one of the most important of names, nevertheless with the deference of anonymity 34 continue to seek a place among the renowned. And the reading public has been faithful to the author. He has always been appreciatively received, and although he has 17. Never raised expectations, least of all unwarranted expectations, he has always been anticipated. So it was in the beginning when Professor Heiberg took aesthetic command of Danish literature and in Flive Posen's gay, witty, edifying, instructive, entertaining way episodically interspersed these stories in such a way 35 that we were fooled and could not tell if it was fact or fiction. By frequently reading Flive Posen and these stories in that evasive setting, the younger ones have tried to identify with the enchantment the contemporaries must have felt. When later the stories came out year after year at Christmas time in such a beautiful way, their reception was no different from what it was in the beginning. Whatever objections there may be to commercializing such a fortuitous season and presumably for such a fortuitous reason as meeting the need for Christmas gifts, 36 as if Danish literature were nothing but gift literature, a story of everyday life has never appeared at Christmas in that manner, its own special significance was bound to preclude an outrageous misinterpretation, if its simple, modest appearance had not already precluded any misinterpretation, even a hasty one. However sad it is that the Danish reading public is so small, this can still have its attractive side and make it possible for an author, precisely by excluding his person, to enter into an almost personal relationship with his readers in a cozy, friendly way. This is how a story of everyday life appeared at Christmas. It never occurred to anyone that it was a book to be purchased. The price paid was rather like a tip given to the bearer of good news, the book actually was a gift one accepted, everyone imagined and flattered himself that it was the author's sympathetic concern that motivated the book's appearance just at Christmas. Taken by surprise, the reading public seized upon a story of everyday life in Flive Posen, mystified by the enigmatic elucidation and fooled by getting a little at a time. It came as a welcome gift at Christmas time, to look forward to it was itself a pleasure, to receive that which was awaited no less a pleasure. It was received in the same way at every other time of the year, as was the most recent issue that came in November. There has been a splendid continuity in its reception from the beginning. What reader of Danish literature does not in some way have one or two of these novels sweetly woven into the recollection of his own life, the novel's significance for him or its significance for him in a cherished situation? Young people have read it aloud and perhaps to others as well, lovers have planned to make the book a New Year's gift, housewives have stipulated the anticipated annual A story of everyday life in addition to a new silk dress every year, a lover's quarrel has been patched up and marital tension has been eased by the reading of such a novel. Since people had the prior assurance that no actual relationship, neither love, nor marriage, nor family, nor station in life, would be cast in a misleading light but on the contrary would be clarified and made endearing, these novels also contributed to the increased mutual give and take among people. But then if it is not a matter of something specific in a particular novel or of his superiority as a novelist that enables the author to do this, what is it but his being a representative of a specific life view, and that is precisely the something more which he essentially has over novelists in general, a point of preference quite different from what may be claimed for him by comparison within the novelist category. Frequently after establishing acquaintance with 17 characters in a novel, listening to them talk, reading their letters, after being taken to many places, picking up local color, and benefiting from glorious vistas, one ends up no wiser than before, because the novel itself, considered as a whole, ends in a trackless maze because it lacks a life view, and knowing all those characters still does not provide any more enrichment than getting to know 17 people at a party. The acquaintance may be quite interesting but does not explain life, what one more or less knows about people may be reinforced, or one may discover a new individuality he has not found in real life, but an explanation in the sense of the totality is lacking. If a poet is said, and here it is not a matter of comparing individual poets but of the qualitative predicate for being a poet in essence, to transport and inspire because he produces his effect mainly through imagination, then I would say of the author of A Story of Everyday Life that he persuades, for being captivating and entertaining are not such distinctive qualities, since the same can be said of the poet and of many other novelists. He persuades, and this in fact is a difficult but also a beneficent art. If the poet, strict sic dicta in the strictest sense, is said to have orally elevated or profound tones and therefore cannot actually talk with people as they are in real life, then it may be said that the life view of the author of A Story of Everyday Life has the intermediate tone of persuasion, and the enunciation of the life view has its very perfection in that neither the powerful, inspired, excited call to battle, to enjoy, to flout life's opposition, nor the shriek of despair is heard here. Such episodes are not depicted here, and the resolution is not of that kind. Here it is the inviting intimacy of the cozy inner sanctum from which heated emotions and critical, dangerous decisions and extreme exertions are excluded, because there is no room or forbearance for such things. A willingness to listen is the prerequisite for appropriating persuasive guidance. This relaxed compliance is the prerequisite for persuasion's success in eliciting new harmony again from disharmony. All will be well again. By what means? Yes, do ask properly, for even if you ask correctly, by asking vehemently you will make it impossible for yourself to appropriate the answer. By what means? By using common sense so as to see a more merciful aspect of the suffering, by having the patience that expects good fortune to smile once again, by the friendly sympathy of loving people, by the resignation that gives up not everything, but the highest, and by the contentment that changes the next best into something just as good as the highest. And all this is not discussed, it just happens, and for that reason the persuasiveness is so great if one gives oneself to it. No orator can be as persuasive as this, for the very reason that he has a motive, and contemplation always gives birth to doubt. But here persuasion is not a matter between two people but is the path in the life view, and the novel leads one into the world that the view creatively supports. But this world, as a matter of fact, is actuality, thus one has not been deceived but simply has been persuaded to remain one is. What does it mean to persuade? How does one define this concept philosophically and affirm its noble character, paying attention to the fact that here it is not a matter of a relationship between two individuals but of the relationship of a life view to the recipient? Persuasion presupposes that there is a difficulty, an obstacle, an opposition. It starts with this, and then persuasion clears it away. In other words, persuasion is a movement on the spot, but a movement that changes the then and there. Aesthetically, the individual is led away from actuality and translated into the medium of imagination. Religiously, the individual is led away and translated into the eternity of the religious. In both instances the individual becomes a stranger and an alien to actuality. Aesthetically, the individual becomes an alien to actuality by being absent from it. Religiously, the individual becomes an alien and a foreigner in the realm of actuality. Consequently, a difficulty is implied, or it is implied that the intrinsic, immediate coherence of happiness and immediacy is broken, but the break neither eventuates meaninglessly in despair nor does it become the beginning of a qualitatively new life. Just as a bent and bruised flower is held up by its stalk until it gets its strength again, even though it still bears the mark of having been bruised, so also this life view is the support that sustains the bruised and broken one until he recovers again. But this is precisely what persuasion is. Immediacy does not know what persuasion is, because it does not need healing, but the religious is unable to persuade for the very reason that it presupposes a new begin mug. A Story of Everyday Life persuades, and this in turn is an indication of its limits, beyond which it does not seek to go. If one is bent on a supreme effort on behalf of a crucial idea, then it is persuasion that again exercises a restraining influence, but as a friendly force, although even the most refractory person will not escape the responsibility for shunning this authority. No doubt many have been persuaded and have found their foothold in this life view, and even if others demand more decisive categories, A Story of Everyday Life is still a place of rest, or if you please, a place of prayer. 37 For a certain religious tinge is unmistakable simply because the life view is not merely common sense but common sense mitigated and refined by persuasive feeling and imagination. But what am I saying? if someone demands more decisive categories. Am I not speaking of the demand of the times? Instead of being a single human being, who like all such cannot be confused with the age, with criticism, etc., and therefore, faced with a phenomenon like a story of everyday life, readily learns respect, have I not become an agitator at the head of a gallery crowd that stomps the floor, chanting for the demand of the times? Fortunately not, and fortunately there is still something that eo ipso instantly becomes nonsense when it is made the demand of the times. 38 For is there anything we cannot contrive to call the demand of the times, and is there anything that does not acquire a certain prestige by being the demand of the times? But for decisive religious categories to become the demand of the times is eo ipso a contradiction. Generally speaking, if one has any concern or inclination in this direction at all, it is perplexing enough to decide whether this or that actually is the demand of the times. Consequently, the investigation here is briefer and in fact not at all an investigation as to whether or not this is actually the case, for it is impossible for this to be a demand of the times. Therefore, even if it actually were the demand, it still would not be the demand, that is, if for a demand a realization of what one demands is demanded. The times is too abstract a category to be able as claimant to demand the decisive religious categories that belong specifically to individuality and particularity, loud, collective demands en masse for what can be shared only by the single individual in particularity, in solitariness, in silence, cannot be made. Indeed, to demand has its own intrinsic dialectic, lest the demand of the times become identical with the shriek and commotion of irrationality and be perceptible only in the human throng. For that reason no demand of the times can supersede a story of everyday life. This is obvious in the categories of individuality underlying everything and the way they are used in the stories. The single individual, or those who by becoming single individuals seek the decisive category of religiousness, will scarcely be tempted to discard the persuasive. On the contrary, they will know both how to honor it and to appreciate it. In regard to any jolting of the individuality that is ultimately and solely spiritual, the life view of a story of everyday life is eo ipso consolation and healing. And this has been executed in these stories by such a master, and endorsed with so much warmth, intimacy, and artistic proficiency, that it reaches perfection. The spiritual jolting of an individuality is eo ipso the indication of decisive religious categories, therefore spirit must not be considered identical with talent and genius, by no means, but identical with resolution in passion. 39 A simple person can feel the need for the decisively religious, and even if a person of superior talent felt this need, it nevertheless would be very foolish on that basis to declare that he was an artist such as the author of these stories. As soon as religiousness takes the liberty of playing with the word spirit, it has eo ipso ceased to be religiousness and has become presumptuous. For practically 20 years a story of everyday life has continued to be this kind of book, for the older generation an explanation of life or a strengthening of their understanding of it, for the younger generation who have grown up with it a guide how natural, then, to entitle the new novel Two Ages. But close at hand there is also an objection I prefer to dismiss at this point, lest it seem in any way that it could occur to me to answer such an objection if actually made after having read and reviewed the book. There are objections made to a book which actually never get beyond the binding and title page and which therefore are best answered, or more correctly, dismissed, behind the scenes. The title page poses the problem, the difficulty of the problem is promptly turned into an indictment of the book, and just as Jews drained money out of the country by means of stocks and bonds, so too superficiality takes substance or significance out of literature by such caricaturing conversions. It is a difficult problem. Yes. Ergo it is not solved. No. Whether it is solved or not is seen first of all by way of the book and by a far more thorough examination. The difficulty lies in the fact that an older generation undertakes to comprehend a later age. It is impossible, declares the objection in passing, shaking its head gravely, and objections of that sort quickly become popular, since every loquacious barber, even if he did not father it, gladly sponsors it. It is impossible, declares the objection, because an older generation is always prejudiced in favor of its own age and cannot understand our age. But the converse may be said as well, a younger generation wants to understand an older generation, ergo, it fails at it, because a younger generation is eo ipso prejudiced in favor of its own age. What does this mean? Translated into sensible language, it means, this is a hard problem. I permit this objection to appear here in order to usher it to its seat, just in case some gadgeter speedily gets busy promoting it quickly. CITO Cities sign most quickly changed, to be sure, even as its title has changed into a proper and respectful admission of the difficulty of the task. In this way such an objection, even though in alien service, is still of some use and also suitably concludes the introduction, in case anyone otherwise finds inappropriate what I add here. What I first wrote 40 was in the nature of a review or, more correctly, an effusive discourse on these novels. Since then I have not tried my hand as a reviewer. Now, after 7 years, I want a second and last try at it, again using a story of everyday life. I hazard the conjecture, as decorum permits in connection with an anonymous author, that the honored unknown author read my little piece in the past. If he will again do me the honor of reading these lines, I trust he will find me unchanged or, if possible, changed in the repetition, a little more clarity in the presentation, a little more lightness in a flowing style. 41 A little more consideration in recognition of the difficulty of the task, a little more inwardness in discernment. Consequently changed in the repetition. Survey of the contents of both parts. Part I, The Age of Revolution. The arrival of the French legation in the city and the fact that these envoys along with other Frenchmen were received in the family were epoch-making in the home of Waller, a Copenhagen merchant. Waller I is heir publican, his brother, Councillor of Justice Waller, whom the difficulties of the times have made untimely difficult, II is a royalist, his son Ferdinand W. is a republican. De Lund, a Supreme Court lawyer and daily guest in the House, finds it impossible to maintain his neutral position as an observer of the world historical events, because each of the hot-tempered parties in the dispute emotionally misinterprets the other's statements and makes him an advocate for his own party line. But while the big events are receiving all the attention and while the Waller house is the frequent scene of political disputes, all this conceals a secret intrigue between Madame W. and the lawyer, De Lund. What leafy arbors and rural quiet are for innocent romantic love, or at least the pardonable falling into illusory love, the diverting of attention of big events is for the continuation of forbidden love. Finally, there is one more visitor in the Waller home, a young girl, Claudine, a daughter of the merchant's sister. And among the Frenchmen there is one, Charles Lazard, in whom the young girl, almost oppressively brought up by her Aunt Malfred, soon finds an object for her now liberated admiration. A banquet given by the Wallers provides the culmination for the celebration of politics in the Waller home and the beginning of a portentous understanding between Claudine and Lazard. Although part I of the novel is called The Age of Revolution, attention concentrates on Claudine so that the main motif seems to be forgotten if it is not remembered that in fact she falls victim to the idea of her age, p. 79, 3 but is also set on her feet again as the one who remained true to the idea, p. 159, 4 in the face of everything. Thus the interesting and yet modestly chosen task comes to light, the task of reflecting in domestic life the life of the Age of Revolution, see preface. 5 Yes, the Age of Revolution reflected in a poor abandoned woman's secret seclusion out in the country. Lazard fights a duel, he is wounded and brought in a fishing boat to the Waller country house, where Claudine has experienced and continues to experience all the painful tensions and terrors of a secret love affair but also grows more mature in the inwardness of the singular infatuation. L remains at the Waller country house, where he recovers, but also where in rural quiet the understanding between him and Claudine reaches its climax, aided and abetted by the situation and guided, as it were, by Ferdinand Waller's report of an illicit relation between Madame W. and De Lund, as well as by his promoting the age's loose views of marriage. Lazard goes off to the army and leaves Claudine behind with the task prophetically foretold by Ferdinand, that the memory of this should be enough to fill the life of a woman who knew how to love and to appreciate what is glorious. p. 20, a prophecy which is so sweeping that it can become false and becomes true only in exceptional cases. Already isolated by her solitary knowledge of her relation to Lazard, Claudine becomes nigher and more isolated. Ferdinand W. saddens and worries his father when he writes a small book of poems, Primula Veris, containing revolutionary ideas, and then goes abroad. Waller, accompanied by his wife, goes to Amsterdam on business. The enterprise is successful, but a personal ordeal delays the merchant's return journey. Claudine's predicament becomes more and more desperate. In her misery she has no one in whom to confide and finally decides to write to Madame Waller and reveal everything to her. The letter is sent off but happens to arrive too late, for a report now comes that Madame W. is dead. In his grief, Dalunde decides to go abroad. He informs Claudine of it in a note and hints desperately of suicide. Driven to extremity, Claudine in despair resolves to end her life. She is rescued by the old housekeeper Suzanne, who helps her find sanctuary with an old sailor's widow. Without any other resource in the world, Claudine now belongs wholly to her baby with such a quiet dedication and genuine motherliness that the mother in her faithfulness atones for the irresponsible mistake of the maiden, p. 99, and the fervor of her devotion cannot fail to acquire retroactive power, so to speak, to reinterpret conjugally the moral lapse. Having duly received Claudine's letter to his deceased wife, opened it, and learned everything, Waller orders Claudine to leave his house. An offer of marriage from Germany negotiated by the aunt is declined. Under the pretense of traveling to Germany, she leaves the city alone with her baby and goes to the country to her new hiding place, where she lives in obscurity under the name Madame Johansen, forgetting the world and forgotten. Although some information about Lazard does reach Waller, she never hears anything because of a combination of deception and accidental circumstances. Committed in faithfulness to herself and her child to remembering Lazard, whether dead or faithless, Claudine lives 9 years in idyllically protected recollection, disturbed and embarrassed only whenever she is obliged to explain how it really happened that she became a widow at so young an age, whether it is a simple farm woman who asks in all innocence, or a baron out of erotic interest, or little Charles in childish naivete. A baron, whose former wantonness succumbs to the power of love, proposes to her and opens up to her the prospect of a splendid future, which also can conceal a moral lapse. He alarms her with his passionateness, but is refused. Although dishonored, Claudine chooses to remain faithful to her husband and to her honor. Claudine is recognized by an outsider who is visiting the baron and is also recognized by someone she wants to see, Ferdinand W., who in the meantime has married and is a partner in a big company in Switzerland, and upon coming back has learned of her whereabouts from Suzanne. He brings the news that Lazard is living in Jutland as Duc de Montalbert on an estate he inherited from his uncle, a zealous royalist, with whom he had in the past vainly sought to be reconciled on Claudine's behalf. Ferdinand W. in turn brings news to Lazard, who believes Claudine is faithless and is married and living in Germany. F communicates his news as sensitively as possible so that the reunion might not be a poor, reluctant acquiescence but an enthusiastic repetition, so that it may not turn out as stated in the French song about spring, qui n'y revient plus pour les amants, comme il revient pour ia nature, which does return again for the lovers as it returns for nature. 6. Claudine and Lazard are reunited. Part N, the present age. Just as Claudine's faithful constancy was the triumphant path of faithfulness to the ultimate reunion with Lazard, so this faithfulness is repeated in a constancy of recollection that wistfully and with refinement goes back to the union to which Claudine was looking forward. The son, Charles Lazard de Montalbert, now 50 years old, lives in the splendid old castle, where the 2 great chestnut trees near the church wall have strewn their blossoms over the grave for 10 years now, 7 itself a remembrance of those who are dead. After much travelling, in the New World as well as in the Old, after having let the time of love pass by, after having turned aside at the point where the future essentially begins for a man, he has beautifully established himself in recollection and chosen the past, desiring only to create a memory for himself by making one member of his family happy. Lazard arrives in Copenhagen, visits Waller, a commercial councillor, who lives in the old Waller house, and we are introduced through him to the counselor's marital troubles, and to that stage where the present age reveals itself in its various representatives. The present age has no charming foreigners, no legation of Frenchmen who almost make one forget that the scene is Copenhagen, and no tremendous surge of world historical catastrophes. Life in the present age is not disturbed by that energetic passion that has its form in its very energy, yes, even in its violence, does not conceal the strength of a secret forbidden passion. On the contrary, everything is manifestly nondescript, thus trivial, formless, superficial, obsequious, and openly so. Here there is no great revelation and no deep dark secret, but all the more superficiality. Only one flower grows in concealment, stunted by all these externalities, Miss Marion, a daughter of Councillor Waller's first marriage, left out in the cold in the second marriage and called Marin even by the servants. Insulted and ignored by the stepmother, feebly and futilely protected by the father, rudely treated by the young dandies whom the stepmother flirts with and flatters, worried by her younger sister's finishing school irresponsibility, she secretly loves and is loved by Ferdinand Bergland, grandson of Ferdinand Waller, author of Primula Veres, who is something of an eccentric, yet a proud and noble spirit. Luzard soon discovers this girl's lovable character and is confirmed in his judgment by the old Delund, Councillor of State, who now visits Councillor Waller's house as he once did the merchant Waller's house, who cannot be said to have cho 8. 27. Sen recollection but preserves it, the recollection of Madame Waller. Now a venerable old man, just as he once vainly tried to remain a neutral observer, he now vainly takes up the cudgels with his mild yet somewhat sarcastic views as attorney for a vanished age or against the present age. 8. Ferdinand Bergland is not to be found. After a misunderstanding and falling out with Councillor Waller he left, presumably for Geneva. Marion now becomes the provisional object of Luzard's attention, misinterpreted by some as if he himself were the wooer. Her lover has been designated as Luzard's heir. Luzard is dejected to discover, as he thinks, that Marion is in love with Arnold, a law student, whose emptiness nauseates Luzard, but Delund denies that it is possible. Luzard accidentally overhears a conversation between Marion and her lover, Ferdinand Bergland, who has come home to say goodbye. Luzard cannot see him since he in the arbor and hidden by the trees, but his attention is drawn to his voice and his signet ring. Luzard learns from the conversation that the love affair is about to break up, because the lover, out of fear of financial difficulties, does not want to risk marriage but is going to give her up, hoping that Luzard will propose to her. But who is this man? At a book auction Luzard had bought the little volume of verse, Primula Veres, for $25, and his curiosity was awakened to find out who was the second bidder at this excessive price. From the arbor he now recognizes the lover by his voice and signet ring. It is none other than Ferdinand Bergland, the one being sought. Just then as a separation similar to that in Part 1 is about to take place, in which a faithful woman, like Claudine, is about to be abandoned by her lover who does not wish to go to war, like Luzard, but hopelessly does not dare risk marriage out of fear of financial difficulties, just as the horoscope might indeed be cast in such a manner that Marion, like Claudine, would remain faithful to herself over the years, but less zealously and secretly suffering more. Luzard steps forth, and once again the recollection of Part 1 has a transfiguring effect. What filial piety recollects in sadness, the noble spirit now sees before him in renewed repetition. 9. Marion is united with F. Bergland, they live in the old castle, the children and the heirs of the solitary Luzard. 1. The lights are lit in the arbor, while the star of love sparkles in the twilight. Claudine sits with Luzard, and Ferdinand Waller reads aloud a poem from Primula Veres. 2. The lights are lit in the arbor. Ferdinand W. sits with little Madame Johansen and is reminded of what was never forgotten. 3. The lamps are lit in the arbor, and the stars sparkle and twinkle through the leaves. Ferdinand Bergland reads aloud to his wife, and Luzard listens. He is reading from Primula Veres. Why is autumn the most beautiful time to fall in love? Why should September be called the love month? See Part 1, p. 55. 11. Because it is immediately in tune with recollection. Ferdinand has finished reading, has aroused recollection of memories that linked him personally to that little book and the age whose ideas influenced it. The two ages touch each other once again at the end. Ferdinand B. says, "I am happy to live in an age that despite its deficiencies makes such great advances in so many directions. I subscribe to the faith that the human race, no doubt through many ups and downs, nevertheless will steadfastly approach the goal of perfection conceivable for an earthly existence." And Lazard says, "Amen, yes, we will hope for that." 12. The Reflexion in domestic life of the age of revolution is recalled. The reflexion of the present age in domestic life is depicted but not judged, and therefore hope is not denied, either. An aesthetic interpretation of the novel and its details. In my resume of the contents I have tried to emphasize the salient elements in the development of the story, also to lace the account with the essential mood of the novel, and by the inclusion of particular statements to suggest what is being dealt with in the conversations between various characters. Finally, in conformity with the story, I have continually tried to provide a background by way of the totality of the age. In fact, what distinguishes this novel from others is that it has a more substantial basis. Each part has its age with its specific distinctiveness. As a rule, a novel has only the pictorial background, similar to the outline an illustrator sketches over when he draws the figure. The drawing itself is the product, while the outlined background merely keeps what is sketched from seeming to be suspended in the air. But here the novel is more universally grounded in something that is more essential even than the production itself, although the production intends only to provide the afterglow. The novel has as its premise the distinctive totality of the age, and the production is the reflection of this in domestic life. The mind turns from the production back again to the totality of the age that has been so clearly revealed in this reflection. But, according to the preface, the author did not intend to describe the age itself. His novel lies somewhere between the presupposed distinctive character of the age and the age in reflection as illustrated by this work. The principle for the aesthetic critique, therefore, will not be whether or not a girl like Claudine, a man like Lazard, like Delund, etc. can appear in our age. How unreasonable! The most extreme variant can appear in any and every age. For example, a man who could be said to belong essentially in the Middle Ages or in Greece could be living in our age. No, the critic's question is, may a girl like Claudine appear as typical in this particular age? The same holds for Part 2. The question is not whether a girl like Marion could have lived in the age of revolution, thinking, feeling, and acting as she does, but may such a feminine figure appear as typical in the present age? From an aesthetic point of view, it is particularly in Part N that the author develops his mastery in exposition and description, his powers of observation, his balanced and dignified faithful reproduction of actuality, knowing how to keep even the worst of human foibles and trivialities in such perspective that it remains what it is, triviality and coarseness itself, knows how to invest it with such authenticity that it becomes interesting precisely for that reason. Even the most subordinate character in Part 2, where generally speaking there is no important character, comes alive to the reader, becomes so transparent in a few lines that by their very realism and vividness each character and the entire cast produce a striking effect. Only this author's sense of proportion, his interest in actual human beings in the context of sympathy and a life view, explains the fact that he has been able to present all these characters in such a way that one never really finds them laughable, even though most of them inevitably become comic under exposure to the light of the purely aesthetic idea, and exposed to the light of the purely ethical idea, they inevitably would have to be scrapped, if I dare say so, as counterfeit editions of human beings. Only once in the book 2 is even such a character as Mrs. Waller construed. If the author is charged with a possible prejudice for one age over the other, the kind of charge an aggressive critic speedily puts into circulation closer inspection will reveal, however, that the novel is essentially an expression of impartiality. The author's possible preference for the revolutionary age's more soul-stirring life is balanced by the actual preference he has shown for the present age through his greater artistry in depicting it. In Part 1 the plot is as simple as possible. After a few episodes in the Waller house, the story wanders outside, so to speak, with Claudine and gets lost in the idyllic, narratively glides slowly along in an epic manner until the reunion with Lazard. Even in terms of ingenuity of plot, the episode with the Baron is so devoid of surprise that it falls somewhat flat, since it is the kind of conflict in which even a beginner customarily tempts his heroines. But the dramatic element in Part U is much more prominent. Here there is greater diversity and variety in the more complex situations. The tension of the development is maintained until the end, deceptively prolonged by Lazard's misunderstanding of the relation between Arnold and Marion, ingeniously moved towards its resolution by an accidental occurrence that initiates Lazard into the lover's secret, and finally is beautifully resolved by weaving in a situation that utilizes something the reader knows from Part 1, yet Lazard does not come forward as a deus ex machina with his costly wedding gift, although it was indeed his desire from the beginning. Thus it is not the customary financial help usually provided in novels, a rich uncle who is killed or most conveniently exchanges time for eternity, or the aforementioned who with the greatest Z is fetched back from the East Indies, etc. On the contrary, the situation here may equally well be reversed and the problem defined as follows: a noble man of some wealth whose disposition psychologically motivates all of Part 1 is seeking an object, and Providence in the story helps find the two appropriate objects. Nothing is left unexplained to foster doubt, no residual indebtedness that can be covered fictitiously only by a poetic advance from the imagination's enormous relief fund. On the contrary, at the point of resolution the mood becomes a union of lyrical ejaculatory astonishment at the ways of Providence and the acquiescence of the understanding, which says, "It could not be otherwise." Another principal expression of the impartiality is that the characters in Part N stand out far more clearly, are audible, visible, and recognizable, whereas the characters in Part 1 are more concealed in the intensity of a more universal passion. This does have a still deeper basis, but the mastery of the author consists precisely in being able to give each side its due in distinguishing between them, and to do it so unobtrusively that he never says directly what he intends to do but knows very well himself what he has done, and what he has done the critic can plainly state. The difference essentially sums up the relation between inwardness and the malady of exhibitionism. 3 and the present age is frequently accused of the latter. No doubt any experienced person will agree with me on the psychological thesis that an essential passion manifesting itself in word and deed arrests the attention and makes one forget externalities. Likewise, a person experiencing passion forgets the externality of the object of his passion. The ugliest person can make me utterly forget his external appearance by the fascination of the manifestation of his interior being. This was the contradiction that Socrates found so ironically pleasing. When Alcibiades listened to Socrates speak, his heart pounded violently, more violently than a Carabantic fanatic's, while tears streamed from his eyes, and it was forgotten, eternally forgotten, that the man speaking was the ugliest man in Greece until he was silent, and the ugliest man in Greece was pleased with the irony of it all. If one has properly listened to a penetrating, soul-stirring sermon, even has gazed fixedly at the pastor, he will be unable to describe the pastor's appearance. Suppose a girl is stricken with grief and confides in another, suppose she has the inwardness of sorrow in an eternal recollecting, upon leaving her one finds it is impossible to say how she looked, for the depth of her feeling makes one forget in order to recollect what is essential. Externalities, however, obtrusively make one unable to forget them because there is nothing to recollect. Someone really in love may be unable for a long time to describe his beloved. The predominating passion he deeply feels makes him forget how she looks when he is not looking at her, for the simple reason that he recollects his love. At the same time he is easily able to picture all the members of his beloved's family and her friends. So it is with the characters in Part 1 of this novel. Practically all of them are in a state of passion and for this reason perhaps stand out less sharply. The one who perhaps stands out most clearly in an external way is Counselor of Justice Waller, and for the simple reason that he is least significant. The others are more or less clear in proportion to their essentially having the passion of ideality as they are absorbed in the more universal life of a world historical event or are hidden in an internal revelation of an autopathic passion. But in Part 11 practically all the characters have an external mark of recognition that invites mnemonic imagination. The few strokes with which they are outlined make them so unforgettable that one would confidently dare to recognize them on the street, because they are true types of the supernumeraries of externality who utterly lack what makes the one recollecting forget how they look. There is a pastor whose external appearance I shall never forget, not just because he undeniably was a handsome man, but because he babbled so much that there was nothing to draw attention away from his appearance. Is this not the case? Suppose a fine lady has taken special pains in dressing for a funeral, every funereal fringe, every mannered mien of her sympathy-seeking face will be remembered, but they. To an aesthetic interpretation 37. Young girl who really had the inwardness of sorrow, one cannot remember her external appearance. But take Mr. Waller, the commercial counselor *. He sits in the same office at the same desk where his father previously had sat, sits on a swivel chair and looks like someone pestered by a swarm of flies on a hot summer day. 5. Even if the author had exhibited him only once, one would never forget him, for his singularity is essentially external. Take his wife, Mrs. Waller, with her propensity for philandering, or when she appears dolled up in a bright scarf flecked with gold, one does not forget how she looked. Compare this with Claudine appearing at the party in Waller's house wearing the tricolored scarf, and although this moment is frequently recalled, one forgets how she looked, glances indifferently at the finery, convinced of her beauty, and forgets it in one's primary concentration on the girl's buoyant, romantic, youthful enthusiasm. In fact, who remembers the external appearance of a gold case when what it encloses has an extraordinary design? But a tray or plate, for example, has the quality that if one forgets the external appearance he has completely forgotten the object. And so it is here. Madame Waller with the little tricolored emblem carefully concealed and blissful Claudine festively carrying the ribbons of the Revolution are genuinely adorned. On the other hand, the wife of the commercial counselor with the gold belt or her shawl in tear woven with gold is not adorned. The irony of it is that one forgets how the first two looked as one continues to recollect them, but never forgets the secretary's wife with her belt, that is, if one does not completely forget her. Think of Arnold and the scene, p. 262, where with his supposedly ironical impertinence he insults the commercial counselor in his own living room. Compare that with the quarrel in Part I where Counselor W even says, "Those are infamous words you are using." 6. Because of the significance of the subject one forgets how the antagonists look, forgives the impassioned man his violent outburst. But Arnold comes out so clearly that one cannot get him out of mind, there is nothing to help one forget, the whole thing revolves around nothing, and Arnold appears as the self-satisfied representative of emptiness and conceitedness, his irony admired and prized by the commercial counselor's wife. Take the scene in the arbor in Part I where Ferdinand W in the presence of Claudine and Lazard casually speaks of the relationship between Madame W and Alund. We find it unseemly but forget it almost at once simply because there is something to recollect. Ferdinand is impassioned, misled and carried away by modern ideas. Claudine is not inquisitive, but in the throes of erotic love a disquieting and tempting light dawns on her. Compare it with the scene in Part 11 where Arnold comes to invite Mrs. Waller and where her relation to the equerry is coquettishly mentioned. It has to be that way, the whole situation must obtrude upon memory. But who gets the credit? Yes, it is the author, who knows both what needs to be done and how to do it. As a matter of fact, the scene in Part I could be done by an amateur. There is no dialogue, it is Ferdinand W who fervently unburdens himself. In Part 11, however, we find masterful craftsmanship in reproducing the commonplace in the brief rejoinders, the constant interweaving of situation and dialogue, the authenticity of even the most casual gesture, the vividness, the colorfulness, even though all in all it is quite properly kept in the dull shade of triviality. Take Colette, Arnold, the equerry, all the representatives of the present age, they come across clearly and unforgettably. In the presence of deeply felt essential passion, the physical surroundings are forgotten. But in Part 2 the author is very painstaking, simply out of predilection for the task, in expertly sketching the daily details of everyday life. Here there is no great rush to the important festival occasion, here one does not close oneself up idyllically in an abandoned woman's quiet inwardness, no, Here everything is just about equally important, making the reproduction difficult, somewhat like painting without light and shadow and still producing an effect, a work of art. Thus we are not abruptly catapulted into the reception room where everyone is enjoying spirited talk, lively conversation, and the fine tone of cultured companionship. No, the author honors his task. Outside the reception room we hear bickering from inside, we wait outside while the wife vocalizes, near the stairs the commercial counselor's wife begins to scold the equerry, the maid joins in the act, as well as small children and a schoolgirl, precisely because there is no sense of propriety to establish a distance and separation, nothing heroic and grand to elevate and distinguish, there is no stimulating and ennobling event, no idea to marshal the masses in picturesque unanimity or raise the individual to heroic stature, but everything is movement and posturing. In short, the author's impartiality in relation to the two parts perhaps may be expressed this way: if part I is more captivating because of its authentic portrayal of great passions, then part N is more entertaining, especially the more one reads it. So much for the impartiality. Another question is, to what extent does this novel really acknowledge the same conception of existence which is essential to a story of everyday life? As mentioned before, this view is midway between the aesthetic and the religious. Let us consider the existential relations of the main characters in the novel. In part I, the denouement in the relation between Claudine and Lazard is romantically created by Constancy. She sticks it out and thus gets Lazard. And her constancy is mainly a natural endowment, a matter of immediacy and romantic erotic love. For the ethical is not decisively contributory, the ethical position that Claudine can save her honor only by honoring herself, and that therefore every new association, every profanation that diminishes inwardness, is a judgment upon her. Her romanticism is sheer romanticism, not transformed and sanctified by the ethical. The separation from Lazard places her in a state of suspension in which she remains romantically oriented to Lazard, but, still oriented by a romantic desire for reunion with him, she does not transcend her relationship to Lazard through an ethical deepening of her inner being. In part N, the denouement in the relationship between Marion and Frederick is developed romantically with the help of fate. Lazard comes forward with financial assistance. The only question is whether it would not have been more in the spirit of the older story of everyday life to depict the Baron, in part 1, somewhat differently and then have him be united with Claudine, to have Marion suffer the pain of separation and then provide her with a new consolation. But even if my comment is acknowledged to be correct, it by no means justifies an objection, simply because essentially the author is depicting the two ages. Even less can one charge the author with trying to make the natural superior to the ethical in the relation between Madame W. and Delund in part 1, as if youthfulness in an illicit relation could make this permissible, nor can the author be charged with presenting the relation as even exercising an ennobling influence on Madame W. in her marital life with her husband, for this, after all, is a reproduction of the character of the age. This is also the case in part 2, where breaking an engagement out of fear of financial difficulties is made to seem a legitimate expression of passion. From an ethical point of view, the former must be regarded as reprehensible and the ennobling as an illusion, for no presumptive right can be acquired in any relation on the basis of what is forbidden. The lapse of time after the offence is only a repetition of it. An ennoblement by means of depravity is like the nobility of a man who cannot get along without money, acquires his wealth unlawfully, and then uses it to do considerable good. From an aesthetic point of view, the latter must be interpreted as comic. As a matter of fact, in part 2 the present age also delivers judgment on the relation between Madame W. and Delund, and the author is prevented from revealing his own views by the nature of the task. Had there been yet another age, it is not inconceivable that in a rendition of it Bergland's intended flight from marriage would be interpreted as comic. Now, attempting to describe the author's superb characterization and allowing myself only a sidelong glance at the reflection of the age, I will trace the psychological development of the various main characters, showing how and to what extent their presuppositions control crucial events. The characteristics of the age will be the chief concern in the next section. The critic is obliged to assume the double approach by which the story has made its task so difficult. The author does not dare to present the age as having automatic consequences in the individuals, for then he would transgress his task as novelist and merely describe the age and illustrate it by examples, instead of viewing the reflection in domestic life and through it illuminating the age. Action must always occur through the psychological middle term of the individual. It would be wrong for an author simply to say, in a revolutionary age a woman is allowed, if she is discreet about it, to have an illicit relation to a man as I have portrayed in the relation between Madame W. and Alund. The relation between them must be psychologically motivated, and only then can there be any mention of the special character of the age as influencing or permitting this manifestation. In any and every age it can happen that a young girl falls in love with a man and after hearing nothing from him in a long time believes him dead and then marries, whereupon the object of her first love reappears, doubly dangerous because she is unhappy. If this is the case, and moreover if the characters are psychologically portrayed, then the distinctive character of the age can determine what expression this conflict gets. In another age, for example, it might have been expressed by the collapse of the marriage so that she could get her beloved, or by the unhappy lovers bowing to the sanctity of marriage and resolving never to see each other again, etc. The author may not say, the age of revolution was an age of romantic girls, and this I have portrayed in Claudine. No, the author must psychologically motivate Claudine's romanticism, and after that is done the age can determine the particular direction it takes. In the Middle Ages a romantic girl similarly motivated would have entered a convent, in a prosaic age she would have sighed deeply and married, in the period of Louis XIV she perhaps would have become a risque countess, etc. Claudine, narrowly brought up by Aunt Malfred and thus in a spiritual intellectual sense simultaneously stunted and too accelerated in growth, almost cheated of any impression of life, she is now transplanted to the Waller household where she finds the soil and opportunities for development. What might have ended psychologically either in timid insecurity or in a desperate breaking out of the narrow-minded aunt's pinched parlor is now happily transfigured into youth's joyous greenery under the most favorable conditions possible, even though perhaps dangerous. The freedom she enjoys in the Waller house, the joy so abundantly offered, the affection, almost partiality, for the young girl do not spoil her, because she has learned discretion and discrimination, but refine her in childlike gratitude for all the blessings she enjoys in this dear household. 9. And when the folding doors are opened to a broad outlook upon a world historical event, when the French legation, emissaries from that enchanted theatre, show up in the Waller house and magically touch Claudine's youthful mind with an idea, she is at her highest peak. Here again the romantic is implicit in the contact that evokes the imagination. If the Wallers had travelled to Paris and taken Claudine along, the effect on her would not have been nearly as great as the tangential contact that does not overwhelm but simply inflames the imagination totally. Therefore when Lazard, unnoticed by all those present and understood only by Claudine, kneels and kisses the hem off her dress, Lazard, who is a foreigner who belongs to Little Denmark only through Claudine and this little symbolic act, this is the author's ingeniously creative expression for the romantic in Claudine's whole situation. If Lazard had taken her home with him to France as his bride, she would not have developed as she did in this romantic moment of contact, which is also the moment of parting. A girl can make a double demand in love if she demands everything, that he be the beloved and also that he have an idea to give her, then the equation of erotic love is absolute and complete. All passion is like sailing, the wind must be sufficiently forceful to stretch the sail with one uno tenore continuous j gust, there must not be too much flapping of the sails and tacking before reaching deep water, there must not be too many preliminaries and prior consultations. It is a matter of passion getting the power and dominion to take complete control of the unprepared. For instance, Claudine stands all alone with the world in her soul, then comes the hint to her from Lazard. This is the romantic element in the author's superbly planned situations. The power of erotic love is like the soaring of that winged steed, 10 it is in a class by itself. But for everyday use. Then come background and circumstances and things to be taken into consideration and relatives and friends, furnishing the house, people dropping in to offer their congratulations, and the whole triumphant rash enterprise is transformed into a bourgeois expedition, a dray wagon with all those passengers shouting hip, hip, and then erotic love is the patient beast that is supposed to lug all this away. For Claudine it is different. Destitute of background and thereby worthy of dedication, she dreams of no considerations, for her Lazard is the beloved, and through him she is touched by an idea. From a romantic point of view, this is the highest covenant of dedication. This is the design of the beginning, but the surroundings and circumstances also encourage and psychologically support the romantic. When two strapping, strong-armed fellows lead out the rearing, snorting steed that is going to run in the race, what do? They have to let go. Nothing else, that is easy enough, after all. Not so, it is an art, they must know how to let go with passion. If there is the slightest uncertainty and hesitation on their part, the steed is already delayed somewhat. In letting go they must know precisely how to give the steed impetus. In pushing a boat away from the shore, the object is to bend forward in order to shove harder and at the same time to throw oneself back to order to gain momentum from the shove. In connection with all passion, the most the surrounding world can do for one is to let go with passion. But this is just the way the circumstances are arranged for Claudine in the Waller home, and the author's ingenuity may justly insist upon what may be even more rare than a cheerful giver and a cheerful worker, a cheerful critic, that is, one who is happy to see what the author has done. The merchant Waller is immersed in politics. The rather secretive nature of the quietly meditative Mrs. W. is so far removed from encumbering Claudine with curiosity and sympathy that it is more inclined to tempt and encourage the young girl's secret love. De Lund is daily preoccupied with studying the psychic expressions on Mrs. W.'s face. As an old man he continues his study by contemplating her portrait, and is anything but inclined to smell out other people's love affairs, he who seems rather to be afraid of the Frenchman because of his own relationship. Claudine is solitary and detached, without the sharing that congratulates, as, for example, one congratulates a person who has found something by shouting, divs, and which frequently does reduce the love affair to about half. Ferdinand W., the only one who suspects the love affair, is an inspired troubadour for the Frenchman and Lazard. This is how the love affair progresses. The author has known how to plot the relationships to give the romantic element predominance. But something is still needed, something which the great poet 11 claims is part of all that is required to lure forth erotic love, the possibility of the lovers meeting alone. And even if something is denied, the moon shining through the beech trees in springtime, the author is still of the opinion that September really should be called the love month. 12 In pushing a boat away from the shore, the object is to bend forward in order to shove harder and at the same time to throw oneself back in order to gain momentum from the shove, and when a secret lover in greater peril than her beloved already believes him killed in a duel, the backward thrust of this thought of death is the most powerful impetus to love. The wounded Lazard is brought to the Waller country house, and the lovers are provided with an opportunity. Without any preconceived ideas whatsoever, without any guidance at all other than the eccentricity of erotic love and of the age, without a single confidant but love, she becomes a sacrifice for her love. The psychological premises completely motivate her lapse from virtue, just as they in turn motivate her constancy, for her mistake and her virtue are essentially the same romanticism. Another question is whether the ideas of the age might not have made Claudine more clear about her step than she later proved to be. Her later rather naive ignorance of the result of her relation to Lazard seems in the delineation to be borrowed from another kind of romanticism, the pastoral idyllic. In fact, it would be characteristic of the age to have Claudine realize that her relation to Lazard was what is usually called marriage, except that the natural relationship was emancipated from ethical obligation, which was regarded as the obsolete aspect of marriage. Sentimental romanticism's too innocent ignorance is highly inappropriate in the revolutionary age and is rather incidental in the context of a portrayal of the reflection of the age of revolution. Lazard is more perceptive about this and therefore in one of his lines calls her my little wife. 13 Claudine, on the other hand, is more a typical girl led astray by her love than a girl led astray by the influence of modern ideas. It is true that Ferdinand Waller discusses these ideas and informs her of the relation between Madame Waller and de Lund, but there is no indication of what impression this made on Claudine, what implications it had for her. On the contrary, she is no different later from what we call a girl going astray in a romantic love affair. Lazard is the fiery, smooth, polished Frenchman, excitable in all moods including sadness, in every respect made for just such a relationship as this one to Claudine, but his constancy does not match his impulsiveness. That is, it is possible for an individual like that to behave as Lazard did, but it would also be intelligible if he behaved differently. Although it would be psychologically justifiable to wonder whether Claudine had been untrue to herself, she would have forgiven Lazard even if he had been unfaithful to her and would still have gone on loving him. Very early in her life, Madame Waller had been the object of Delande's love, but, misinterpreting his silence, she married during his absence. Marriage has not improved her. Lacking inner satisfaction, she pursued only empty pleasures, found her greatest bliss in attracting attention and being flattered and regarded her appearance as her most important concern, p. 37, until finally she is ennobled by her relation to Delande, which Delande considers rightfully his as indemnification for so many years of faithfulness in a love such as his. But Madame Waller cannot completely master an inner voice that reminds her that she is treading a forbidden path, a voice that according to her own declaration becomes louder precisely because in her betterment she realizes something she had not realized in her neglected youth. Meanwhile Delande, exercising a refining and absolute influence expressive of his masculine and personal superiority and also using the ideas of the age, fights for the relationship, even to the point of jealousy, for example, of the Frenchman. Here again we run into a difficulty, for the relationship between Madame Waller and Delande certainly does not give expression to the idea of the age in such a way that it is seen to follow from or to be borne out by the idea of the age, but in the relationship Delande is fighting for the idea of the age and is consequently seeking to give new corroboration to an already existing relationship by getting the stamp of approval upon it from the idea of the age. From a purely personal point of view, the relationship itself seems to have started and to continue as the way these two have resolved a conflict in their lives. The difficulty is that something seems to be lacking with respect to the reciprocal transparency demanded by the twofold task of the novel. The definition of the age demands the middle term of individuality, the definition of individuality demands the middle term of the age, and the task is to present novelistically in this transparency a reflection of the age in domestic life. Or if someone says that the author merely wants to show how such a relationship was judged in a revolutionary age, the answer must be that this task is of a special kind since in fact the judgment consisted simply in ignoring it, also that Ferdinand Waller is the only person who mentions it and we learn nothing whatsoever as to how much the others know of it, and, finally, that the relationship itself is presented. The questionable aspect of all this seems to be that the author in a preface seems to have set himself a third task to compare the two ages. 14 But however superbly the two parts of the novel are arranged for the comparison, the author probably should not have hinted at such a thing. 15 The remaining characters are less significant and do not lend themselves to special comment. Nor will I venture to mention or cite examples of the many excellent details woven into the unfolding story. We automatically take them for granted with the author of A Story of Everyday Life. We delight in the reading and do not make ourselves important as a critic by captiously finding fault with a novel such as this as if it were a beginner's work, in which the problem would be, as they say, of finding anything at all to appreciate. But if I were to point to an individual in Part 1 who at least vm. to me appears less prepossessing, I would name the Baron and particularly his venture into the demonic. Apart from this, a question could be raised as to whether he is so untypical that the reflection of the age simply is not recognizable. A foolish baron, half drunk besides, who in a fit of shrewish ill temper gets the notion of killing little Charles, arouses neither horror nor interest, that is, the reluctant interest that characterizes the ambiguity of the demonic. He does not arouse horror, because in the case of a drunken man one's first thought is that he will sleep at it, and he does not arouse interest, partly because he is drunk and partly because his foolishness is anything but masculine. Nor must it appear as if he horrified Claudine, for such a thing may be vile and repulsive to her, but horrifying it is not. And to what extent is this strange episode psychologically motivated? Even if we assume that the Baron, when the possibility of a relationship to Claudine is wrecked, returns Io his old nature, which only she had had the power to control in the obedience of love. Does it necessarily follow that he can behave that way? After all, he was good-natured originally, had the external marks of good breeding, and even at such a moment Claudine's influence on him must have psychological impact. To me this situation seems unbecoming and essentially inauthentic. 16 Part 2. Marian. Frightened out of youthful illusion by her stepmother long ago, driven into the busy household tasks of the distressing workaday world, damaged by the daily insults, she humbly works out the bitter task of being more or less a housemaid in her parents' house. Her life is not unacquainted with all the haughty disdain and at the other extreme the foppish liberties to which such a servant person can be subjected, and the bitterness is augmented by her being not only defenseless but excluded because she is the daughter. But on the other hand she learns very early to practice the incorruptible nature of a quiet inwardness. 17 She is especially trained to preserve a secret understanding, since her whole environment is damaging in its meaninglessness, because even with her father in her father's house she qua daughter maintains only a secret understanding. He dares to speak to her in a fatherly way only in the hall or in passing or when no one is looking, just as lovers who do not have their parents' approval contrive to speak to each other in the hall when the parents in the living room officially oppose any association. If Marian is in love, she is forced to keep it a secret lest it trigger new mistreatment. Marin the maid is loved, someone wants to have that little slattern, 18 as her stepmother calls her. This would put her in the position of being fired by the boss woman so that she would not be bothered by all this silly love business. And Marian is in love. In order to explain her psychologically, we will now trace the motives in relationships superbly designed by the author. From the standpoint of a gossipy interest, the relationships cannot be considered damaging, but neither are they beneficial. They do not let go with passion, do not hinder through misunderstood kindness and concern, either. Yet they do exercise a damaging restraining influence. No doubt it is true that the life offering and being in love 19 is inwardness, and that inwardness in itself is what it is, and therefore that inwardness may be the same. For example, whether it is someone who goes out on the balcony and gazes at the starry night or is a prisoner for life who steals a glance at a single star through a crack, the latter's inwardness is perhaps the greater, but nevertheless falling in love is like being born. And what is born is greatly influenced by conditions. The environment with its psychological predisposition. Marian wanted to be true to herself with the same inwardness as Claudine, and yet her love affair would forever be essentially different from Claudine's. Being in love is the culmination of a person's purely human existence, which is a double existence, and for that very reason being in love is simultaneously just as much inwardness as it is a relation directed outwardly to actuality. Happy erotic love is the equilibrium of the relation. Less inwardness and a dominant relation to actuality is a less beautiful love. Adomi 47 Nant inwardness and a lesser relation to actuality tends toward unhappy love. So it is with Marian, she knows the misery of actuality. So too ages too well, and her environment exacerbates the daily harms and hurts. Instead of being a source of confident, invincible courage that in matters of love dares to ask anything of actuality, convinced in its inspired ignorance that actuality is the world where love has its home, being in love is for her a source of sadness. The inwardness may be just the same, just as a retreat may in fact be just as great an achievement as the most brilliant victory, but the difference is essential. Instead of perceiving her being in love as a vocation tendered by a world that wants to indulge it in everything, she is inwardly accustomed to resigning herself to renunciation. In the split second she falls in love she secretly realizes that this, too, will be forced back into her inward being, will be a secret life others know nothing of, and will simultaneously be improved health and yet, humanly speaking, an infirmity. The inwardness may be just the same, just as it is an equally difficult task to die as it is to live. Inwardness is the genuine pearl, it is formed, as is known, within the muscle through the absorption of dew. But according to an ancient author it makes a difference whether it is morning or evening dew. 20 So also it makes a difference whether the genuine individuality of the love affair is formed by hope or by recollection. As is the case with all passion, so it is true of erotic love that the one initiated into it stands free in the consecrated moment of falling in love, free on the rash summit of illusion, free and surveying the whole wide world. No silly, sentimental sympathy is allowed there, but also no teasing idlers who keep the lightly armed one from scaling the dizzy heights and in that moment prevent the free-standing lover from catching the vision. If everything is going to turn out well, this protected moment must not be denied, this moment when all existence is enchanted and responds to every hint, when nothing diminishes erotic love's boundless abandonment in illusion, which occurs privatissime entirely privately and is quite different from all the lovers caressing, since it is the presupposition that unites the lovers, is the accelerator, infinity's advance payment on which they will live for many or for a few weeks. This Marion lacks. The author has depicted this superbly, and it is important to the relationship between Marion and Bergland since also on her side it psychologically motivates fear of financial difficulties as a possible reason for the separation. Marion cannot counteract Bergland's discouragement with love's jubilant rapture, she does not have love's exulting courage to take feminine charge of the holy expedition of marriage when the beloved loses self-possession. Psychologically it would not be devoid of interest to imagine the relationship along these lines, although it would fall short of the novel's purpose, which is concerned also with the age. The author understood this very well. Marion is unable to put up any resistance, she herself is troubled in worrisome reflection, and in her lines there is the sound of a sad familiarity with actuality, a resignation with regard even to love as the universally valid claim. But still there is an inwardness, just as permanent and eternal as the most rapturous love affair, with essentially the same strength but manifesting itself in an essentially different way. Even if she is willing to give up Bergland, she still will not take back her ring because she will not give up the love. Neither will I give back yours. Like my love, I have carried it secretly for 3 years, I will not give it up in the years left to me 21. Here she is at her incomparable best, but the love affair is not a beckoning signal but rather a withdrawal into inwardness. The deep inwardness of her love is characterized by the quiet virtues 22 of a maiden who dedicates herself to suffering. She had suffered much from the world of actuality, but this blow seems to be decisive. So also Caesar remained erect when the conspirators plunged their daggers into him, but when he saw that Brutus was a party to it, he wrapped his cloak about him and gave himself up to death with these words, "You, too, my son Brutus." 2-3 Troubled by reflection, the greatest resistance she can muster against Bergland's passion in the passionate tension of impatience is the provisional protestation that she will wait patiently, cp 269, but even this resistance is allied with reflection. How accurate and fitting everything is here! The psychological delineation and the reflection of the age. In the palmy days of a raucous, jack-of-all-trades superficiality, the good may live oppressed and clandestine in an ecclesia pressa, 24 as Marion is doing. But on the other hand, in a reflected age even this deep intensity may not remain altogether undisturbed by reflection, even in relation to the one thing it has, a love affair. A spontaneous, enthusiastic lover in Marion's position would consider Bergland mad. If it involved her life in this way she would be utterly unable to understand the pecuniary anxieties, but she would also be utterly unable to understand Marion's resignation. Such a situation could only be humorous and Bergland essentially a comic figure, since he represents a rather practical, prosaic point of view. 25 Ferdinand Bergland is an eccentric fellow who is carried away with the bold possibilities life offers and has included a love affair in the multiplicity of projects and plans and now is about to run aground on the consequences. A marriage, which should be a hyphen for him, assumes a formidable shape, and he becomes afraid instead of action and an essential continuity of passion, there is a desperate once and for all decision. The apparent power that is involved in making the decision is actually only the expression of weakness, and therefore the reason he gives is basically incidental. He could just as well have given any other reason, because the reason is really the misrelation between possibility and actuality that grasps at this particular as if it were the reason. His desperate decision and resultant action are therefore meaningless, and if things were to go as he wanted them to, he himself would amount to essentially nothing. To decide not to will to do this or that is tantamount to not willing and actually is deciding to amount to essentially nothing. If the person deciding not to will does not at that very moment enter the service of a higher idea, his decision and action are futile. This is what determines the outcome of life's conflicts and decides if the passion is justified or not. Ferdinand has not understood himself better than before by making his decision but has merely made a headlong retreat into the darkness. All he does is to refer pedem our retreat, and in his retrogression there is no progress in terms of the ideality of his own personality. His worries about making a living do not in that form constitute a real view of existence, and the person who takes it upon himself to manage another's life, or at least to disturb it, on the scale Ferdinand did, even though from an ethical point of view his intervention always turns out to be a blunder, at least must have understood himself in the context of a more essential view of existence, an idea to which he can give his life. 26 Particularly if he breaks with Marion. Here again how accurate and fitting everything is, the psychological delineation and the reflection of the age. In another age perhaps Marion's patience would have gained at least an interim until Ferdinand's worries were dispelled. But our age, despite all its projects and anticipations and pronouncements and presuppositions, is essentially devoid of passion from the standpoint of inwardness and the romantic. This is precisely why the variation appears, an unexpected expression of despair in a desperate action or decision, for this is the anarchistic law for the extremes in such a life. Mrs. Waller, wife of the commercial councillor. If one may speak of plated people in the same vein as one makes a distinction between precious and base metals and has something in between that is called plated, a composite that can fool a person, then Mrs. Waller may very appropriately be so labeled. She is a plated past mistress at being anybody and everybody, one moment charming and the next almost repulsive, lovable and yet tiresome in her bustling self-importance, smartly decked out and yet almost looking like a prostitute in her garnished and gilded get-up, demure and flirtatious, cultured and yet again painfully distressing to the genuinely cultured, shrewd about life and yet almost inane, currying favor from beginning to end. She cannot be characterized in any other way than by this mixed bill, because she has no substance and therefore her superficiality must be described by enumerating some of its points. Her ostentatious virtuosity culminates and turns back into itself in the smug conceit that she is what a woman of the world ought to be, which accounts for her proudly and calmly daring to do anything, trusting in her reputation. And yet in a profound sense her nature is ambivalent, for as the Apostle James more or less puts it, purity of heart is to will one thing. 27 Even Mrs. Waller in Part 1 is in a certain sense less ambivalent. How admirably and masterfully the author knows how to control a glittering and delusive weakness such as this, communicating at all times the impression of a fictitious real character, likewise the ease with which the interrelated situations are invented, the naturalness with which the thread of continuity runs throughout the story *, continually illuminating Mrs. Waller's lack of character in the momentary mirror of reflection, fleetingly, for in fact there is nothing to dwell upon. Yes, there must be no tarrying, for then Mrs. W becomes someone else. The art lies in the repetition of the psychological conception in the presentation itself, and as philandering is the unstable emptiness, so throughout the whole novel Mrs. W is an unstable flurry of busyness, represented in her transitory relations to the older and younger men, to her own children, to her husband, to Marion, to the maid. The modulation in the relations of the 5 female characters is especially superb. The exhibitionist maternalism of the wife in relation to the 2 girls who are already trained to be respecters of persons, the parody in Colette's imitation of her mother, which perhaps contributed to the mother's becoming bored with her *, and finally the profound satire on the wife implicit in Marion's quiet nature. If in describing a person's essential nature one recalls Pliny's famous words, omnia ad conscientiam, nil ad ostentationem, everything is measured by a good conscience, not by appearances. 28 One need only reverse the words, omnia ad ostentationem, nil ad conscientiam, to describe Mrs. Waller's nature, which is either an inversion or a perversion. But it should be pointed out once again, as is proper for a critic in all fairness to the copiousness of the author, that it takes far greater skill to fashion such a character than to describe an actual person. Some may even find my remarks about this character really significant. Yes, it is not inconceivable these days for someone to be foolish enough to find my account in its brevity to be more thoroughgoing than the author's. Alas, this is the great mistake, one that could happen only in our present age, which pontificates and thereby does disservice to every work of art, for it is a far cry from this brevity to the work of art, to being able to create such a character. Like many other people, modern critics continually let themselves be fooled by abstract possibility and the foreshortened perspective, 2-9 which are anything but creative, by great projects and summarizing surveys, which are anything but productive. No, whatever one thinks of representing an age by such a feminine figure, one thing is certain, the character is a masterpiece in the portrayal of superficiality, masterful all the way to the most insignificant detail. Yes, to the tip of the rose-red tongue she sticks out at her husband, a swift and secret response to an unspoken accusation, p. 216. Councillor de Lund. A venerable old gentleman is in himself a vm. 53. Pleasant sight, but de Lund has an added interest for the reader in that we knew him in his youth. Of course, in one sense any biography can produce the same effect, but yet it is only in one sense, for it produces no illusion as does the novel, which does not make us directly contemporary with de Lund young. And de Lund old but makes us contemporary with him in two different eras. But is he kept psychologically consistent? Without a doubt. But what is the origin of the satirical trait, which really was not noticeable in his youth and which the author did not allow to emerge? In part 1 he is essentially the young commonsensical man with the intelligent face, the talented lawyer who will not let himself be carried away by factions, even though a world historical event is the divisive force that momentously alienates men in heated party feeling. He keeps his equilibrium mainly through his intelligence and is hot-headed only in his relation to Mrs. Waller. Sagacity, neutrality, and legal acuteness are essential to a satirist, but it does not follow that whenever these elements are present there is a satirist. But times have changed and have also changed him somewhat, and in and through this change it is psychologically consistent for him to become satirical. On the whole, neutrality is conceivable only when the factors are essentially significant, when the two are indeed separated by an idea. However, if the times are trivial, if the factional disagreement is a kind of dramatic pretense of actually playing at revolution, then the person who in catastrophic times was neutral will become a satirist. Neutrality is founded on a positive acknowledgement of the respective validity, val or intrinsico according to the intrinsic value, of each faction. Remove the presupposition of this condition for neutrality and eo ipso the neutrality is negatively qualified as satire, because to be neutral in relation to a chimerical either/or means either that one is a fool, since the neutrality is just as foolish as the trifles by which it defines itself negatively, something only a nobody can do successfully, or that one, by being essentially somebody, is eo ipso satirical. Thus the man is essentially the same, the change is merely a reflection of the change of the age. De Lund has also mellowed this, too, is quite as it should be, not least because it is a compensation to the gifted man in his old age, whereas only the more mediocre person gets peevish as an oldster. But is this also a reflection of the change of the age? He feels unique, he, an old man in his decline, but he has been part of a more significant era, an important past. It is precisely this which mellows him, gives him backbone, and makes him gentle through recollection's secret communication with the past. Being an old man, he belongs to two ages, thus he is bifrontal, gentle when he looks back and a bit satirical when he looks at the present age and generally a lovable old man. He is not dull and apathetic, perhaps also because he still has something to fight for, because the love affair still lives in his soul. He still battles the enemy, the suspense of illicit possession, he still battles against doubt, whether faithfulness does indeed atone for guilt, he is still troubled about whether faithfulness will indeed be able to reunite him with his heart's desire, for just as Madame Waller's lawful husband once stood in the way, now eternity seems to be doing that. Charles Lazard. The novel presents two ages. The two parts are separate from each other, but there is still a connecting link, an ingenious kind of transition that unites them. This figure is Charles Lazard. He is too young to belong to the past, and he is not wholly unaffected by the reflectiveness of the present age. He is a stable personality, and here again we see a union of a psychological point of view and a reflection of the age. His childhood impressions and later the wonderful ceremoniousness of family life in his parental home must naturally awaken a certain sad reverie in his soul, which quite consistently discharged its youthful cravings in foreign travels and in an imaginary striving which admittedly did not bring him into any personal relationships precisely because his melancholy had an isolating effect. That is how a romantic enclosing reserve cleaves a young man's soul. Youth's desire for comradeship is not felt because he already is living in recollection. Not even erotic love has its season, for in inwardness he is already betrothed, but the solitary's youthful external endeavors are directed to extraneous enterprises which can occupy him without his getting involved essentially with anyone, without missing anyone precisely because in his collecting he does miss someone. He travelled both in the old world and the new and then returned to his estate. Consequently he is an individuality who has remained constant, but this also demands an element of reflection and of self-reflection, and on the other hand this again is a reflection of the age which itself lacks decisiveness and has not had enough influence on him to sweep him along. Therefore he essentially is not a part of either age. The idea he represents after having renounced his own life in order to make a few people happy is essentially alien to both ages. Precisely by being constant Charles Lazard is the transition. In a revolutionary age such an individual no doubt would become a party liner, in the present age he perhaps would not have achieved the harmonious and thoroughly cultured equilibrium that characterizes his noble and independent bearing, even though his soul somewhat pensively trails after a memory. By being an unhappy individual, and so we must call someone who is unmotivated by any contemporary age or any relationship, he is happy but still is not a happy individual. The amazing thing about the novel is that everything is so categorically true. 30 Although when one reads it the work seems so unpretentious that the superficial reader, if he happens to see this review, perhaps will be startled and will think I am making more of it than it is. Yet I cannot accept such a compliment from the reader but must convey it to the proper person, the author, who, even if he did understand all of it, is, after all, first the creator and is also the one who had the art to conceal that fact and, finally, perhaps knows and puts into the novel much that I have not been able to discover. There is yet another character in the second part of the novel, Johannes Milner, the overseer of the estate, a jovial fellow who, after a desperate career crisis without livelihood and suspicion of being an agitator, found a job with Lazard that made him a happy man. In the owner's absence, he has wisely managed the estate and now in his unqualified joy over life occasionally entertains the wish to see Lazard settled in marriage. It is clear that Johannes Milner has been a very active man on the estate, but in the novel he seems to be rather unoccupied. Yet a friendship such as the one existing between Milner and Lazard is not without significance in explaining Lazard. In fact, a friendly relationship points up Lazard as a lonely figure. It is not the unanimity of two like-minded people, not a fond urge for familiarity. Milner, comfortably settled personally and maritally and satisfied with life, nevertheless finds something dead and ruined, something sad, 31 in Lazard's long trips abroad all by himself. Add to that the fact that Lazard is Milner's benefactor, and however careful the noble, cultured man is about toning down any echo of disparity in the relationship, it is still there, reinforcing the superiority of the solitary one and increasing the distance. Because all the details in Part 2 are weighted with significance, it could occur to me to cite particular ones. Only one single line 32 by Lazard grated on me at least, because I did not think it consistent of Lazard to say this to a lady. The statement may be altogether true, but the dubious aspect is its relation to the speaker and speaker's situation. I now have come to the final section and face the problem the author has posed for a critic by his own suggestion of supplying a criticism. I wish the author had not done it. I certainly do not say that on my own account, for in another sense it would be to my advantage to accept the clues offered, but nevertheless I will not copy them and pass them off as my own criticisms. But in my opinion the book has been harmed by this preface, too precisely because it can prompt rash and impulsive people and loose tongues to say, is that all? After all, the whole thing can be said on one page. It is certainly true that what a gossip or a sassy, naughty child says makes no difference whatsoever, but when it concerns a book by a reputable, distinguished, and established literary figure, something else is manifestly more desirable, something which we, who perhaps are too accustomed to malice, almost forget, that the gossip or the naughty child should simply have kept quiet. Something that may be insignificant if it happens to others proves to be all out of proportion when it happens to a person of importance, and what is tolerable when it happens to oneself distresses one when it happens to a man of distinction. When a person is wearing rubbers because of the muddy roads, he cheerfully takes his chances, but when the same person sees a young girl, for example, who has solved the problem by walking a rather long way from her home without getting muddy at all and blissfully conscious of this trips merrily along, and then along comes a boor who in passing splashes her with mud, the person wearing rubbers is distressed. It seems to him to be an injustice on the part of life to pile up incongruities simultaneously. It depresses him that the street is for everybody instead of everybody's going out of his way for the young girl, and in Danish literature at present there is no right of way and no police whatsoever. WHQ at least could keep the street corner loafers and porters and louts off the sidewalk. The issue here is not an ethical philosophical evaluation of its justification but the consequences in which its concept is reflected, and the task is to suggest them only in a general way, corresponding to the details of the author's fictional presentation. The age of revolution is essentially passionate, and therefore it essentially has form. Even the most vehement expression of an essential passion for eo ipso has form. 5 For this is the expression itself, and therefore also has in its form an apology, an element of reconciliation. Only for a completely external and indifferent dialectic is the form not the alter ego of content and thereby the content itself, but rather an irrelevant third something. For example, every letter that bears the mark of inwardness in the expression of an essential felt passion has eo ipso form. But whether the letter is folded formlessly could occupy only a totally external dialectic with the apparent importance of being a question of form. The age of revolution is essentially passionate and therefore essentially has culture. In other words, the tension and resilience of the inner being are the measure of essential culture. A maidservant genuinely in love is essentially cultured, a peasant with his mind passionately and powerfully made up is essentially cultured. Whereas there is only affectation, the pretense of form, in the external piecemeal training correlative with an interior emptiness, the flamboyant colors of swaggering weeds in contrast to the humble bowing of the blessed grain, the mechanical counting of the beat correlative with the lackluster of the dance, the painstaking decoration of the book binding correlative with the deficiency of the book. If the novel stresses the cultured in the first age, it does it also by an accidental addition, inasmuch as the age of revolution in Copenhagen is represented by an exceptional little band of exceptionally cultured Frenchmen. The age of revolution is essentially passionate, therefore it must be able to be violent, riotous, wild, ruthless toward everything but its idea, but precisely because it still has one motivation, it is less open to the charge of crudeness. However externally oriented his ambitions, the person who is essentially turned inward because he is essentially impassioned for an idea is never crude. A hurricane, an earthquake, the raging of the elements are not exactly what one calls damp, raw air. To define that, one might very well say, it is an uncomfortable lack of specific quality. So also in the world of individuals. If the essential passion is taken away, the one motivation, and everything becomes meaningless externality, devoid of character, then the spring of ideality stops flowing and life together becomes stagnant water. This is crudeness. Purely dialectically the relations are as follows, and let us think them through dialectically without considering any specific age. When individuals, each one individually, are essentially and passionately related to an idea 6 and together are essentially related to the same idea, the relation is optimal and normative. 7 Individually the relation separates them, each one has himself for himself, and ideally it unites them. Where there is essential inwardness, there is a decent modesty between man and man that prevents crude aggressiveness, in the relation of unanimity to the idea there is the elevation that again in consideration of the whole forgets the accidentality of details. Thus the individuals never come too close to each other in the herd sense, 8 simply because they are united on the basis of an ideal distance. The unanimity of separation is indeed fully orchestrated music. On the other hand, if individuals relate to an idea merely en masse, consequently without the individual separation of inwardness, we get violence, anarchy, riotousness, but if there is no idea for the individuals en masse and no individually separating essential inwardness, either, then we have crudeness. The harmony of the spheres is the unity of each planet relating to itself and to the whole. Take away the relations, and there will be chaos. But in the world of individuals the relation is not the only constituting factor and therefore there are 2 forms. Remove the relation to oneself, and we have the tumultuous self-relating of the mass to an idea, but remove this as well, and we have crudeness. Then people shove and press and rub against each other in pointless externality, for there is no deep inward decency that decorously distances the one from the other, thus there is turmoil and commotion that ends in nothing. No one has anything for himself, and united they possess nothing, either, so they become troublesome and wrangle. Then it is not even the gay and lively songs of conviviality that unite friends, then it is not the dithyrambic songs of revolt that collect the crowds, then it is not the sublime rhythms of religious fervour that under divine supervision muster the countless generations to review before the heavenly hosts. No, then gossip and rumour and specious importance and apathetic envy become a surrogate for each and all. Individuals do not in inwardness turn away from each other, do not turn outward in unanimity for an idea, but mutually turn to each other in a frustrating and suspicious, aggressive, levelling reciprocity. The avenue of the idea is blocked off, individuals mutually thwart and contravene each other, then selfish and mutual reflexive opposition is like a swamp and now they are sitting in it. Instead of joy there is a kind of snivelling discontent, instead of sorrow a kind of sullen, dogged tenaciousness, instead of enthusiasm the garrulous common sense of experience. But it is one thing to save one's life by the enchantment of storytelling as in 1001 Nights, it is something else again to shut oneself out from the enchantment of enthusiasm over an idea. And the rebirth of passion by talkativeness. Suppose that such an age has invented the swiftest means of transportation and communication, has unlimited combined financial resources. How ironic that the velocity of the transportation system and the speed of communication stand in an inverse relationship to the dilatoriness of irresolution. The shrewd superiority that boasts of not letting itself be carried away, which generally may be all right if one is sitting in a swamp, is a rather plebeian invention. The age of revolution is essentially passionate and therefore also has a concept of propriety. It may well be that it has a false concept of propriety, but it does not lack the concept. It might be supposed that propriety is a category of the understanding, yet it is anything but that. The distinction is something akin to the difference between prose and poetry. One might suppose that the lyric would be really free and easy, and yet it is precisely the lyric that is disciplined and exacting language, and the stanza itself is not a creation of a narrowing understanding but on the contrary is the lyric's own happy invention. So also with propriety. It is feelings and passion's own invention, and just as prose is unconstrained language, so also prosiness is unconstrained that does not know propriety. It is not the lack of discipline that produces terrible prosiness but instead a dismal lack of character. Fundamentally, essential passion is its own guarantee that there is something sacred, and this gives rise to the determinant propriety. When passion is essentially present in the pagan, even his idolatry is not devoid of devoutness, although he has a false concept, he has the idea that one should fear God. 9. But prosiness lacks the concept. Thus when a revolutionary age tolerates a relation to a married woman, it has an idea of propriety despite its false concept. The permissibility of the relation, reflected in its impermissibility, is therefore expressed by the requirement of propriety that it be concealed. This concealment in turn indicates that the relation, essentially one of passion under the seal of silence, gratifies the two. Take away the passion and the propriety also disappears, then presumably the relation will not develop, but there is talk about it. Thus even if the age of revolution wanted to abolish marriage, it did not abolish falling in love, and for the very reason that where there is an essential passion there is also a propriety. The age of revolution is essentially passionate and therefore has immediacy. Its immediacy, however, is not the first immediacy, and in the highest sense it is not the final immediacy, 10 either, it is an immediacy of reaction and to that extent is provisional. This is crucial with respect to the constancy of this passion. In life it may well be that multiplicity remains true to itself until the end, but seen in the context of the idea it must end with the single individual's becoming untrue to himself, because it is a provisional idea. From the standpoint of the idea, a person finds definitive rest only in the highest idea, which is the religious. 11. But it may well be that many remain true to themselves in the provisional * all their lives. The immediacy of the age of revolution is a restoring of natural relationships in contrast to a fossilized formalism which, by having lost the originality of the ethical, has become a dessicat ruin, a narrow-hearted custom and practice. Simply as reaction it can be transformed by one single deviation into untruth, which in an accidental way accentuates the polemical, as would be the case if the point were reached that erotic love is erotic love only when it is adultery. In the novel the reactionary immediacy of the age of revolution is captured in the reflection in domestic life. It is reflected in the relation between Mrs. Waller and Allund, in the relation between father and son, Councillor Waller and Ferdinand Waller, it is reflected in the political views voiced in conversations. In the relation between father and son, reactionary immediacy wants to do away with the inexplicables of piety and make nature the only determinant, thus dependency should be abolished on coming to maturity and parents and children should be equals and friends. In fact this idea, yes, even the idea of freedom and equality, is not without form as long as the idea itself is the essential truth inspiring the enthusiast, for then the inwardness is not abolished. When the religious idea inspires the Moravian brethren to express equality by being brothers and sisters, this is not formlessness at all, for uniformity is the essential form, nor is it an empty abstraction as long as inwardness is implicit. Formlessness is simply absence of content. For example, if a woman in a fit of boredom got the notion of dolling herself up and dressing in all her finery, this would be formlessness for the simple reason that there would be no idea behind it. The naked Archimedes 12 is adorned with joy over his discovery and is therefore essentially dressed. This must be borne in mind especially in our day when, for example, a formal skill is in the process of becoming formless simply because nothing has essential meaning, everything has so little meaning. The age of revolution is essentially passionate, therefore it is essentially revelation, revelation by a manifestation of energy that unquestionably is a definite something and does not deceptively change under the influence of conjectural criticism concerning what the age really wants. The age of revolution is essentially passionate, therefore it has not nullified the principle of contradiction 13 and can become either good or evil, and whichever way is chosen, the impetus of passion is such that the trace of an action marking its progress or its taking a wrong direction must be perceptible. It is obliged to make a decision, but this again is the saving factor, for decision is the little magic word that existence respects. If, however, the individual refuses to act, existence cannot help. To be like that King Agrippa, 14 not far from believing or acting, is the most enervating state imaginable if one remains in it very long. Claudine goes astray. Her decision is stamped by the impetus of passion, but this again supports her. Her fullness of pathos makes her fall, but it also strengthens her again. Thus an age that is very reflective cannot for that reason be summarily accused of being powerless, for it perhaps has great power, but it goes to waste in the fruitlessness of reflection. It does not take nearly as much effort to achieve something with the support of an illusion 15 as it does when all illusions are lost. And just as scurvy is cured by green vegetables, so a person worn out in reflection perhaps does not need strength as much as a little illusion. It is not uncommon to hear a man who has become confused about what he should do in a particular situation complain about the unique nature of the situation, thinking that he could easily act if the situation were a great event with only one either/or. This is a mistake and a hallucination of the understanding. There is no such situation. The presence of the crucial either/or depends upon the individual's own impassioned desire directed toward acting decisively, upon the individual's own intrinsic competence, and therefore a competent man covets an either/or in every situation because he does not want anything more. But as soon as the individual no longer has essential enthusiasm in his passion but is spoiled by letting his understanding frustrate him every time he is going to act, he never in his life discovers the disjunction. And even if his penetrating, resourceful understanding is adequate for managing an entire household, he still has not had an understanding of his life in advance or in the moment of action, and it cannot be understood afterwards, either, because the action essentially did not take place, and the coherence of his life became a garrulous continuation or a continued garrulity, a participial or infinitive phrase in which the subject must be understood or, more correctly, cannot be located at all because, as the grammarians say, the meaning does not make it clear for the simple reason that it lacks meaning. The whole thing becomes a flux, a blend of a little resolution in a little situation, a little prudence and a little courage, a little probability and a little faith, a little action and a little incident. Anyone who has made the fraudulent trade of getting abnormally good sense by losing the capacity to will and the passion to act is very inclined to stiffen his spinelessness with various and sundry pre-deliberations that feel their way ahead and various and sundry post-mortem reinterpretations of what happened. Compared to this, an action is a brief something and apparently a poor something, yet it is in fact a definite something. The other is more splendid, but for all that it is a splendid shabbiness. A Roman emperor sitting at the table surrounded by his bodyguard is a magnificent sight, but when the reason is fear, the magnificence pales. So also when the individual does not dare stand taciturnly by his word, does not stand freely and confidently on the pedestal of a conscious act, but is surrounded by a host of deliberations before and after that render him incapable of getting his eye on the action. Just as an oldster supportively puts his hand on the small of his back and leans on a cane, so also abnormal common sense uses reflection in advance as a crutch and comes to its own aid afterwards with reinterpretive reflection. And why? Simply because it did not eventuate in action. Instead of bringing forth the child of a god, the silent, taciturn decision, the generation gives birth to a changeling of the understanding that has things at its fingertips. The present age. Again, the task here, as I see it, in critical service to the novel, is to advance in a more general observation the specific elements that the author has depicted with literary skill. 16. The present age is essentially a sensible, reflecting 11 age, day. Void of passion, flaring up in superficial, short-lived enthusiasm and prudentially relaxing in indolence. If we had statistics on the use of prudence from generation to generation as we have them on the consumption of liquor, we would be amazed to see the enormous quantity used these days. What a quantity of weighing and deliberating and considering even a small non-official family uses although it has ample income, what a quantity even children and young people use, for just as the children's crusade symbolizes the Middle Ages, so the shrewdness of children symbolizes ours. I wonder if there is a person anymore who ever makes just one big stupid blunder. Not even a suicide these days does away with himself in desperation but deliberates on this step so long and so sensibly that he is strangled by calculation, making it a moot point whether or not he can really be called a suicide, inasmuch as it was in fact the deliberating that took his life. A premeditated suicide he was not, but rather a suicide by means of premeditation. Therefore it would be extremely difficult to be a prosecuting attorney against an age such as this, because the whole generation is expert on legal matters, and its competence, its sensibleness, its technical skill consist in letting matters reach a verdict and decision without ever acting. If we say of a revolutionary age that it goes astray, then we must say of the present age that it is going badly. The individual and the generation are continually contradicting themselves and each other, and therefore it would be impossible for a prosecuting attorney to establish any fact, because there is none. From the abundance of circumstantial evidence, one might conclude either that something extraordinary had happened or is about to happen. But that would be a wrong conclusion, for circumstantial evidence is the present age's only attempt at a show of strength, and its inventiveness and technical skill in contriving spellbinding mirages and the rashness of its flares of enthusiasm employing the misleading shortcuts of proposed formal changes rate just as high in calculating shrewdness and negative use of power as does the energetic and creative passion in the performance of the age of revolution. Exhausted by its chimerical exertions, the present age then relaxes temporarily in complete indolence. Its condition is like that of the stay-abed in the morning who has big dreams, then torpor, followed by a witty or ingenious inspiration to excuse staying in bed. The single individual, however well-intentioned many of them are, however much energy they might have if they could ever come to use it, has not fomented enough passion in himself to tear himself out of the web of reflection and the seductive ambiguity of reflection. The environment, the contemporary age, has neither events nor integrated passion but in a negative unity creates a reflective opposition that toys for a moment with the unreal prospect and then resorts to the brilliant equivocation that the smartest thing has been done, after all, by doing nothing. Vis inertia? The force of inertia is at the bottom of the age's tergiversation. 18 And every passive do-nothing congratulates himself on being the original inventor and becomes even more clever. Just as weapons were freely distributed in the age of revolution and the insignia of the enterprise was conferred publicly during the Crusades, 19 So today we are everywhere lavishly regaled with pragmatic rules, a calculus of considerations, etc. If a whole generation could be presumed to have the diplomatic task of procrastinating and of continually frustrating any action and yet make it seem as if something were happening, then we cannot deny that our age is performing just as amazingly as the age of revolution. If someone were to make an experiment and forget all he knows about the age and the plain fact of its habitual and excessive relativity, if he were to come as if from another world and were to read some books, an article in the paper, or merely talk with a passer-by, he would get the impression, by Jove, something is going to happen this very night or something must have happened the night before last. 20 In contrast to the age of revolution, which took action, the present age is an age of publicity, the age of miscellaneous announcements. Nothing happens but still there is instant publicity. An insurrection in this day and age is utterly unimaginable. Such a manifestation of power would seem ridiculous to the calculating sensibleness of the age. However, a political virtuoso might be able to perform an amazing tour de force of quite another kind. He would issue invitations to a general meeting for the purpose of deciding on a revolution, wording the invitation so cautiously that even the censor would have to let it pass. On the evening of the meeting, he would so skillfully create the illusion that they had made a revolution that everyone would go home quietly, having passed a very pleasant evening. Acquiring a profound and capacious learning would be practically unthinkable for young people today, they would consider it ludicrous. A scientific virtuoso, however, would be able to negotiate a radically different tour de force. He would casually outline a few features of a comprehensive system and do it in such a way that the reader, of the prospectus, would get the impression that he had already read the system. 21 The age of the encyclopedists, the men who indefatigably wrote folios, is over. Now it is the turn of the lightly equipped encyclopedists who dispose of the whole of existence and all the sciences en passant. A penetrating religious renunciation of the world and what is of the world, 12 adhered to in daily self-denial, would be inconceivable to the youth of our day. Every second theological graduate, however, has enough virtuosity to do something far more marvelous. He is able to found a social institution with no less a goal than to save all who are lost. The age of great and good actions is past, the present age is the age of anticipation. No one is willing to be satisfied with doing something specific, everyone wants to luxuriate in the daydream that he at least may discover a new part of the world. Ours is an age of anticipation, even appreciative acknowledgement is accepted in advance. Just like a young man who, having resolved to study earnestly for his exams after September 1st, fortifies himself for it by taking a vacation in the month of August, so the present generation, and this is much more difficult to understand, seems to have determined in earnest that the next generation must attend to the work in earnest, and in order not to frustrate or deter them in any way, the present generation attends banquets. But there is a difference. The young man understands that his enterprises are rash and reckless, the present age is sober and serious even at banquets. Action and decision are just as scarce these days as is the fun of swimming dangerously for those who swim in shallow water. Just as an adult, himself reveling in the tossing waves, calls to those younger, "Come on out, just jump in quickly." Just so does decision lie in existence, so to speak, although, of course, it is in the individual, and shouts to the youth who is not yet enervated by too much reflection and overwhelmed by the delusions of reflection, "Come on out, jump in boldly even if it is a rash leap." 23 If only it is decisive, and if you have the makings of a man, the danger and life's severe judgment upon your recklessness will help you to become one. If the treasure every one covets lies far out on a very thin crust of ice, guarded by the great danger to anyone venturing so far out, whereas, let us assume this oddity which after all is odd only in the illustration, closer to shore the ice is thick and solid in a passionate age, the crowd would loudly cheer the bold, brave person who skates out on the thin ice. They would shudder for him and with him in his perilous decision, would grieve for him if he meets his death, and would idealize him if he gets the treasure. The situation would be entirely different in a reflective age devoid of passion. In mutual recognition of shared prudence, they would sensibly agree that it certainly would not be worth the trouble to skate out on such thin ice. In fact, it would be foolish and ridiculous. Then an inspired venture would be transformed into an acrobatic stunt in order to do something, for something has to be done. They would go out and from their safe vantage point appraise with the air of connoisseurs the expert skater who can skate almost to the very edge, that is, as far out as the ice is still safe and just short off being dangerous, and then tum back. One of the skaters would be exceptionally skilled, and he would even be able to perform the stunt of making one seemingly hazardous swoop right at the very edge, causing the spectators to shout, "Ye gods, he is crazy, he is risking his life." But you see, he is so exceptionally skillful that he can make a sharp turn precisely at the extreme edge, that is, where the ice is still completely safe and still short of being dangerous. Just as at the theatre, the crowd would shout bravo and acclaim him and then carry their heroic performer home on their shoulders and honor him with a sumptuous banquet. Common sense would become so predominant that it would change the task itself into an unreal stunt and actuality into a theatre. At the banquet in the evening, the admiration would resound. But whereas what usually happens where admiration is authentic is that the admirer is inspired by the thought of being a man just like the distinguished person, is humbled by the awareness of not having been able to accomplish this great thing himself, is ethically encouraged by the prototype to follow this exceptional man's example to the best of his ability, here again practical common sense would alter the pattern of admiration. Even at the giddy height of the fanfare and the volley of hurrahs, the celebrators at the banquet would have a shrewd and practical understanding that their hero's exploit was not all that good, that when all was said and done the parties being held for him was fortuit, since any one of the participants could have done almost the same thing with some practice in tricky turns. In short, instead of being stimulated to being discriminating and encouraged to do the good by this festival of admiration, the celebrators would rather go home more disposed than ever to the most dangerous but also the most aristocratic of all diseases, to admire socially what one personally regards as trivial, because the whole thing had become a theatrical joke, and the spirited toasts of admiration had become the secret understanding that they could almost just as well be admiring themselves. Or if a man has finally placed himself at the head of an inspired undertaking and collected a group of followers, something that is easily done, for there is always a connection between flashes of enthusiasm and prudential apathy, if he now sets out at the head of this band, singing songs of victory until he approaches decision and danger, then when he turns around to speak an inspiring word to the crowd, the whole scene would be changed. The participants would shrewdly transform themselves into a crowd of spectators who with the enormous smugness of shrewdness would pretend that they were the ones who cunningly and ironically led him on to this high enthusiasm and now have come to look at him and laugh at him. In mutual acknowledgement, all of them would be infinitely more self-satisfied with this uncommon prudence than with any achievement. To the mind of shrewdness, it would be brilliant. Not a single word would be heard about instability, cowardice, no, they would plume themselves on the brilliant delusion of shrewdness and thus make their healing more difficult. Then perhaps the leader also would lose courage and the whole undertaking would become as demoralizing as possible, because it would become a pseudo-movement and an incentive to cowardly conceit. That a person stands or falls on his actions is becoming obsolete. Instead, everybody sits around and does a brilliant job of bungling through with the aid of some reflection and also by declaring that they all know very well what has to be done. But what people two by two in conversation, what individuals as readers or as participants in a general assembly understand brilliantly in the form of reflection and observation, they would be utterly unable to understand in the form of action. If someone went around listening to what others said ought to be done and then with a sense of irony, mere nix rmddir nix r without so much as asking leave, did something about it, everybody would be taken aback, would find it rash. And as soon as they started thinking and conversing about it, they would realize that it was just what should have been done. 24. The present age with its flashes of enthusiasm alternating with apathetic indolence, which at most likes to joke, comes very close to being comical, but anyone who understands the comic readily sees that the comic does not consist at all in what the present age imagines it does, and that satire in our day, if it is to be at all beneficial and not cause irreparable harm, must have the resource of a consistent and well-grounded ethical view, a sacrificial unselfishness, and a high-born nobility that renounce the moment, otherwise the medicine becomes infinitely and incomparably worse than the sickness. What is really comical is that such an age even aspires to be witty and make a big splash in the comic, for that is certainly the ultimate and most phantasmagoric escape. In terms of the comic, what is there to flout, anyway, for an age played out in reflection? As an age without passion, it has no assets of feeling in the erotic, no assets of enthusiasm and inwardness in politics and religion, no assets of domesticity, piety, and appreciation in daily light and social life. But existence mocks the wittiness that possesses no assets, even though the populace laughs shrilly. To aspire to wittiness without possessing the wealth of inwardness is like wanting to be prodigal on luxuries and to dispense with the necessities of life. As the proverb puts it, it is selling one's trousers and buying a wig. But an age without passion possesses no assets, everything becomes, as it were, transactions in paper money. Ser. Tane phrases and observations circulate among the people, partly true and sensible, yet devoid of vitality, but there is no hero, no lover, no thinker, no knight of faith, no great humanitarian, no person in despair to vouch for their validity by having primitively experienced them. Just as in our business transactions we long to hear the ring of real coins after the whisper of paper money, so we today long for a little primitivity. But what is more primitive than wit, more primitive, at least more amazing, than even the first spring bud and the first delicate blade of grass? Yes, even if spring were to come according to a prior arrangement, it would still be spring, but a witticism by prior arrangement would be an abomination. Suppose, then, that as a relief from the feverishness of flaring enthusiasm a point were reached where wit, that divine happening, that bonus given by divine cue from the enigmatic origins of the inexplicable, so that not even the wittiest person who ever lived would dare to say, tomorrow, but would devoutly say, God willing. 25. Suppose that wit were changed to its most trite and hackneyed opposite, a trifling necessity off life, so that it would become a profitable industry to fabricate and make up and renovate and buy up in bulk old and new witticisms. What a frightful epigram on the witty age! So ultimately the object of desire is money, but it is in fact token money, an abstraction. 26. A young man today would scarcely envy another his capacities or his skill or the love of a beautiful girl or his fame, no, but he would envy him his money. Give me money, the young man will say, and I will be all right. And the young man will not do anything rash, he will not do anything he has to repent of, he will not have anything for which to reproach himself, but he will die in the illusion that if he had had money, then he would have lived, then he certainly would have done something great. Consider the novel. An infatuated young man, Ferdinand Bergland, is in love, but his prudence and reflection contravene and the decision is negative. In the present age not even the spontaneity of erotic love is as carefree as the lily of the field and in the lover's eyes more glorious than Solomon in all his glory. 27. An erotic criticism and a discouraged common sense skew his freedom from care and falsify his values, and the divine splendor of the religious cannot come to assist unto the highest. A lover abandons his beloved out of fear of financial difficulties. How different in the age of revolution, when Lazard thoughtlessly, almost carefreely, abandons the disgraced girl, leaving all the worries to her. It is to Claudine's credit that she sees the task through, lives on practically nothing, does not think about her financial difficulties but only about Lazard. But still the matter did come to a decision, and the urge to decision is precisely what reflection dispels or wants to dispel, and as a result the individual suffers from dyspeptic, abnormal common sense. Decisiveness in life tries in vain to snare the individual, but the benediction upon the moment of decision waits in vain. Although we deceive ourselves, we know clever ways of avoiding decision, and if this keeps on for a long time, we finally are captured. We are like girls who have been engaged for too long a time, which is rarely propitious for a marriage. After these broad considerations, it is appropriate and also in disinterested service to the novel to move from a comparison with the revolutionary age to an analysis of the present age in terms of the dialectical category qualifications and their implications, regardless of their being factually present at the given moment or not. Incidentally, the question of which age is the better one, the more significant, does not enter into the novel itself, a model, I must say, or into this review, imitating the novel, subordinate to it, and in its service. The question is only about the how of the age, and this how is reached through a more universal view, the final consequences of which are arrived at by a conclusion of posse ad esse from possibility to actuality and verified by observation and experience of esse ad posse from actuality to possibility. 28. With respect to significance, it certainly is possible that the task of reflection posed to the present age will account for itself in a higher existence form. With respect to goodness, the person who is enmeshed in reflection certainly can be just as well-intentioned as the passionate, resolute person, and conversely, the man who goes astray in passion may have just as good an excuse as the person who shrewdly realizes that he is letting himself be deceived by reflection even though his fault never becomes obvious. Another danger in reflection is the impossibility of seeing whether it is a resolution reached by deliberation that saves a person from doing evil or whether it is fatigue brought on by deliberation that weakens one and prevents one from doing evil. But one thing is sure, reflection, like knowledge, increases sorrow. 29. And beyond a doubt there is no task and effort more difficult for the individual as well as for the whole generation than to extricate oneself from the temptations of reflection, simply because they are so dialectical, because one single clever fabrication is able to give the matter a sudden new turn, because reflection is able at any moment to reinterpret and allow one to escape somewhere, because even in the final moment of reflective decision it is possible to do it all over again after enduring far more strain than any resolute person needs in order to be in the thick of things. But all this is still only reflection's excuse, and the position in reflection is unaltered because it is altered only in reflection. Even if the present age is wronged somehow by being compared to a concluded age, inasmuch as the present age is involved in the difficulty of becoming, this is still only in the sphere of reflection, and for that reason it also does have the uncertainty of hope. A passionate, tumultuous age wants to overthrow everything, set aside everything. An age that is revolutionary but also reflecting and devoid of passion changes the expression of power into a dialectical tour de force. It lets everything remain but subtly drains the meaning out of it, rather than culminating in an uprising. It exhausts the inner actuality of relations in a tension of recollection. 30. That lets everything remain and yet has transformed the whole of existence into an equivocation that in its facticity is while entirely privatissime a dialectical fraud. Interpolates a secret way of reading that it is not. Morality is character, character is something engraved fx.apao. 31. But the sea has no character, nor does sand, nor abstract common sense, either, for character is inwardness. As energy, immorality is also character. But it is equivocation to be neither one nor the other, and it is existential equivocation when the qualitative disjunction 3-2 of the qualities is impaired by a gnawing reflection. An uprising motivated by passion is elemental, A disintegration motivated by equivocation is a quiet but busy. So writes 33 going on day and night. The distinction between good and evil is enervated by a loose, supercilious, theoretical acquaintance with evil, by an overbearing shrewdness which knows that the good is not appreciated or rewarded in the world, and thus it practically becomes stupidity. No one is carried away to great exploits by the good, no one is rushed into outrageous sin by evil, the one is just as good as the other, and yet for that very reason there is all the more to gossip about, for ambiguity and equivocation are titillating and stimulating and have many more words than are possessed by joy over the good and the loathing of evil. 34. The coiled springs of life relationships, which are what? They are only because of qualitatively distinguishing passion, lose their resilience. The qualitative expression of difference between opposites is no longer the law for the relation of inwardness to each other in the relation. 35. Inwardness is lacking, and to that extent the relation does not exist, or the relation is an inert cohesion. The negative law is, they cannot do without each other and they cannot stay together. The positive law, they can do without each other and they can stay together, or more positively, they cannot do without each other because of the mutual bond. Instead of the relation of inwardness another relation supervenes, the opposites do not relate to each other but stand, as it were, and carefully watch each other, and this tension is actually the termination of the relation. This is not the cheerful, confident admiration, quick with words of appreciation, that tips its hat to distinction and now is shocked by its pride and arrogance, neither is it the opposite relation. By no means admiration and distinction practically become a couple of courteous peers keeping a careful eye on each other. This is not the loyal citizen who cheerfully does homage to his king and now is embittered by his tyranny. Not at all. To be a citizen has come to mean something else, it means to be an outsider. The citizen does not relate himself in the relation but is a spectator computing the problem, the relation of a subject to his king, for there is a period when committee after committee is set up, as long as there still are people who in full passion want to be, each individually, the specific person he is supposed to be, but it all finally ends with the whole age becoming a committee. This is not the father who indignantly concentrates his fatherly authority in one single curse, or the son who defies a rift that could still perhaps end in the inwardness of reconciliation. No, the relation as such is impeccable, for it is on its last legs inasmuch as they do not essentially relate to each other in the relation, but the relation itself has become a problem in which the parties like rivals in a game watch each other instead of relating to each other, and count, as it is said, each other's verbal avowals of relation as a substitute for resolute mutual giving in the relation. There is a period when more and more may renounce the modest but yet so satisfying and God-pleasing tasks of the more quiet life in order to implement something higher, in order to think over the relations in a higher relation, but finally the whole generation becomes a representation which represents. Well, there is no saying whom which thinks over the relation. Well, it is hard to say for whose sake. This is not an insubordinate adolescent who still quivers and quakes before his schoolmaster. No, the relation is rather a certain uniformity in mutual exchange between teacher and pupil on how a good school should be run. Going to school does not mean quivering and quaking, but neither does it mean simply and solely learning, but means being more or less interested in the problem of education. The relation of distinction between men and women is not violated in presumptuous licentiousness. By no means decorum is observed in such a way that it may always be said of a particular instance of innocent borderline philandering, it is just a trifle. What should such a relation be called? Attention, I think. But not, please note, attention that strains every nerve to the point of denouement, but attention that enervates life. Gone are the fervor, enthusiasm, and inwardness that make the links of dependency and the crown of rule light, that make the child's obedience and the father's authority happy, that make the deference of admiration and the elevation of distinction frank and cheerful, that give the teacher valid significance and thus give the pupil opportunity to learn, that unite the frailty of the woman and the strength of the man in the equal intensity of devotedness. The relation does still remain, but it lacks the resilience to concentrate itself in inwardness so as to be united harmoniously. The relations do manifest themselves as present, and yet as absent, but not completely, rather in a sort of slouching, semi-somnolent non-cessation. Allow me to illustrate very simply what I mean. I once visited a family with a grandfather clock that for some reason or other was out of order. But the trouble did not show up in a sudden slackness of the spring or the breaking of a chain or a failure to strike. On the contrary, it went on striking, but in a curious, abstractly normal, but nevertheless confusing way. It did not strike 12 strokes at 12 o'clock and then once at 1 o'clock, but only once at regular intervals. It went on striking this way all day and never once gave the hour. So it is in an enervating tension, the relations remain, but in a state of abstract non-cessation that prevents the breakdown. There are some signs that may be called manifestations of the relations, and yet the relations are not only indicated imprecisely but meaninglessly. 36. The soporific is the continuance of the relations, their facticity. The danger is that precisely this encourages the subtle gnawing of reflection. Force can be used against rebellion, punishment awaits demonstrable counterfeiting, but dialectical secretiveness is difficult to root out. It takes relatively more acute ears to track down the muffled steps of reflection stealing down the furtive corridors of ambiguity and equivocation. The established order continues to stand, but since it is equivocal and ambiguous, passionless reflection is reassured. We do not want to abolish the monarchy, by no means, but if little by little we could get it transformed into make-believe, we would gladly shout hurrah for the king. We do not want to topple eminence, by no means, but if simultaneously we could spread the notion that it is all make-believe, we would approve and admire. In the same way we are willing to keep Christian terminology but privately know that nothing decisive is supposed to be meant by it. And we will not be repentant, for after all we are not demolishing anything. We do not want a powerful king any more than we want a liberator or a religious authority. 37. No, quite harmlessly and inoffensively we allow the established order to go on, but in a reflective knowledge we are more or less aware of its non-existence. We take pride in the fancy that this is irony, oblivious to the fact that in an era of negativity the authentic ironist is the hidden enthusiast, just as the hero is the manifest enthusiast in a positive era, that the authentic ironist is self-sacrificing, for, after all, that Grand Master of Irony 38 ended by being punished with death. Ultimately the tension of reflection establishes itself as a principle, and just as enthusiasm is the unifying principle in a passionate age, so envy becomes the negatively unifying principle in a passionless and very reflective age. This must not promptly be interpreted ethically, as an accusation. No, reflection's idea, if it may be called that, is envy, and the envy is therefore two-sided, a selfishness in the individual and then again the selfishness of associates toward him. Reflection's envy in the individual frustrates an impassioned decision on his part, and if he is on the verge of decision, the reflective opposition of his associates stops him. Reflection's envy holds the will and energy in a kind of captivity. The individual must first of all break out of the prison in which his own reflection holds him, and if he succeeds, he still does not stand in the open but in the vast penitentiary built by the reflection of his associates, and to this he is again related through the reflection relation in himself, and this can be broken only by religious inwardness, however much he sees through the falseness of the relation. But the fact that reflection is holding the individual and the age in a prison, the fact that it is reflection that does it and not tyrants and secret police, not the clergy and the aristocracy, reflection does everything in its power to thwart this discernment and maintains the flattering notion that the possibilities which reflection offers are much more magnificent than a paltry decision. In the form of desire, selfish envy demands too much of the individual himself and thereby frustrates him, it coddles and spoils him just as a weak mother's preferential love coddles and spoils, for his own envy prevents him from sacrificing himself. The envy of his associates, in which the individual himself participates towards others, is envious in the negatively critical sense. But the longer this goes on, the more reflection's envy will turn into ethical envy. Entrapped air always becomes noxious, and the entrapment of reflection with no ventilating action or event develops censorious envy. While one's better energies are pitted against each other in a tension of reflection, meanness comes to the surface, its effrontery makes more or less an impression of power, and its contemptibility gives it a protected position of privilege simply because as such it avoids the attention of envy. Moreover, the inability to stay continuously at peak level and keep on admiring is deeply rooted in human nature, which requires a variation. That is why even the most inspired age insists on joking enviously about excellence. That is quite all right if, after making sport of excellence, it once again views excellence with admiration and is able to regard it as unaltered, for otherwise it will have lost more by joking than the joke was worth. In this way envy can gain a free hand even in an inspired age. Yes, even a less inspired age, if it still has the power to endow envy with character and is aware of what expressing it means, can have its own, albeit perilous, significance. For example, in Greece ostracism was an expression of envy, a kind of balancing self-defense against excellence. It was practiced but in the full awareness of its dialectical implications, that ostracism was a mark of excellence. Therefore, in representing an earlier era in Greece, it would be ironically in the spirit of Aristophanes to have an utterly insignificant man be exiled by ostracism. 39. This irony would be even higher comedy than, for example, ironically elevating a nobody like that to the position of ruler, simply because exile by ostracism is already the negative manifestation of excellence. Therefore it would in turn be even higher ironical comedy to have it end with the people recalling the banished one because they could not get along without him, which of course would be a total enigma to the people with whom he lived in exile, since they naturally had been unable to find any excellence in him at all. In the Nights, 40 Aristophanes portrays the ultimate state of decay. Just as the Dalai Lama's excrement is reverenced, the rabble ends by adoring the dregs of society, the first to come along, the best, or adoringly seeing itself in them, a situation that in its degeneracy corresponds to a democracy's decision to put imperial dignity up for auction. But if the envy still has character, ostracism is a negative honor. The man who told Aristides that he was voting to banish him, because he was tired of hearing him everywhere called the only just man, 41 actually did not deny Aristides' excellence but confessed something about himself, that his relation to this excellence was not the happy infatuation of admiration but the unhappy infatuation of envy, but he did not minimize that excellence. But the more reflection becomes dominant and develops indolence, the more dangerous envy becomes, because it no longer has the character to come to a self-awareness of its own significance. Lacking that character, it relates to events in equivocating cowardice and vacillation and reinterprets the same thing in all sorts of ways, wants it to be taken as a joke, and when that apparently miscarries, wants it to be taken as an insult, and if that miscarries, claims that nothing was meant at all, that it is supposed to be a witticism, and if that miscarries, explains that it was not meant to be that either, that it was ethical satire, which in fact ought to be of some concern to people. And if that miscarries, says that it is nothing anyone should pay any attention to. Envy turns into the principle of characterlessness, slyly sneaking up out of disrepute to make something of itself but constantly covering up by conceding that it is nothing at all. Characterless envy does not understand that excellence is excellence, does not understand that it is itself a negative acknowledgement of excellence but wants to degrade it, minimize it, until it actually is no longer excellence, and envy takes as its object not only the excellence which is but that which is to come. Envy in the process of establishing itself takes the form of leveling, 42 and whereas a passionate age accelerates, raises up and overthrows, elevates and debases, a reflective apathetic age does the opposite, it stifles and impedes, it levels. Leveling is a quiet, mathematical, abstract enterprise that avoids all agitation. Although a flaring, short-lived enthusiasm might in discouragement wish for a calamity simply in order to have a sense of dynamic life forces, disturbance is of no more assistance to its successor, apathy, than it is to an engineer working with a surveyor's level. If an insurrection at its peak is so like a volcanic explosion that a person cannot hear himself speak, leveling at its peak is like a deathly stillness in which a person can hear himself breathe, a deathly stillness in which nothing can rise up but everything sinks down into it, impotent. A particular individual can take the lead in an insurrection, but no particular individual can take the lead in leveling, for then he would, after all, become the commander and escape the leveling. Particular individuals may contribute to leveling, each in his own little group, but leveling is an abstract power and is abstraction's victory over individuals. In modern times, leveling is reflection's correlative to fate in antiquity. The dialectic of antiquity was oriented to the eminent, the great individual, and then the crowd, one free man, and then the slaves. At present the dialectic of Christianity is oriented to representation. The majority perceive themselves in the representative and are liberated by the awareness that he is representing them in a kind of self-consciousness. The dialectic of the present age is oriented to equality, and its most logical implementation, albeit abortive, is leveling, the negative unity of the negative mutual reciprocity of individuals. Anyone can see that leveling has its profound importance in the ascendancy of the category generation over the category individuality. Whereas in antiquity the host of individuals existed, so to speak, in order to determine how much the excellent individual was worth, today the coinage standard has been changed so that about so and so many human beings uniformly make one individual, thus it is merely one a matter of getting the proper number 43 and then one has significance. In antiquity the individual in the crowd had no significance whatsoever, the man of excellence stood for them all. The trend today is in the direction of mathematical equality, so that in all classes about so and so many uniformly make one individual. The eminent personage dared to consider everything permissible, the individuals in the crowd nothing at all. Nowadays we understand that so and so many people make one individual, and in all consistency we compute numbers, we call it joining together, but that is a euphemism, in connection with the most trivial things. For no other reason than to implement a whim, we add a few together and do it, that is, we dare to do it. This is why eventually not even a very gifted person is able to liberate himself from reflection, for he soon realizes he is merely a fraction in something utterly trivial and misses the infinite liberation of the religious life. Even if a small group of people had the courage to meet death, we today would not say that each individual had the courage to do that, for what the individual fears more than death is reflection's judgment upon him, reflection's objection to his wanting to venture something as an individual. The individual does not belong to God, to himself, to the beloved, to his art, to his scholarship, no, just as a serf belongs to an estate, so the individual realizes that in every respect he belongs to an abstraction in which reflection subordinates him. If a group of people in our age could decide, each one individually, to give all his fortune to some good cause, it would not follow as a matter of course that the individual could decide to do it, and again not because he was irresolute about renouncing his fortune but because he feared the judgment of reflection much more than he feared poverty. If 10 persons could agree to affirm the full and unqualified validity of erotic love or, with no crippling considerations, the limited justification of enthusiasm, it would not therefore follow that each of the 10 would be able to do it, for they still would ambivalently love reflection's judgment even more than the rapture of love and the witnessing of enthusiasm with their spirit. 44 Therefore 10 would have to agree on something in which it is a contradiction to be more than one. The idolized positive principle of sociality in our age is the consuming, demoralizing principle that in the thraldom of reflection transforms even virtues into vicious splendid glittering vices. 45 And what is the basis of this other than a disregard for the separation of the religious individual before God in the responsibility of eternity? When dismay commences at this point, one seeks comfort in company, and thus reflection captures the individual for his whole life. And they who were not even aware of the beginning of this crisis automatically fall within the relation of reflection. Leveling is not the action of one individual but a reflection game in the hand of an abstract power. Just as one computes the diagonal in a parallelogram of forces, so also can the law of leveling be computed, for the individual who levels others is himself carried along, and so on. While the individual egotistically thinks he knows what he is doing, it must be said that they all know not what they do. 46 For just as inspired enthusiastic unanimity results in a something more that is not the individual's, a something more emerges here also. A demon that no individual can control is conjured up, and although the individual selfishly enjoys the abstraction during the brief moment of pleasure in the leveling, he is also underwriting his own downfall. The forward thrust of the enthusiast may end with his downfall, but the leveler's success is eo ipso his downfall. No period, no age, and therefore not the present one, either, can halt the skepticism of leveling, for the moment it wants to halt leveling, it will once again exemplify the law. It can be halted only if the individual, in individual separateness, gains the intrepidity of religiousness. I once witnessed a fight in which 3 men shamefully mistreated a 4th. The crowd watched with indignation, their hostile muttering began to spur them to action, some of the crowd converged on one of the assailants and threw him down, etc. The avengers thereby exemplified the same law as the assailants. If I may be permitted to interject my own incidental person, I will finish the story. I approached one of the avengers and attempted to explain dialectically the inconsistency of their behavior, but apparently it was quite impossible for him to engage in anything like that, and he merely repeated. He had it coming. Such a scoundrel deserves 3 against 1. This borders on the comic, especially for the person who did not witness the beginning and then heard one man say of the other that he, the lone man, was 3 against 1, and heard it the very moment when the opposite was the case when there were 3 against him. In the first situation there was the comedy of contradiction in the same sense as when the watchman said to a solitary person, "Please break it up. Disperse." The second situation had the comedy of self-contradiction. I gathered, however, that it was probably best for me to surrender all hope of ending this skepticism lest it be continued against me. No particular individual, the eminent personage by reason of excellence and the dialectic of fate, will be able to halt the abstraction of leveling, for it is a negatively superior force, and the age of heroes is past. No assemblage will be able to halt the abstraction of leveling, for in the context of reflection the assemblage itself is in the service of leveling. Not even national individuality will be able to halt it, for the abstraction of leveling is related to a higher negativity, pure humanity. The abstraction of leveling, this spontaneous combustion of the human race, produced by the friction that occurs when the separateness of individual inwardness in the religious life is omitted, will stay with us, as they say of a trade wind that consumes everything. Yet by means of it every individual, each one separately, may in turn be religiously educated, in the highest sense may be helped to acquire the essentiality of the religious by means of the examen rigorosum rigorous examination 47 of leveling. For the younger person, however firmly he adheres to what he admires as excellent, who realizes from the beginning that leveling is what the selfish individual and the selfish generation meant for evil, 48 but what also can be the point of departure for the highest life, 49 especially for the individual who in honesty before God wills it for him, it will be genuinely educative to live in an age of leveling. In the highest sense contemporaneity will develop him religiously as well as aesthetically and intellectually, because the comic will come to be radically evident. For it is extremely comic to see the particular individual classed under the infinite abstraction pure humanity without any middle term, since all the communal concretions of individuality that temper the comic by relativity and strengthen the relative pathos are annihilated. But this again expresses the fact that rescue comes only through the essentiality of the religious in the particular individual. He will be encouraged to realize that the single individual who is high-minded enough to want it may find access to it through this very error. But the leveling must go on, it has to, just as offense 50 must needs come into the world, but woe unto him by whom it comes. It is frequently said that a Reformation 51 has to begin with each person's reformation of himself, but it has not happened that way, for the idea of reformation has given rise to a hero, who very likely bought his license to be a hero very dearly from God. By directly joining up with him, a few individuals get what was dearly bought at a better price, yes, at a good price, but then they do not get the highest, either. But, like the sharp northeaster, the abstraction of leveling is a principle that forms no personal, intimate relation to any particular individual, but only the relation of abstraction, which is the same for all. No hero, then, suffers for others or helps others, leveling itself becomes the severe taskmaster who takes on the task of educating. And the person who learns the most from the education and reaches the top does not become the man of distinction, The outstanding hero this is forestalled by leveling, which is utterly consistent, and he prevents it himself because he has grasped the meaning of leveling. No, he only becomes an essentially human being in the full sense of equality. This is the idea of religiousness. But the education is rigorous and the returns are apparently very small apparently, for if the individual is unwilling to learn to be satisfied with himself in the essentiality of the religious life before God, to be satisfied with ruling over himself instead of over the world, to be satisfied as a pastor to be his own audience, as an author to be his own reader, etc., if he is unwilling to learn to be inspired by this as supreme because it expresses equality before God and equality with all men, then he will not escape from reflection, then with all his endowments he may for one delusive moment believe that it is he who is doing the leveling. Until he himself succumbs to the leveling. It will do no good to appeal to and summon a Holger Dansk 52 or a Martin Luther. Their age is past, and as a matter of fact it is indolence on the part of individuals to want such a one, it is a finite impatience that wants to have at cheap, second-hand prices the highest, which is dearly bought at first hand. It will do no good to establish all sorts of organizations, for negatively something superior is introduced even though the myopic organization man cannot see it. In its immediate and beautiful form, the principle of individuality prefigures the generation in the man of excellence, the leader, and has the subordinate individuals group around the representative. In its eternal truth, the principle of individuality uses the abstraction and equality of the generation as levelers and thereby religiously develops the cooperating individual into an essentially human being. For leveling is just as powerful with respect to the temporary as it is impotent with respect to the eternal. Reflection is a snare in which one is trapped, but in and through the inspired leap of religiousness the situation changes and it is the snare that catapults one into the embrace of the eternal. Reflection is and remains the most persistent, unyielding creditor in existence. Up to now it has cunningly bought up every possible outlook on life, but the eternal life view of the essentially religious it cannot buy. However, by means of glittering illusion it can tempt everybody away from all else, and by means of reminding people of the past it can discourage them from all else. But through the leap out into the depths one learns to help himself, learns to love all others as much as himself even though he is accused of arrogance and pride for not accepting help or of selfishness for being unwilling to deceive others by helping them, that is, by helping them miss what is highest of all. 53 If anyone declares that what I set forth here is common knowledge and can be said by anyone, my answer is, so much the better, I am not looking for prominence. I have nothing against everyone's knowing it, unless the fact that everyone knows it and can say it should mean that it is taken away from me and turned over to the negative community. As long as I have permission to keep it, its value for me is not depreciated by everyone's knowing it. 54 For a long time the basic tendency of our modern age has been toward leveling by way of numerous upheavals, yet none of them was leveling because none was sufficiently abstract but had a concretion of actuality. An approximate leveling can take place through a clash of leaders resulting in the weakening of both, or through one leader's neutralizing the other, or through the union of the essentially weaker ones so they become stronger than the foremost leader. An approximate leveling can be accomplished by a particular social class or profession, for example, the clergy, the middle class, the farmers, by the people themselves, but all this is still only the movement of abstraction within the concretions of individuality. 55 For leveling really to take place, a phantom must first be raised, the spirit of leveling, a monstrous abstraction, an all-encompassing something that is nothing, a mirage, and this phantom is the public. Only in a passionless but reflective age can this phantom develop with the aid of the press, when the press itself becomes a phantom. There is no such thing as a public in spirited, passionate, tumultuous times. Even when a people wants to actualize the idea of the barren desert, destroying and demoralizing everything. There are parties, and there is concretion. In such times the press will take on the character of a concretion in relation to the division. But just as sedentary professionals are particularly prone to fabricating fantastic illusions, so a sedentary reflective age devoid of passion will produce this phantom if the press is supposed to be the only thing which, though weak itself, maintains a kind of Life in this somnolence. The public is the actual master of leveling, for when there is approximate leveling, something is doing the leveling, but the public is a monstrous non-entity. The public is a concept that simply could not have appeared in antiquity, because the people were obliged to come forward en masse in corpore, as a whole in the situation of action, were obliged to bear the responsibility for what was done by individuals in their midst, while in turn the individual was obliged to be present in person as the one specifically involved and had to submit to the summary court for approval or disapproval. Only when there is no strong communal life to give substance to the concretion will the press create this abstraction, the public, made up of unsubstantial individuals who are never united or never can be united in the simultaneity of any situation or organization and yet are claimed to be a whole. The public is a core, outnumbering all the people together, but this core can never be called up for inspection. Indeed, it cannot even have so much as a single representative, because it is itself an abstraction. Nevertheless, if the age is reflective, devoid of passion, obliterating everything that is concrete, the public becomes the entity that is supposed to include everything. But once again this situation is the very expression of the fact that the single individual is assigned to himself. Contemporaneity 56 with actual persons, each of whom is someone, in the actuality of the moment and the actual situation gives support to the single individual. But the existence of a public creates no situation and no community. After all, the single individual who reads is not a public, and then gradually many individuals read, perhaps all do, but there is no contemporaneity. The public may take a year and a day to assemble, and when it is assembled it still does not exist. The abstraction that individuals paralogistically form alienates individuals instead of helping them. The person who is with actual persons in the contemporaneity of the actual moment and the actual situation but has no opinion himself adopts the same opinion as the majority, or, if he is more argumentative, as the minority. But the majority and the minority are, it is well to note, actual human beings, and that is why solidarity with them is supportive. The public, however, is an abstraction. In adopting the same opinion as these or those particular persons, one knows that they will be subject to the same danger as oneself, that they will go astray with one if the opinion is in error, etc. But to adopt the same opinion as the public is a deceptive consolation, for the public exists only in abstracto. Thus, although no majority has ever been so positively sure of being in the right and having the upper hand as the public is, this is slight consolation for the single individual, for the public is a phantom that does not allow any personal approach. If someone adopts the opinion of the public today and tomorrow is hissed and booed, he is hissed and booed by the public. A generation, a nation, a general assembly, a community, a man still have a responsibility to be something, can know shame for fickleness and disloyalty, but a public remains the public. A people, an assembly, a person can change in such a way that one may say, they are no longer the same, but the public can become the very opposite and is still the same, the public. But if the individual is not destroyed in the process, he will be educated by this very abstraction and this abstract discipline, in so far as he is not already educated in his own inwardness, to be satisfied in the highest religious sense with himself and his relationship to God, will be educated to make up his own mind instead of agreeing with the public, which annihilates all the relative concretions of individuality, to find rest within himself, at ease before God, instead of encounting. And the ultimate difference between the modern era and antiquity will be that the aggregate is not the concretion that reinforces and educates the individual, yet without shaping him entirely, but is an abstraction that by means of its alienating, abstract equality helps him to become wholly educated if he does not perish. The bleakness of antiquity was that the man of distinction was what others could not be. The inspiring aspect of the modern era will be that the person who has gained himself religiously is only what all can be. The public is not a people, not a generation, not one's age. Not a congregation, not an association, not some particular persons, for all these are what they are only by being concretions. Yes, not a single one of these who belong to a public is essentially engaged in any way. For a few hours of the day he perhaps is part of the public, that is, during the hours when he is a nobody, because during the hours in which he is the specific person he does not belong to the public. Composed of some ones such as these, of individuals in the moments when they are nobodies, the public is a kind of colossal something, an abstract void and vacuum that is all and nothing. But on the same basis anyone can presume to have a public, and just as the Roman Catholic Church chimerically extended itself by appointing bishops in partibus if, fidelium in non-Catholic countries so too a public 57 is something anyone can pick up, even a drunken sailor exhibiting a peep show. 58 And in dialectical consistency the drunken sailor has absolutely the same right to a public as the most distinguished of men, the absolute right to place all these many zeros in front of his. Figure 1. The public is all and nothing, the most dangerous of all powers and the most meaningless. One may speak to a whole nation in the name of the public, and yet the public is less than one ever so insignificant actual human being. The category public is reflection's mirage delusively making the individuals conceited, since everyone can arrogate to himself this mammoth, compared to which the concretions of actuality seem paltry. The public is the fairy tale of an age of prudence, leading individuals to fancy themselves greater than kings, but again the public is the cruel abstraction by which individuals will be religiously educated or be destroyed. Together with the passionlessness and reflectiveness of the age, the abstraction the press 60, for a newspaper, a periodical, is not a political concretion and is an individual only in an abstract sense, gives rise to the abstraction's phantom, the public, which is the real leveler. Apart from its negative implications for the religious life, this too can have its significance. 61 But in proportion to the scarcity of ideas, an age exhausted by a flash of enthusiasm will relax all the more readily in indolence, and even if we were to imagine that the press would become weaker and weaker for lack of events and ideas to stir the age, leveling becomes all the more a decadent urge, a sensate stimulation that excites momentarily and only makes the evil worse, the rescue more difficult, and the probability of destruction greater. The demoralization of absolute monarchy and the decline of revolutionary periods have frequently been described, but the decline of an age devoid of passion is just as degenerate, even though less striking because of its ambiguity. Thus it may be of interest and significance to think about this. In this state of indolent laxity, more and more individuals will aspire to be nobodies in order to become the public, that abstract aggregate ridiculously formed by the participants becoming a third party. That sluggish crowd which understands nothing itself and is unwilling to do anything, that gallery public, now seeks to be entertained and indulges in the notion that everything anyone does is done so that it may have something to gossip about. Sluggishness crosses its legs and sits there like a snob, while everyone who is willing to work, the king and the public official and the teacher and the more intelligent journalist and the poet and the artist, all stretch and strain, so to speak, to drag along that sluggishness which snobbishly believes the others are horses. If we were to imagine this public as a person, for even though some superior individuals temporarily are part of the public, they still have an intrinsic coordinating connection that stabilizes them, even if they do not reach the highest level of religiousness. I most likely would think of one of the Roman emperors, an imposing, well-fed figure suffering from boredom and therefore craving only the sensate titillation of laughter, for the divine gift of wit is not worldly enough. So this person, more sluggish than he is evil, but negatively domineering, saunters around looking for variety. Anyone who has read the ancient authors knows how many things an emperor could think up to beguile the time. In the same way the public keeps a dog for its amusement. This dog is the contemptible part of the literary world. 62 If a superior person shows up, perhaps even a man of distinction, the dog is goaded to attack him, and then the fun begins. The nasty dog tears at his coattails, indulges in all sorts of rough tricks, until the public is tired of it and says, "That is enough now." So the public has done its leveling. The superior one, the stronger one, has been mistreated and the dog, well, it remains a dog that even the public holds in contempt. In this way the leveling has been done by a third party, the public of nothingness has leveled through a third party that in and through its contemptibleness was already more than leveled and less than nothing. And the public is unrepentant, for after all it was not the public in fact, it was the dog, just as one tells children, it was the cat that did it. And the public is unrepentant, because after all it was not really slander, it was just a bit of fun. Now if the person instrumental in the leveling had been remarkably intelligent, the indolent public would have been deceived, for then the instrument would have been just another disturbing factor, but if superiority is kept down by contemptibleness and contemptibleness kept down by itself, then this is the quittance of nothingness. And the public will be unrepentant, for it actually does not keep the dog, it merely subscribes, neither did it directly goad the dog to attack nor whistle it back. In the event of a lawsuit, the public would say, the dog is not mine, the dog has no owner. And if the dog is apprehended and sent to the school of veterinary medicine to be exterminated, the public could still say, it was really a good thing that the bad dog was exterminated, we all wanted it done, even the subscribers. There may be someone who conscientiously studies such a situation, intent upon scrutinizing the superior one who is being mistreated, and he may think that it is a tragic calamity. 63. One cannot agree with that at all, for the person who desires assistance in reaching what is highest does benefit by experiencing such a thing and should rather desire it, even if others may be disturbed on his behalf. No, the terrible thing is something else, the thought of the many human lives that are squandered or may easily be squandered. I will not even mention those who are lost or led astray to their downfall, who play the role of the dog for money, but of the many rootless ones, the superficial ones, the sensate, those who in snobbish indolence get no deeper impression of life than this foolish grinning, all the second-raters who are led into new temptation because in their limitation they even derive self-importance from having sympathy for the victims of the attack, without grasping that in such a situation the victims are always the strongest, without grasping that here it is dreadfully and yet ironically appropriate to say, weep not for him, but weep for yourselves. 64. That is the basest kind of leveling, because it always corresponds to the denominator in relation to which all are made equal. Thus eternal life is also a kind of leveling, and yet it is not so, for the denominator is this, to be an essentially human person in the religious sense. From these dialectical category qualifications and their consequences, whether factual in the given moment or not, from a dialectical consideration of the present age, I now proceed dialectically to the more concrete attributes of the reflection of the present age in domestic and social life as depicted in the novel. Here the dark side becomes apparent, and even if its facticity cannot be denied, it is nevertheless also certain that just as reflection 65 itself is not the evil, so too a very reflective age certainly must also have its bright side, simply because considerable reflectiveness is the condition for a higher meaningfulness than that of immediate passion, is the condition for it if enthusiasm intervenes and persuades the reflective powers to make a decision, and because a high degree of reflectiveness makes for a higher average quality of the prerequisites for action if religiousness intervenes in the individual and takes over the prerequisites. Reflection is not the evil, but the state of reflection, stagnation in reflection, is the abuse and the corruption that occasion retrogression by transforming the prerequisites into evasions. The present age is essentially a sensible age, devoid of passion, and therefore it has nullified the principle of contradiction. 66. From this consideration a variety of features may be deduced, which the author with fine artistry and elevated composure had depicted so disinterestedly. Naturally, the author's own opinion is nowhere discernible, he merely reproduces the reflection. Generally speaking, compared to a passionate age, a reflective age devoid of passion gains in extensity what it loses in intensity. 67. But this extensity in turn may become the condition for a higher form if a corresponding intensity takes over what is extensively at its disposal. The existential expression of nullifying the principle of contradiction is to be in contradiction to oneself. The creative omnipotence implicit in the passion of absolute disjunction that leads the individual resolutely to make up his mind is transformed into the extensity of prudence and reflection that is, by knowing and being everything possible to be in contradiction to oneself, that is, to be nothing at all. The principle of contradiction strengthens the individual in faithfulness to himself, so that, just like that constant number 3 Socrates speaks of so beautifully, which would rather suffer anything and everything than become a number 468 or even a very large round number. He would rather be something small, if still faithful to himself, than all sorts of things in contradiction to himself. What is it to chatter? 69. It is the annulment of the passionate /11 disjunction between being silent. 70 and speaking. Only the person who can remain essentially silent can speak essentially, can act essentially. Silence is inwardness. Chattering gets ahead of essential speaking, and giving utterance to reflection has a weakening effect on action by getting ahead of it. But the person who can speak essentially because he is able to keep silent will not have a profusion of things to speak about but one thing only, and he will find time to speak and to keep silent. 71. Talkativeness gains in extensity, it chatters about anything and everything and continues incessantly. When individuals are not turned inward in quiet contentment, in inner satisfaction, in religious sensitiveness, but in a relation of reflection are oriented to externalities and to each other, when no important event ties the loose threads together in the unanimity of a crucial change, then chattering begins. The important event gives the passionate age, for the two go together, something to speak about. Everybody wants to speak about the same thing. It is the only thing the poets sing about, conversations echo this alone. It is all about the one and the same. But in quite a different sense, chattering has a great deal to chatter about. And then when the important event was over, when silence returned, there was still something to recollect, something to think about in silence, while a new generation speaks of entirely different matters. But chattering dreads the moment of silence, which would reveal the emptiness. 72. The law manifest in poetic production is identical, on a smaller scale, with the law for the life of every person in social intercourse and education. Anyone who experiences anything primitively also experiences in ideality the possibilities of the same thing and the possibility of the opposite. These possibilities are his legitimate literary property. His own personal actuality, however, is not. His speaking and his producing are, in fact, born of silence. The ideal perfection of what he says and what he produces will correspond to his silence, and the supreme mark of that silence will be that the ideality contains the qualitatively opposite possibility. As soon as the productive artist must give over his own actuality, its facticity, he is no longer essentially productive, his beginning will be his end, and his first word will already be a trespass against the holy modesty of ideality. Therefore, from an aesthetic point of view, such a poetic work is certainly also a kind of private talkativeness and is readily recognized by the absence of its opposite in equilibrium. For ideality is the equilibrium of opposites. For example, someone who has been motivated to creativity by unhappiness, if he is genuinely devoted to ideality, will be equally inclined to write about happiness and about unhappiness. But silence, the brackets he puts around his own personality, is precisely the condition for gaining ideality. Otherwise, despite all precautionary measures such as setting the scene in Africa etc., his one-sided preference will still show. An author certainly must have his private personality as everyone else has, but this must be his end ifj inner sanctum, and just as the entrance to a house is barred by stationing two soldiers with crossed bayonets, so by means of the dialectical cross of qualitative opposites the equality of ideality forms the barrier that prevents all access. What holds true in the large picture, which was pointed out because it appears most clearly there, also holds true in a lesser way in the smaller picture. Silence is the condition for cultured conversation between man and man. The more a person has ideality and ideas in silence, the more he will be able even in his daily associations to reproduce his daily life and that of others in such a way that he seems to be speaking only at a distance even about specific matters. The less ideality and the more externality, the more the conversation will tend to become a trivial rattling and name-dropping, references to persons with absolutely reliable private information on what this one and that one, mentioned by name, have said, etc., a garrulous confiding of what he himself wants or does not want, his plans, what he would have said on that occasion, what girl he is courting, why he is still not ready to get married, etc. The inward orientation of silence is the condition for cultured conversation. 7.3 Chattering is the caricaturing externalization of inwardness, is uncultured. There are excellent examples of this kind of chatter in the novel. The substance is mere trifles, but they are always about specific people mentioned by name, whose trivial lives are interesting simply because of their names. Just as Sexton Link 74 believes he has spoken with Sophie although she has said nothing more than no, so there are many long conversations in which something seems to be said, indeed, a great deal, because names are mentioned. 75 One who chatters presumably does chatter about something, since the aim is to find something to chatter about, but this something is not something in the sense of ideality, for then one speaks. That Mr. Madsen has become engaged and given his sweetheart a Persian shawl, that Peterson the poet plans to write a new book of verse, that Marcuson the actor mispronounced a word last night. Such things are something only in the sense of factual triviality. Suppose a law were passed and could be maintained that did not forbid people to speak but merely ordered that everything spoken about had to be spoken about as if it had happened 50 years ago, then all the chatterers would be sunk, they would despair, but those persons who are genuinely able to speak would not be disturbed essentially. An actor's mispronunciation of a word can be of real interest only if there is something remarkable about the Spoonerism, and in that case the 50 years make no difference. But Miss Gusta, for example, would be miserable. She who had been to the theatre herself that very evening, had sat in the box with Mrs. Waller, had herself detected the mispronunciation and had even seen one of the cast laughing about it, etc., etc. But it would really be a hardship and a cruel burden for all those garrulous people, who also have to live, and for that reason the law is merely apposito supposition. By this chattering the distinction between what is private and what is public is nullified in a private-public garrulousness, which is just about what the public is. For the public is public opinion that is interested in what is utterly private. Something that no one would dare present at a meeting, something that no one would be able to speak about, something that even gossips would scarcely admit to having chattered about, can very well be put in writing for the public and be known by the public as the public. What is formlessness? It is the annulled passionate distinction between form and content, therefore in contrast to lunacy and stupidity it may contain truth, but the truth it contains can never be essentially true. In extensity it will be able to expand all-inclusively, all-intrusively, in contrast to essential content, which in the intensity of self-deepening has the impoverished limitation, if I may put it that way, of its essentiality. Besides expressing itself in a frivolous philandering among great diversities, the generality of the formlessness in a reflective age devoid of passion expresses itself in the very opposite, a dominant propensity and inclination to act on principle. Principle, as the word indicates, is primary, that is, the substance, the idea in the unopened form of feeling and inspiration, and impels the individual by its inner drive. The person without passion lacks this. For him the principle becomes something external for which he is willing to do this or that or the opposite. The life of the person devoid of passion is not a self-manifesting and unfolding principle, on the contrary, his inner life is a hasty something continually on the move hunting for something to do on principle. Principle in this sense gets to be an immense something or other, an abstraction just like the public. Although the public is such a prodigious something that even all the nations assembled together at one time and even all the souls in eternity are not as numerous as the public, and yet everyone, even the drunken sailor, has a public, so it is also with principle. It is some immense something to which even the most insignificant person adds his most insignificant act and becomes very self-important thereby. A good-natured nobody suddenly becomes a hero on principle, and the situation is just as comical as a man would be or everyone if it became the style if he were to go around wearing a cap with a 30-foot visor. If a man were to have a little button sewed on the breast pocket of his coat on principle, that trivial and really expedient precautionary measure would suddenly take on tremendous import. It is not improbable that a society would be founded as a consequence. It is precisely this on principle that nullifies the passionate disjunction of propriety, because propriety, as indicated, is rooted in immediacy, the first or the achieved, in feeling, in the inner drive of enthusiasm, and in inner harmony. One can do anything and everything on principle and it will remain essentially trivial, just as one's life will remain trivial even if one supports in principle everything we call the demands of the times, even if by being a supernumerary one becomes just as well known in the role of triggerder o dotfant like in mening a bearer of public opinion j as those hand organ figures that come out with the collection plate and bow. One can do anything and everything on principle, participate in anything and everything, and personally be a non-human non-entity. A man can be interested in establishing a brothel on principle. As a matter of fact, there are many public health pronouncements on the subject, and the same man can on principle be interested in a new hymn book 76 that is supposed to meet the needs of the times. And man was dissolute, it perhaps would be precipitous to conclude from the latter that he wanted to read or sing from the hymn book. Thus everything is permissible on principle, and just as the police in line of duty enter many places where others are not admitted, so also we can do everything on principle and shirk all personal responsibility. We demolish on principle what we ourselves admire * what nonsense, for whatever creates and produces is always latently polemical, because it must have room, but that which demolishes is indeed nothing and the principle of demolition is emptiness, so for what does it need room? Meanwhile modesty or repent just as it would be wrong to conclude from the first that the tense or responsibility have a hard time getting hold of such behavior, for after all it was done on principle. What is superficiality and its characteristic propensity? The exhibitionist tendency. 77 Superficiality is the annulled passionate distinction between hiddenness and revelation. It is a revelation of emptiness, which by and large nevertheless does have the deceptive advantage of fuglery over essential revelation, which has the uniform substance of depth, whereas superficiality gives the appearance of being anything and everything. The exhibitionist tendency is the self-infatuation of the conceit of reflection. The hiddenness of the inner life does not have time to allow something essential to settle, something worthy of a revelation, but is riled up long before that time, and in compensation selfish reflection tries to draw the eyes of all upon this motley show, as in the case of Mrs. Waller. Neither the essential lover nor the essential debauchee is guilty of philandering, which dallies with possibility. Thus philandering is a form of indulgence that dares to touch evil and refrains from actualizing the good. Acting on principle is also philandering, because it vitiates moral action to the point of abstraction. But in extensity philandering has the advantage, for one can philander with all sorts of things, but only one girl can be loved essentially, and in the proper understanding of erotic love, even if the fickle person 78 is blinded by desire in a perverted age, all adding is a subtracting, and the more one adds the more one subtracts. 79 What does it mean to be loquacious? It is the annulled passionate disjunction between subjectivity and objectivity. 80 As abstract thought, loquacity is not sufficiently profound dialectically, as conception and conviction, it lacks full-blooded individuality. But in extensity loquacity has the apparent advantage, a thinker can comprehend his branch of knowledge, a person can have a concept of what is related to a particular subject, can have a conviction based on a specific view of life, but the loquacious man chatters about anything and everything. Anonymity 81 in our age has a far more pregnant significance than is perhaps realized, it has an almost epigrammatic significance. Not only do people write anonymously, but they write anonymously over their signature, yes, even speak anonymously. Just as an author puts his whole soul into his style, so a man essentially puts his whole personality into his communication, yet this must be understood with the limiting exception pointed out by Claudius in saying that if one conjures a book, the spirit appears unless there is no spirit there. 82 Nowadays it is possible actually to speak with people, and what they say is admittedly very sensible, and yet the conversation leaves the impression that one has been speaking with an anonymity. The same man can say the most contradictory things, can coolly express something that, coming from him, is the bitterest satire on his own life. The remark itself is very sensible, would go over very well at a meeting as part of a discussion that fabricates something in much the same way as paper is fabricated from rags. But the sum total of all these comments does not amount to personal human discourse such as can be carried on even by the most simple man who is limited in subject but nevertheless does speak. Mrs. Waller's comment on the demonic is very true, and yet as she says it she gives the impression of being an anonymity, a hand organ, a music box. The comments become so objective, their range so all-encompassing, that eventually it makes no difference at all who says them, which in terms of human speaking corresponds completely to acting on principle. And eventually human speech will become just like the public, pure abstraction. There will no longer be someone who speaks, but an objective reflection will gradually deposit a kind of atmosphere, an abstract noise that will render human speech superfluous, just as machines make workers superfluous. In Germany there are even handbooks for lovers, so it probably will end with lovers being able to sit and speak anonymously to each other. There are handbooks on everything, and generally speaking education soon will consist of knowing letter perfect a larger or smaller compendium of observations from such handbooks, and one will excel in proportion to his skill in pulling out the particular one, just as the typesetter picks out letters. So the present age is basically sensible, perhaps knows more on the average than any previous generation, but it is devoid of passion. Everyone is well informed, we all know everything, every course to take and the alternative courses, but no one is willing to take it. If one person eventually were to surmount his own reflection and act, 1,000 reflections from outside would immediately create opposition to him, because only a proposal to consider the matter further is received with rising enthusiasm, and a proposal for action is met with indolence. Some in their snobbish self-satisfaction would consider the enthusiasm of those who act as ridiculous, others would be envious because he was the one who began it when they knew just as well as he what should be done but still did not do it. Others would use the fact that there was one person who actually acted as an occasion for distributing an abundance of critical observations and turning over a stock of arguments on how he could have acted far more sensibly. Others would get busy conjecturing the outcome, and if possible, influencing the enterprise in the directions of their own hypotheses. There is a story about two English lords who came riding along and met a luckless horseman about to fall off his wildly plunging horse and shouting for help. The one lord turned to the other and said, "100 guineas he falls off." "It's a bet," replied the other. They set off at a gallop and hurried ahead to get all the gates opened and all other obstacles out of the way. Likewise, but with less of millionaire splenetic heroics, the sensibleness of the present age could be personified as one who inquisitively, courteously, and prudently would at most have sufficient passion to make a bet. Life's existential tasks have lost the interest of actuality, no illusion preserves and protects the divine growth of inwardness that matures to decisions. There is a mutual inquisitiveness, everyone is experienced in indecisiveness and evasions and waits for someone to come along who wills something so that they may place bets on him. And since there is such an extraordinary quantity of prophecies, apocalypses, signs, and insights in our age when so little is being done, there is probably nothing else to do but go along with it, although I do have the unencumbered advantage over the other's burdensome responsibility to prophesy and forebode that I can be rather sure no one will dream of believing what I say. So I do not ask that anyone should mark an X on the calendar or go to the trouble of noting whether it comes true or not, for if it comes true, he will have other things to think about than my fortuitousness, and if it does not, well, then I remain just a prophet in the modern sense, for a modern prophet prophesies something, nothing more. Of course, in a certain sense a prophet can do no more. It was governance, after all, who ordained fulfillment of the ancient prophets' predictions. We modern prophets, lacking the endorsement of governance, perhaps could add a postscript as Thales did, what we prophesy will either happen or it will not happen, for the gods have bestowed the gift of prophecy also upon us. 83. It is very doubtful, then, that the age will be saved by the idea of sociality, of association. On the contrary, this idea is the skepticism necessary for the proper development of individuality, inasmuch as every individual either is lost or, disciplined by the abstraction, finds himself religiously. In our age the principle of association, which at best can have validity with respect to material interest, is not affirmative but negative, it is an evasion, a dissipation, an illusion, whose dialectic is as follows: as it strengthens individuals, it vitiates them, it strengthens by numbers, by sticking together, but from the ethical point of view this is a weakening. Not until the single individual has established an ethical stance despite the whole world, not until then can there be any question of genuinely uniting, otherwise it gets to be a union of people who separately are weak, a union as unbeautiful and depraved as a child marriage. Formerly the ruler, the man of excellence, the men of prominence each had his own view, the others were so settled and unquestioning that they did not dare or could not have an opinion. Now everyone can have an opinion, but there must be a lumping together numerically in order to have it. 25 signatures to the silliest notion is an opinion. The most cogent opinion of the most eminent mind is a paradox. Public opinion is an inorganic something, an abstraction. But when the context has become meaningless, it is futile to make large-scale surveys, then the best thing to do is to scrutinize the particular parts of what is said. When the mouth blathers pure drivel, it is futile to try to deliver a coherent discourse, it is better to consider each word by itself, and so it is with the situation of individuals. The following change will also occur. Whereas in older structures, relations between individual and generation, they non-commissioned officers, company commanders, generals, the hero, that is, the men of excellence, the men prominent in their various ranks, the leaders, were recognizable, and each one, according to his authority, along with his little detachment, was artistically and organically ordered within the whole, himself supported by and supporting the whole. Now the men of excellence, the leaders, each according to his respective rank, will be without authority precisely because they will have divinely understood the diabolical principle of the leveling process. Like plain-clothes policemen, they will be unrecognizable, concealing their respective distinctions and giving support only negatively, that is, by repulsion, while the infinite uniformity of abstraction judges every individual, examines him in his isolation. This structure is the dialectical opposite to that of the judges and prophets, and just as they risked the danger of not being respected for their respective authorities, so the unrecognized run the risk of being recognized, of being seduced into acquiring status and importance as authorities, thus preventing the highest development. Like secret agents 84, they are unrecognizable, not according to private instructions from God, for that in fact is the situation of the prophets and judges, but they are unrecognizable, without authority, because of their apprehension of the universal inequality before God, because of their acceptance of the reporting factor for individuals, since as an abstraction, negatively supported by the unrecognized, it now turns polemically against individuals in order to save every single individual. Religiously. When the generation, which in fact has itself wanted to level, has wanted to be emancipated and to revolt, has wanted to demolish authority and thereby in the skepticism of association has itself occasioned the hopeless forest of abstraction, when through leveling by means of the skepticism of responsibility for this at all times, and thus they are prevented from being caught off guard and becoming guilty of conduct inconsistent with their consistent intuition. This structure is dialectically opposite to the systematizing that makes the generation, preformed in the men of excellence, the association. The generation has eliminated individualities and all the organic concretions and has substituted humanity and numerical equality among men. When the generation momentarily has entertained itself with the broad vista of abstract infinity, which no elevation, none whatsoever, disturbs, and instead there is simply nothing but air and sea 85, that is the time when the work begins. Then the individuals have to help themselves, each one individually. It will no longer be as it once was, that individuals could look to the nearest eminence for orientation when things got somewhat hazy before their eyes. That time is now past. They either must be lost in the dizziness of abstract infinity or be saved infinitely in the essentiality of the religious life. Many may cry out in despair, but it will not help, for now it is too late. If formerly authority and power were misused in the world and brought down upon themselves the nemesis of revolution, then it was in fact powerlessness and weakness that aspired to stand on its own feet and therefore brought that nemesis down upon itself. And not one of the unrecognizable ones will dare give direct help, speak plainly, teach openly, assume decisive leadership of the crowd, instead of giving negative support and helping the individual to the same decisiveness he himself has. For that he would be dismissed because he would be dabbling in human sympathies, myopic ingenuity instead of obeying divine orders, the orders of the angry divinity yet so full of grace, for the development is still a forward movement, because all the individuals who are rescued gain the specific gravity of the religious life, gain its essentiality at first hand from God. Then it will be said, look, everything is ready. B6 Look, the cruelty of abstraction exposes the vanity of the finite in itself. Look, the abyss of the infinite is opening up. Look, the sharp scythe of leveling permits all, every single one, to leap over the blade. Look, God is waiting. Leap, then, into the embrace of God. But even the most trusted of the unrecognizable ones will not dare and will be unable to help anyone, even the woman who carried him under her heart or the girl for whom he would gladly give his life. They must make the leap by themselves, and God's infinite love will not become a second-hand relationship for them. Yet the unrecognizable ones, according to their respective ranks, will have a double task in comparison with the men of distinction, FN, the same ranks, in an earlier structure, for the unrecognizables are obliged to keep on working and at the same time work to conceal their working. But the hopeless abstraction of leveling will be kept going without interruption by its servants, lest it all end with the return of an earlier structure. These servants of leveling are the servants of the power of evil, for leveling itself is not of God, and every good man will have times when he could weep over its hopelessness, but God permits it and wants to cooperate with individuals, that is, with each one individually, and draw the highest out of it. The unrecognizables recognize the servants of leveling but dare not use power or authority against them, for then there would be a regression, because it would be instantly obvious to a third party that the unrecognizable one was an authority, and then the third party would be hindered from attaining the highest. Only through a suffering act will the unrecognizable one dare contribute to leveling, and by the same suffering act will pass judgment on the instrument. He does not dare to defeat leveling outright, he would be dismissed for that, since it would be acting with authority, but in suffering he will defeat it and thereby experience in turn the law of his existence, which is not to rule, to guide, to lead, but in suffering to serve, to help indirectly. Those who have not made the leap will interpret the suffering act of the unrecognizable one as his defeat, and those who have made the leap will have a vague idea that it was his victory. But they will not be certain, because certainty could come only from him, and if he provides one single man with that directly, it means he is dismissed, for he would be unfaithful to God and would be assuming authority, because he would not in obeying God learn to love men infinitely by constraining himself rather than faithlessly constraining them by dominating them, even if they asked for it. But I must cut this short. Of course this can be of interest only as banter, for if it is true that every person has to work out his own salvation, then forecasting the future is at best tolerable and admissible only as a means of recreation, as an interesting game such as bowling or tilting the barrel. 87. In conclusion, my thoughts turn back in gratitude to the novel, which at no time has been forgotten. The above criticism is my own interpretation of what I have learned from the author, and therefore if anything immature, untrue, or foolish is contained in it, it is my own doing. Anyone who finds it false should look to me, but anyone who finds truth in it, finds his outlook strengthened or enriched by it, is referred to the teacher, the author of the novel. The task in my review, just as in the novel, has not been to judge or evaluate the ages but only to depict them. The preface 88 to the novel expressly points out that both can be equally legitimate, and the novel ends with the hope 89 for the present age expressed by the present age, which on the average, as we said before, is no doubt far more worldly wise and informed and reflectively developed than the age of revolution, and, if and when empowered, will act far more intensively in relation to the extensity at its disposal. The present age admittedly will have the advantage in extensity but not in intensity, which explains why the men of distinction in the present age, as in the novel, belong to an older generation whereas among the younger ones there is a more general competence but no eminence. If power and enthusiasm take over in individuals, it may become evident that the present age actually is or has been its own hindrance. 90. Just as an overgroomed woman fails to look chic because that requires tasteful proportion, so the present age seems to have so decked itself out in the multifariousness of reflection as to preclude the development of a harmonious balance. But it must always be kept in mind that reflection itself is not something pernicious, that on the contrary the prerequisite for acting more intensively is the thorough needing of reflection. Antecedent to inspired, enthusiastic action are, first of all, the immediate, spontaneous inspiration, then the period of prudence, which, because immediate inspiration does not deliberate, seems to be superior by virtue of its ingenuity in deliberation, and then finally the highest and most intensive enthusiasm which follows on the heels of prudence and therefore perceives what is the most prudent thing to do but rejects it and thereby gains the intensity of infinite enthusiasm. For the time being this most intensive enthusiasm will be completely misunderstood, and it is doubtful that it can ever be popular, that is, that prudence will ever be prevalent in the average man to the degree that it will lose its seductive charm, so he not only will be able to be its master but also to squander it, so to speak, in highest enthusiasm, content with the satisfaction of infinite enthusiasm, for action arising out of such enthusiasm will never be obvious, precisely because it is contrary to prudence. For example, Socrates was not a man of immediate enthusiasm, on the contrary, he was sufficiently prudent to perceive what he should do to be acquitted, but he disdained acting accordingly, just as he disdained the speech offered to him. 92 For that very reason there is nothing obvious about his heroic death. Even in death he went on being ironical by posing the problem to all the prudent whether he actually had been so very prudent, since he acted contrary to prudence. It is on this point that prudence gets caught in the verdict of its own reflection and that of the surrounding world. It fears that acting contrary to prudence will be confused with acting without prudence. This danger is foreign to immediate inspiration and enthusiasm, which therefore needs the impetus of highest enthusiasm to break through. And this highest enthusiasm is not rhetorical balderdash about a higher and a still higher and highest of all goal, it is recognizable by its category, it acts against the understanding. But immediate good-naturedness does not know the danger of reflection, either, that good-naturedness could be confused with weakness, for this very reason a religious impetus has to follow reflection in order to get good-naturedness afloat. The first time I read through the novel, I believed it perhaps would have been more appropriate for the author to give it another title more in the spirit of A Story of Everyday Life, because I did not clearly see the reflection of the age in the work. Later I discovered my mistake and have had rich and ample opportunity to admire the author's ingenuity. Thus my position cannot be that of a busy critic who, after hastily paging through the book, grabs his pen in a fit of good humor to draw the attention of others to the book. On the contrary, I have read the novel through several times and wish that the esteemed unknown author would regard this perhaps disproportionate review as a token of my acknowledgement of the pleasure I have had in reading this book and the great pleasure for which I earlier became indebted to this writer. For me, at least, and I do believe this must be true for anyone who has learned to view existence humanly, the 20-year career of this writer is not something that stimulates or clandestinely titillates the inquisitive impatience for the new and the novel, but it is something that increases joy. As anyone knows, capital increases twofold in 20 years, and should not human discernment have soil just as productive? In that case, joy over the story of everyday life and appreciation of its author should have doubled. And so will it also be with a human being's discernment if he does not inhumanly confuse himself with some abstract something, with the times, our age, etc., but in and through his own proper grasp of what it is to be a human being finds increased joy in the excellent with each year that it continues, and he is thereby personally taught to live a life of appreciation of his elders. It is not up to me to direct attention to the novel, in my own opinion that would be unseemingly presumptive. But if anyone asks me for my advice, I would advise him to read it, and if he has read it, to read it again. Supplement. Selected entries from Kierkegaard's journals and papers pertaining to 2 ages. A literary review. And so it is no longer devotional literature which teaches us to despise the present and hasten to eternity, but the tales of everyday authors. J.P. 4923, Pap. IA 201, July 2, 1836. It is now my intention to qualify as a pastor. For several months I have been praying to God to keep on helping me, for it has been clear to me for some time now that I ought not be a writer any longer, something I can be only totally or not at all. This is the reason I have not started anything new along with proof correcting except for the little review of 2 Ages, which, I repeat, is final JPV 5873, pap. VIJLA 4, February 7, 1846. Up until now I have made myself useful by helping the pseudonyms become authors. What if I decided from now on to do the little writing I can excuse in the form of criticism? Then I would put down what I had to say in reviews, developing my ideas from some book or other and in such a way that they could be included in the work itself. In this way I would still avoid becoming an author. JPV 5877, pap. VIJLA 9, February 1846. This article actually was written to appear in Nordisk Litteraturtidende but became too long for that publication, and moreover we have no journal here. Only catchpenny writing seems to thrive in Denmark, and so amazingly that what is contemptible in literature will soon begin to rival the hegemony of money. I find myself so indebted to the author of A Story of Everyday Life that I would willingly pay a little fine in order to be the author of a review. It could also be asked whether it is seemly for a nation to reverse things in such a way that only vilification is remunerated, whether it is not an outrageous injustice to all impecunious authors, and even to those with means, inasmuch as the laborer is worthy of his hire. So first of all a little fine is in order to publish a little book, and then the next step, for when an author is not paid in money, he is certainly paid some other way. Without a doubt he is paid in another way, although it nevertheless does bear some resemblance to paying the fine. As soon as the little book is published, there is an uproar on the dance floor of literary vilification, and while the little review is noticed by only a few as it steals like a forlorn God-forsaken soul along the short road to oblivion, brutality and ignorance and licentiousness gloat in the support of numerous subscribers and go on making money on the circumstance, which scarcely anyone at all cared about until vilification got it besmirched. I do not say this for my own sake. My outlook on life is essentially polemic, but because some discrepancies have placed me in a most peculiar and awkward position. As a rule, reviewing a book is considered a courtesy, even if a critical journal is in a position to pay a respectable honorarium for the work, but nowadays things have gotten so out of hand that I almost fear that it will be taken as an attack on the author of the book, for no doubt vilification, in its zeal, will embrace also the book under review. This book should consider itself fortunate to have escaped abuse until a bungling reviewer, innocently to be sure, now prompts abuse when everything else has been forgotten, perhaps even prompts abuse by a slanderer who pursues one up and down the street like a beggar. Finally, when the public at large, which of course declares every time 2 and 2 are assembled, we despise the official organ of literary prostitutes, but in the role of the public manifests this in a curious manner by subscribing to it and reading it on the largest possible scale. Finally, when the public at large has been gratified and is probably tired of the man and the constant mention of the book, the man and the book will have become a boring subject, a new remuneration, for it becomes a guilt which spills over on the innocent man and book, whose guilt was being forced to endure a slanderer's continuation of the abuse until the public was sick and tired, not of the slanderer, but of the man and the book, not making the distinction that the man and the book had not the remotest responsibility for the continual commentary. No matter how much one loves a family, it is not at all strange if someone gets tired of coming to visit when none of the lovable members of the family says a word, but a rude child dominates the conversation. That is just about the situation in Danish literature. Seldom do we hear a significant word from a legitimate author. No literary organ champions decorum and order, no, the element loudly celebrating vilification's proudest triumphs so dominates the prostituted order that one can hardly hear himself speak. Even if an author remains attached to the lovable family of Danes, loves the mother tongue above all, is it seemly for such a situation to keep on this way? JPV 5868, pap. VIPB 132, ND 1845-46. This review was originally intended for Nordisk Litteraturtidende. It became too long. No other journal exists. Therefore the reflection of the present age in its surroundings has also the psychological consequence that a review by me becomes disproportionately long, and that reviews nowadays must be published separately as a book if care is not taken, so that the ethical gets a decisive preponderance over all the rashness in the demands of the age. Every age will be guilty of unjust, ungrateful conduct toward all. It is beneficial to me, for, as all destructive criticism is a harmful practice for one younger, admiring criticism is, I believe, a salubrious undertaking. Pap. VIPB 93:5 ND, 1845-46. Let us be especially happy that this literary name has lasted 20 years, let us not precipitously overrate the work of a. Entries from Kierkegaard's Journals and Papers 123. Few years, but rejoice in the perseverance, that the 70 years are the highest honor. If I may be allowed to give an example, what makes Bishop Minster the noble paradigm from whom anyone can learn, what keeps him steadfast through all these impetuosities called the demands of the times? And how rash to be unwilling to accept the fact that every year he lives makes him more significant instead of less so. To be eloquent in the first ardor of youth, 0, that is beautiful, but to be an upbuilding witness at 70, that is great. JPV 5880, Pap. VIPB 131, ND, 1845-46. The decisive religious category cannot be required of the age, because the age is too abstract a qualification for engagement in the religious. The final religious decision remains the single individual's own concern, there where all collectivity and noise cease. After these more general observations, whose more intimate organic relationship to our project will, we hope, become immediately clear to the readers, we will try to orient ourselves somewhat in our novel and short story literature, remembering that here, too, there has actually been a similar attempt to begin from the beginning and from nothing, for we do not know how to describe in any other way the cycle of short novels that began with a story of everyday life, with nothing, except that this, precisely by virtue of what was true in its direction, was in its negativity directed against an odious practice that had crept into this branch of literature, and like all bad habits had gotten a rather long tail and, since every generation added its bit, had come to resemble more and more the well-known sip 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 sipper nip sip sipper nip sipper nip sip sip. One, and on the positive side unfolded such a great inner wealth and provided such a happy testimony to the poetic substance of existence that it inevitably encouraged every subsequent novae or short novel writer to have a similar beginning. Drawing the reader's attention in as few words as possible to the cycle of novels that are indebted to the author of A Story of Everyday Life, we must remember that this neither happens in order, after having paid a kind of recognition tribute, to raise this summit with modern philosophical bustling and transform it into a vanishing element in existence, beyond which various homines novae, newborn earls, greenhorn journeymen, perhaps have already gone. Nor does it happen in order to establish them in an absolute Catholicity outside of which there is no salvation, it takes place rather out of consideration of the life outlook contained therein, which just as surely has had its corresponding element in existence as its presupposition and also has a wakefulness as its effect, a consideration that is by no means unimportant for our project and is carried through only to the extent that it has meaning for the same. But in the meantime we must ask in advance the honorable unknown author's pardon because he, like those immortal classical writers to whose interpretation one generation after another over the centuries has pestiferously provided its unfortunately too frequently all too numerous quotas of insipid interpreters and thereby contributed to forming the disorderly mob that not infrequently has thrust itself between the authors and their most cherished readers, here again sees himself persecuted by a reviewer, who, however, just because he has feeling for this and in reliance only on the help of his good attendant spirit, will do his best favora lingua f to show favor to the language. The sublimate of joy in life, the battle-won confidence in the world, yielding a life dividend, the fact that the spring of the poetry of life has not gone dry even in the most minor characters, the confidence in people, the fact that even in their most insignificant manifestations one finds, if he will only seek properly, a fullness, a divine spark, which, carefully tended, can make all life incandescent. In short, the verified congruence of youthful demands and announcements with life's achievements, which here are not substantiated ex mathematica pura on the basis of pure mathematics but are elucidated de profundis out of the depths. From the deep boundlessness of a rich temperament and delivered with youthful earnestness, all this gives these stories an evangelical touch that inevitably must assure them great importance for everyone who as yet has not pledged himself to the devil in order to storm heaven, or has not completely and practically sunk into his boots in order to find life's true reality there, and who makes the reading of them a truly upbuilding study. And even though we feel that the way leading to this joy undoubtedly goes over the bridge of sighs, and even though one seems to hear a particular sigh that has not found its complete cure and one air for a certain well-being within the cozy walls of an amiable domestic relationship substitutes for the true inborn religious capacity, these novels are nevertheless permeated with a spirit so joyful, and in combination with an objective attitude conditioned by artistic virtuosity, that the readers inevitably must call the works a Benjamin, even though their author, as he surveys the whole collection, is sometimes tempted to call it a Benoni. 2. Even though some of the younger ones dejectedly think that here, too, is proof that it still is only the Joshua of our life who enters the promised land, and not its Moses, and even mournfully give a youthful glance toward that tremendous long-vanished past, and many a young ear listens for this, the horses go thundering by the Danish KMGHTS are riding to combat, as if that could once again be experienced, as if at the powerful urging of youthful poetry's legitimate demands the past could not but rise up in its grave, like the fathers in its stories, in order to hand its sons the sword with which it itself fought the elves and trolls. Nevertheless, some of the younger generation will also join in when the author of these stories rises up, like Palmer transfigured, and propose a toast worth drinking to genius, beauty, art, and the whole glorious world. To what we love and what we have loved. To a transfigured life here or hereafter, as it lives in our recollection. While these short stories must seek their truly sympathetic readers in the older generation, whose life view is the premise for their coming into existence, who still stand unmistakably identifiable in a not inconsiderable gathering of important, highly esteemed individuals, nevertheless their relation to the politicians is not worth talking about, for the simple reason that it is still only to one who has ears to hear that the gospel can be preached, and a resignation that is not the result of external pressure, and such flattened persons are not very rare phenomena, but a development of an internal elasticity of the joy that has conquered the world, seems all too intangible for political tangibilities. It will not be worth talking about, I say, except in so far as it gives proof of the poetic substance of these stories, except in so far as it gives us occasion to rejoice that a vigor such as this knew how to survive in the graduate school prose of politics. But among the younger generation that still stands and soberly deliberates here on earth, these stories will also find attentive and grateful, albeit partially misunderstanding, readers, whether this misunderstanding arises, in their youthful fluctuation, because they will wonder about, as soon as they see how many sacrifices the entonotor of the labyrinth of life demands, indeed, will almost despair of obtaining such a life yield, or, although with a private admission that it is a proud dirge that this view of life is preparing for itself, because they still will find that it cannot be sung to the same tune that they in such moments could clearly recollect had been sung over their cradle, or the misunderstanding manifests itself in the fact that this generation, without as yet having developed the appropriate proficiency in life, now rather condenses a certain essence of propositions that are supposed to contain a guarantee of the requisite flexibility in life. In short, this generation comes to make that the task, and accordingly is too preoccupied with consideration of that something which that author has by virtue of having lived through it. That these novels have found attentive, yes, even talented readers in the younger generation, which as far as possible has avoided contact with the political, is amply and happily demonstrated by the so-called Bernhardian novels. The fact that these novels, native to the younger generation since as a rule they did not have the same angle as the others, acquired a moral stamp instead of the religious character of the others, the fact that, instead of the level-headedness of the others, these at times developed a certain propensity to reminisce seems in any case not to contradict our claim, and we will therefore merely point out that the other kind of misunderstanding cannot so easily take the shape of a similar manifestation, since it, as an element in an assimilation process, ought as much as possible to be kept free of self-reflection, and, as belonging to the secret story of a youthful life, can manifest itself otherwise than in a more common lyrical outburst only under abnormal conditions from the papers of one still living. KWI, SV 1356-60. Provisionally make the general observation that the reason Andersen has not benefited so much from it as he could may be sought primarily in the fact that he has not entered into relation with it for the sake of his own individual life or out of any more universal aesthetic interest as a reader, but for reasons of prospective novel writing. As far as his relation to a story of everyday life is concerned, he presumably could be reckoned among the misunderstanding readers mentioned earlier, who, among other things, are brought by these novels to a certain degree of reflection, which, however, is in no way carried through to any significant degree. From the papers of one still living, KWI, SVXLLL 65-66. From draft, C 2338. For the individual, many recollections are linked to these novels, the one to whom he once read aloud a particular novel, the one to whom he sent another novel as a gift. For shortened perspective, the vast summary surveys, etc. Nothing is easier for anyone tolerably well read than to give, for example, a kind of survey over the art of the Chinese, Indian, Persian, ancient, and romantic theatre, and nothing is more ludicrous than to boast about it. On the other hand, nothing is more difficult than to examine and elucidate a single theatrical performance by an actor or an actress. The present age is essentially a sensible, reflection-plated age, devoid of pus and pap. VIPB 108:1 ND, 1845-46. On hack side of sheet and dot final copy, C 68:21-23, the present age is essentially a sensible, reflection-plated age, devoid of pus and pap. VIPB 109 ND, 1845-46. And of course something will still happen that very evening as well, the usual thing, namely, they will read about it in the newspaper, create a new society and go to bed pap. VIPB 108:3 ND, 1845-46. The present age is essentially a sensible, reflection-plated age, devoid of passion. Therefore, in a certain sense it borders on the comic, inasmuch as the common sense with which individuals and the age want to save themselves from becoming comic simply leads them into the flagrantly comic. As stated above, the fact that the author has not made greater use of the comic may be regarded as a consequence of his predilection for actuality, but as a matter of fact only the reflection of the present age is reproduced. The present age is not conceived in terms of the idea. It is devoid of passion, and therefore there are no assets of feeling in the erotic sphere, no assets of enthusiasm in the political sphere, no assets of mother love, piety, and appreciation in domestic and social life. An age without passion possesses no assets, everything becomes, as it were, transactions in paper money. Certain phrases and observations circulate among the people, partly true and sensible, but devoid of vitality, but there is no hero, no lover, no thinker, no knight of faith, no great humanitarian, no person in despair to vouch for their validity by having primitively experienced them. Just as in our business transactions we long to hear the ring of real coins after the whisper of paper money, so we today long for a little primitivity. An infatuated young man like Fr. Dinand Bergland is in love but is frustrated by his own understanding. The same thing happens today to a person driven to despair. At the moment of decision his understanding contravenes and he does not act. That is why money becomes so very important, and while one man does not marry out of fear of financial difficulties, Claudine in Part 1 as much as lives on nothing and does not think about such matters. Decisiveness in life tries in vain to snare the individual, but the benediction upon the moment of decision waits in vain. Although we deceive ourselves we know clever ways of avoiding decision, and if this keeps on for a long time and we are finally captured, we are like girls who have been engaged for a long time, which rarely is propitious for marriage. But the clever, ingratiating fabrications of common sense and calculating prudence not only console but fortify the notion that this is what it really means to live. C97:26-98:14 What does it mean to be loquacious at Raisnera? It is the annulled passionate disjunction between being silent and speaking. Only the person who can remain essentially silent can speak essentially, can act essentially. Silence is inwardness. Loquacity gets ahead of essential speaking, and giving utterance to reflection has a weakening effect on action by getting ahead of it. The law manifest in literary production is identical, on a smaller scale, with the law for the life of every person in social intercourse and education. Anyone who experiences anything primitively also experiences in ideality the possibilities of the same thing and the possibility of the opposite. These he dares use but never his own actuality. As soon as he gives that over, he has eo ipso reached his limits and has trespassed against the holy modesty of ideality. But the same law applies to holding a conversation. The inward turning of silence is the condition for cultured conversation. The outward turning of inwardness, which becomes externality instead of inwardness, means to chatter, to be loquacious, and this is a lack of culture. What is formlessness? 1 I. C 7737-78:12 What is morality? It is character, and character T is something engraved, Zappa, but the C has no character, nor does sand, nor abstract common sense, either, for character is inwardness. As energy, immorality is also character. But it is equivocation to be neither one nor the other, and it is existential equivocation when the qualitative disjunction of the qualities the moral and the immoral is impaired by a gnawing reflection. An uprising motivated by passion is elemental, a disintegration motivated by equivocation is a quiet but busy Sorites 3 going on day and night. The distinction between good and evil is enervated by a loose, supercilious, theoretical acquaintance with evil. The good is enervated by experienced practicality that knows the good is stupidity or that it will never be appreciated, etc. The distinction between private life and public life is abolished in an unconstraint that is neither one thing nor the other. Nothing is marked by any energy, but everything is a muddled confusion of everything with everything. Pap. VIPB 110 ND, 1845-46. From. Final draft, C 77:34-36. Inattention of reflection in which everything remains, while the individual more or less knows that it essentially is meaningless as a negatively unifying principle, whereas enthusiasm is positively unifying. The expression of established envy is leveling. 3. To level. A. In the text i.e., Pap. VIPB 121:6, C 84:6-90:10. B. But in order for leveling to make a go of it, there must be a phantom, a sheer abstraction. This is the public. The public is not found in antiquity, nor in passionate times. Then there are the people, parties, etc., that is, one Yule blown, individual associations of persons acting. The public is created by the press when it is the sole influence in an age devoid of passion. Then all that about the public in the margin, i.e., Pap. VIPB 125, C 91:4-93:30. C. Various ways of leveling. When an energetic people levels, it is not an empty abstraction. The most dangerous form of leveling would be a weak press in the process of decay and an apathetic public leveling with the help of what is contemptible. Now I will try by means of a few dialectical observations to approach the more concrete attributes of the reflection of the present age in domestic and social life as depicted in the novel Pap. VIPB 126 ND, 1845-46. The distinction between what is private and what is public is weakened in the frontier disputes of corrosive reflection which gradually and imperceptibly eats away the qualitative distinction. The distinction between classes is sharpened in so doing. Freedom and equality are not loudly proclaimed, but there is provocation early and late. The distinction between parents and children is not violently nullified, but a corroding contact between imperceptibly mounting impertinent demands and imperceptibly yielding weakness enervates the distinction, so there is nothing to be said about it. The distinction between the sexes is not nullified in a daring, dissolute experiment but an ingratiating reflection. Approaches sideways, inches its way ahead little by little, constantly covering the retreat so there is nothing to be said about it. The distinction between superiors and subordinates is not nullified by throwing off the yoke, but a corroding meticulousness picks the lock in the end. Relations between people are not uneasy as in a passionate age, when everyone has to take sides, but are made uncomfortable by an insidious reflection that lacks diversion and therefore inquisitively infringes now upon one thing and now upon another. Pap. VIPB 118 ND, 1845-46. The soporific is the continuation of the relations, their facticity, the danger is that they are cunningly weakened by a gnawing reflection. The relations remain, but a gnawing reflection subtly weakens them in reflection. Even a first-rate horse, well-tended and without visible defect, is ruined by having to be a dray horse going a few paces and then standing still, then a few paces more it loses its mettle in that everlasting plodding no, then 20 miles out on a country road is better. In the very same way reflection weakens with these everlasting fractions. Pap. VIPB 119:3 ND, 1845-46. If this is not the case, I do not know what is meant by the fact that Aristophanes in the Knights has the sausage peddler exiled. The irony of it is obviously that this was a distinction that could come only to prominent people, indeed, prominent and dangerous people. Therefore it is ironically proper to have this distinction be made in the case of a sausage peddler. Pap. VIPB 116 ND, 1845-46. Leveling is the counterfeit anticipation of eternal life, which has been abolished as otherworldly and nowadays is supposed to be actualized here in abstracto. When everyone, each one separately, is essentially a part of the divine totality, yes, then there will be the consummation of equality. But if the dialectic turns away from inwardness and wants to depict equality by the negative principle that they who individually are inessential are equals in a union of externalities, this is leveling. Pap. VIPB 135:15 ND, February 1846. Being contemporary with the leveling will be very stimulating and formative religiously, as well as aesthetically and intellectually, because the comic will come to be radically evident. For it is extremely comic to see the single individual classed under the infinite abstract in pure humanity without any middle term, since all the communal concretions of individuality which temper the comic by relativity and strengthen the relative pathos are annihilated. But if this is to be resisted and redeemed, it can only occur through religiousness, through religious substance in the single individual. Through abstraction, leveling is the triumph of the comic over all relative pathos-filled authorities and thereby is in the highest sense the possibility of the religious. Pap. VIPB 122 ND, 1845-4. Just to take an obvious example, I am positive that with respect to what I have said every second student will say to himself, what he is talking about I also know, and I can say it just as well as he can. Maybe so, I gladly relinquish any superiority. I wish but one thing, that what can belong to all and perhaps does belong to all may actually belong to me. Entries from Kierkegaard's Journals and Papers 135. That I may actually know what all can know and perhaps do know. But reflection is so athletic that even when it comes to the final clip in the leveling process, even when it comes to articulating the concept of leveling, comparative reflection asserts itself. One person says it and gets some listeners, one person writes it and gets a few readers, and these now consider themselves to be detached in the brief moment of deception. It makes no difference, whether you pipe or sing, whether you are busy or lazy, you must launch out into the deep, and through experiencing mortal danger learn to help yourself, whether you are accused of arrogance for not accepting help from others or are accused of egotism for not wanting to help others, an impossibility for the one who has understood this. P2 1992, Pap. VIPB 121:6, ND, 1845-46. From draft, C 90:11-27, 94:2-96:13, ** leveling can be brought about in many ways. It can be caused by the clash of two leaders to the detriment of both. Leveling can occur when one leader is constantly neutralized by another leader in another sphere, simply by his being. Leveling can occur through personally weaker and inferior people joining together and becoming stronger than the solitary leader, but the less idea there is in an age, the more the age will vacillate between volatile enthusiasm, which creates heroes and geniuses of the moment, and indolence, and leveling becomes all the more a decadent urge, a sensate stimulation that excites momentarily and only makes the evil worse, rescue more difficult, and the probability of destruction greater. The apathy of indolence and the at best only inquisitive but conceited, self-important indifference eventually deposits an unorganic something that could be called the public, some abstract something ludicrously formed by every single participant being a neutral third party. This public likes to transform all actuality into a theater, to have nothing to do itself but imagine that everything anyone does happens in order for it to have something to chatter about. Little by little this public increases in numbers. The superior ones remain outside the union or choose more modest tasks. Those who did have any drive and enthusiasm soon find it is not worth the trouble to work but far easier to join the great alliance. Now the leveling begins, but precisely because the age is devoid of idea it gives birth to no forceful individuals but instead produces what might be compared to the flies physicians tell us precede the outbreak of cholera. Now everything is arranged so that rabble barbarism can have its day. In the public itself there still may be many who are superior, and some of these really superior people are momentarily part of the public, but indolence keeps them from extricating themselves from ease and comfort. LFL were to imagine that public as a person, for even though some superior individuals temporarily are part of the public, they still have an intrinsic coordinating concretion that stabilizes them, even if they do not search the highest level of religiousness. I most likely would think of one of the Roman emperors, an imposing, well-fed figure suffering from boredom and therefore craving only the sensate titillations of laughter, for the divine gift of wit is not worldly enough. So this person, more indolent than he is evil but negatively domineering, saunters around looking for variety. Anyone who has read the ancient authors knows how many things an emperor could think up to beguile the time. In the same way the public keeps a dog for its amusement. This dog is the contemptible part of the literary world. If a superior person shows up, perhaps even a man of distinction, the dog is goaded to attack him and the witty fun begins. If it were really witty, really elevating, or even something noble conceived in despair, it would be wrong and the public would cease to be base. But now everything is arranged. The nasty dog tears at his coattails, indulges in all sorts of rough tricks until the public is tired of it and says, "That is enough now." So the public has done its leveling, the superior one, the stronger one has been mistreated, and the dog, well, it remains a dog which even the public holds in contempt. In this way the leveling was done by a third party, the public of nothingness leveled by a third party that in and through its contemptibleness was already more than leveled and less than nothing. And the public is unrepentant, for after all, it was not the public in fact, it was the dog. Just as one tells the children, it was the cat that did it. And the public is unrepentant, for sophistically it is said that, after all, it was not aimed at his eminence, in fact, he remained just as prominent, because the dog tore off his coattails: but his prominence does not interest us, only a good time and the vulgarity about his coattails. For the public is very good at being rabble, but rabble barbarism is its degenerate brother who has fun simultaneously being grandly contemptuous and flippantly getting involved. However indefensible it is, however much damage can occur, however certain it is that provisionally the medicine, which levels in the interest of equality, is far more dangerous than the sickness, that the man of distinction rises above the crowd, it is just as certain that the person who wants to grow religiously knows how to take advantage of discipline such as that. But on the other hand, how many human lives go to waste that way? I will not even mention those who are lost or led astray to their downfall, who play the role of the dog for money, but of the many rootless ones, the superficial ones, the sensate, those who in snobbish indolence get no deeper impression of life than this foolish grinning. Perhaps we are more inclined to turn our attention to the men of distinction and feel that they have suffered a great misfortune, that they are the ones who have been hurt by this. That is a misunderstanding. On the contrary, the cruelty of rabble barbarism will be a religious discipline for the persons of distinction, and that will be their greatest gain. But the inquisitive spectators, the ones who make the new mistake of practically sympathizing with the victim of mistreatment, well, they are terribly deceived. For the person weaned from the finite is not deceived, but he who remains the feather-brained child of the moment continues to suckle at the breast of temporality * pap. VIPB 123 ND, 1845-46 C 95-35-37. 1. The concept the public is actually the shifting sand of leveling, could not actually have appeared. 2. Even the fact that the people or, taking into consideration the debauchery, the rabble at least had to be encountered personally was, after all, a restraint and a responsibility. But the press enables one single rabble-rousing scribbler to do incalculable harm. The public is the entity, the corps in whose name he speaks, but this corps can never be called up for inspection, never appears together in any situation of the moment so that we can see it for what it is, so it can itself confirm whether or not this is what it thinks. In antiquity there perhaps was a rabble element present when the people assembled or the crowd assembled on the square, but there perhaps were also a few superior ones who concomitantly were able to form an opposition. For the better one there was an instinctive force that compelled him to resist this brutality, etc., through his personal presence when it happened. With the press as public the situation is quite different. The individual who reads is, after all, not the public. He reads a brutal remark, for example, with displeasure, but how is he going to gather the public together? As a result he cannot do anything about it, and so on and on. Furthermore, in antiquity it was impossible to hide. The rabble-rouser stood there in person, and if he failed, if the superior person triumphed, he was outsmarted and could not escape. It was also obvious who chose to take part in mob misbehavior. But journalistic anonymity and the ghostliness of the public is conducive to concealment, and concealment is conducive to brutishness. But this tempting and this extenuating mask actually makes modern brutality far more corrupt than ancient brutality. But the very fact that the public is a sheer abstraction like this could be the severe discipline which helps the individual to find himself religiously by depriving him of all provisional support. In the contemporaneity of the moment and the situation, the others prop up the individual. If the individual has no opinion and does not have the courage to have one, the crowd of others helps him. He embraces the same opinion as the majority or, if he is more cantankerous, of the minority. 3. A public is something anyone can pick up, even a drunken sailor exhibiting a peep show. In my opinion Professor Hertz has deftly depicted this, but if I, far as I am from being able to produce a piece like Peep Show, may venture an opinion, I would say that it was a mistake on Professor H.'s part to come to the defense of the piece, practically apologizing for its being a bagatelle instead of boldly and consistently reasoning on the basis that it was booed off the stage. The more generally every second person becomes the public, the more skilled will authors also become in inverse reasoning pap. In a passionate age, there is only one thing to speak about, always the same thing, but this is also something essential. Chatter begins when individuals do not have ideality in themselves and their contemporaries do not have a world. Historical events such that by speaking about it they speak. Yes, at times the names are even written. At least once I read a theatre review discussing an actor's performance and for that purpose comparing him with some older actor who had not been as good, and also with an older actor who had been so superb that the reviewers had never seen anything so perfect. When one reads it, it seems as if something were being said, and yet nothing at all is said, but these actual names were deceiving pap. VIPB 127:4 ND, 1845. 46. Yet he himself, the fickle person, will understand later that the more one adds, the more one subtracts and loses, for erotic love is a unity, and when it is related to one it is absolutely right, to him or to her, the only one. The more to whom the unity is distributed, the less there is pap. VIPB The present age may be better than it seems, it stands in its own way and in its own light, for just as a woman fails to look chic because of over-grooming, so our age has decked itself out in reflection in such a way that it spoils the impression it makes. The present age has eaten too much, swallowed too. March 16. Given the conditions in the world as it is, to be an author should be the extraordinary employment in life, an employ meant that escapes the dialectic of the universal, office and whatever pertains to that, a living and whatever pertains to that. Therefore not only should the author's production be a testimony to the idea, but the author's life ought to correspond to the idea. But, alas, of all categories the category of actuality is the most mediocre. To be an author is to be in a fraternity and is just as cluttered up with finiteness as anything else. Authors are supposed to be of mutual help to each other, criticize each other's writings, talk about what one is going to do, etc. Your intimate friends in particular are supposed to profit from the relationship and have little scraps of news to run around with, that they personally saw the manuscript, heard part of it, talked with the author, etc. By taking advantage of my pseudonymity, I have stayed completely clear of this. In the finite sense I have thereby done irreparable damage to myself, have offended people, have shirked the salutary tradition of small talk, and have given my whole enterprise the appearance of change and caprice, and even if I were now to show how everything hangs together, what exceedingly rigorous ordering formed the basis, no one would believe it, for it would be inconceivable that anyone should have such a plan and keep quiet about it. Fools, only the person who can keep quiet is one who has such a plan. When I had finished, I tried to do a little for others. I wrote the 2 articles against PLM and the Corsair. For after that I was happy to review the story of everyday life. The end result will be, I am sure, that people will be led to believe that I am doing it in order to gain favor. Ah, if I wanted to have power and prestige in Danish literature, which I easily could, I would have done just the opposite. I would not have broken so emphatically with the Corsair, for its continual nonsense still exerts an influence on mass opinion, and to be commended by it would still be a titillating ingredient. Very quickly I should have put myself at the front as the awaited one, deigned to recognize 1 or 2 of the younger ones, taken a negative position toward the older ones. This is how to get ahead in Danish literature, and this is what the younger ones want, and anyone who wants to have power must always line up with the younger ones. But I did exactly the opposite instead, precisely because I do not wish and am too melancholy to want to have status and recognition in the world. I irritate the younger ones, for none of them stands so high that he can slip past me, and what I do I'll bow to the older writers. The minute I stop, I will be happy to leave everything unchanged in Danish literature, to get Professor Heiberg esteemed as in the past, Bishop Minster venerated as absolutely as possible, then everything will again be in order. And then I am accused of ambitious vanity. Would that he who accuses might first reflect for a moment. For example, the Corsair no doubt fancies that it has enormous power. How then can a person who breaks with it be seeking power? How fundamentally polemic I am by nature I can best see in the fact that the only path by which the attacks of men can affect me is the sadness I feel on their behalf. As long as I am embattled, I am imperturbable, but when I have supremacy, then I become sad at seeing human folly and contemptibleness. My author existence is truly as pure as new fallen snow, removed from all worldly avidity, is in the service of the idea. Therefore the masses, who actually do not understand me, still ought to have a gratifying impression of it. But that is not to be. Well, let them tell lies, let them slander and misrepresent. But certainly every older generation of authors, insofar as they have the innocent and admissible desire to enjoy recognition, must always wish for a successor like me, who, like a woman, desires nothing himself but desires only to elevate the elders. Meanwhile all have a special license to taunt and attack me in all sorts of ways. They profit in a strange way from my supposed intelligence. They say what they like, and if it is refuted by the facts, then they say, well, one can't figure it out, for he is so intelligent and cunning and clever. They maintain that I do this and that out of vanity, the facts contradict this, and so they say, yes, he is so intelligent, that is, he is intelligent enough to do the opposite, but just the same he is vain. A curious argument. If I'll do the opposite of what vanity bids me do, then either I must be stupid, or if I am intelligent, then I must not be vain. Now if I am conceited to be intelligent, ergo, I am not vain. But see, they arrive at the opposite conclusion. Ultimately it all comes down to this, that men are not able to conceive of an intelligent man not coveting status and power. They assume this, for the good and stupidity are identical, and consequently draw the conclusion, even if we cannot prove it, he must be vain because he is so intelligent enough to do the opposite of what vanity bids him do. But their presupposition contains a veritable confession. But how many lives are wasted in this confounded garrulousness about others? JPV 5891, Pap. VIPA 104, March 16, 1846. March 29, 1846. Dear Professor S. Please pardon my causing you a small inconvenience. As you are the editor, I must turn to you concerning the author of A Story of Everyday Life. May I ask you to take the trouble to send him one copy of the accompanying little book? As you will gather from the first page, the other copy is intended for you yourself, sir, as the immediate recipient. It is a pleasure for me to be able to send you a copy of what I write, and thus it cannot become a habit with me. Yours respectfully, S. Kierkegaard. Address, J. to Professor J. L. Heiberg, Knight of Dannebrog. Accompanying parcel. Dear Sir. Letters, KWXXV, number 134. First of all, permit me to testify, as it is called, to that debt of gratitude I incurred when you so kindly sent me your two most recent works. I hope that this will also be considered as testimony in an inward sense. I have forwarded the copy of the literary review intended for the author of A Story of Everyday Life. An evaluation so commendatory and yet so thorough, so warm and yet so penetrating, must of course be welcome and gratifying to him in the highest degree, and I will surely be able to present you with his own testimony to this before long. I myself have also read your review with great pleasure. In our so-called critical, i.e., slashing, sneering, and scornful times, it has been utterly forgotten that criticism must be receptive at the outset before it can proceed to its productive task. This is put into practice here in a brilliant way. With generous self-denial the critic has subordinated himself to his subject. He seems to wish to be so receptive that he renounces all his own invention and work. Yet it is precisely here that he becomes genuinely constructive and productive to an eminent degree, and thus avoids ending in the negative. I consider your description of the present age as contrasted with the preceding century a small masterpiece of penetrating and acute comprehension and pointed and pertinent satire. I am especially grateful for the description of the public and its dog, but even more so for the excellent development of the concepts of to be silent and to speak. Robert in amorous strokes of genius believes there is no middle way between these two, and I myself have once argued that this very polarity is an example of those in whom the principium exclusi medii principle of the excluded middle six is valid. But, quite correctly, you have found that the present age has discovered the mean between the two, to wit, in chatter. With reference to Climacus' contribution, 7, it would be too discursive in a note like this to set down the observations and objections I made while reading. I expect that at some point I shall find an occasion for a detailed explication. Yours respectfully, J. L. Heiberg. APRIL 2, 1846. St. Magister S. Kierkegaard. Letters, KWXXV, number 135. APRIL 6, 1846. Dear Professor. When I arrived home rather late Thursday evening I received your note of APRIL 2. On Friday morning I was to leave for a visit to my brother near SOR0E, now that I have returned I immediately take the first opportunity for a brief reply. Thank you for your welcome note. When one has written a little aesthetic review and he who possesses absolute aesthetic authority deems it meritorious, it is of course always nice to be the one whom that distinguished person distinguishes. There is an ingenious Oriental proverb that wisely declares that only the deaf sage can resist flattery wisely, because simple-mindedness would regard either of these elements as sufficient. Deafness or sagacity. And I, who am neither deaf nor sage, how would I fare in such a dilemma? Therefore it is fortunate that it is impossible for me to be led into such temptation by your note. For when he who has authority praises or approves, then this is after all not flattery, nor would it be wise to turn a deaf ear to it, but indecorous and vain conceit not to heed it gratefully. The reverse is likewise true. If he who admiringly subordinates himself expresses, in his very utterance of admiration, a tolerably clear awareness and idea of what it is he admires, then neither is this flattery. In the former case, authority, reposing in the arbiter, and in the latter case, truth, reposing in the subordinate, are the essentials of that sincerity that precludes the emptiness of flattery. Thank you also for the possibility you mention of a comment from the author of A Story of Everyday Life. What I said in my review about those stories with reference to the reading public, I may here repeat about that friendly comment with reference to my unworthy self. I think this is a welcome present in any season, looking forward to it is in itself a pleasure, receiving what has been looked forward to is no less a pleasure. You are, indeed, the editor of these stories. But an editor has it within his power, whenever he wishes, to consider himself as dissociated from the book and the author. I had applied to you in your capacity as editor and begged pardon for causing you any small inconvenience. On the assumption that this unknown author might honor me with a note, you could have waited until the note was finished and then you could have enclosed in a business envelope that which already constituted adequate attention to me. As I see it, you would have been fully justified in so doing. All the more, then, do I appreciate your note. The contents are indeed the judgment of him who has authority, and I have thanked you for that. But the note itself is a courtesy that in a welcome manner places me in your grateful debt. Yours most respectfully, S. Kierkegaard. Addressed to Professor J. L. Heiberg, Knight of Dannebrog. Copy. Magister S. Kierkegaard, St. Letters, KWXXV, number 136. That I have not sent you my warmest thanks until now for the meaningful and charitable review with which you honored my novel 2 Ages is due less to accidental circumstance than to your own book, for its rich and profound contents have given me so much substance for reflection that I have been unable to tear myself away from the many serious reflections it has prompted and which I sought in vain to find words to express. A dual feeling has filled me on this occasion. I feel myself elevated by the honor you have shown me and embarrassed because it is greater than my literary merits could hope. On the other hand, it is a great recommendation for my little work that it has been the cause of a book like yours, but on the other hand, when I compare my novel with your book, so richly equipped with such profound, such apt, and such witty observations, then my work appears to me a simple romance from which a poet has taken the subject and wrought a drama. Just as there cannot be a happier hour in life. Entries from Kierkegaard's Journals and Papers 147. Than that in which when we pour out our best thoughts to a sympathetic heart from which they transfigured, as it were are reflected back to us, it may be that there is no greater reward for an author than being understood so well, comprehended with as much love as that with which you have examined my latest novel and all of my modest production. And just as in this life, between friends, one would like to clarify, excuse, indeed even embellish those points of view over which there may be disagreement, in the same way I ask you to permit me to explain briefly to you what I intended with a couple of particular points on which I think that we have not understood each other. I conceived of Claudine in her first youthful passion for Lazard, if I may presume to express it like this, as a more modern version of Heloise of the Middle Ages, who so breathes and lives in her love that everything in heaven and on earth seems to her to be subordinated to it. To consider marriage a Philistine denigration of love is a point of view I believe is derived less from the time of the Revolution than from the so-called philosophical period that preceded it. But nursed by the spirit of the times and by events, this thought strikes a responsive chord in Claudine's soul. It is not on account of naivete that she does not realize the consequences of her fall from virtue, rather, she does not have a place in her heart for this fear as long as the beloved is still at her side and the thought of parting from him preoccupies her above all else. Both she and Luzzard push the thought of such a possible consequence into the remote background, just as one pushes aside the thought of the daily approach of death. Not until Luzzard is gone does that nemesis come, which, despite the erroneous opinions of every age, protects the laws of public decency. Luzzard is less caught up in the frivolous opinions of the age than is Claudine herself. He would prefer to call his beloved his wife before God and man, but in spite of all his love there is one thing he values more highly, his military honor, the chivalrous allegiance he owes the political and military banner to which he is pledged. He does not leave Claudine out of recklessness, no, with profound grief, as she says herself. On the other hand, he might be accused of recklessness later when, on the evidence of a not very reliable report, he believes Claudine married to somebody else, but even this credulity might perhaps also be pardoned owing to the jealous nature of passion. As for the Baron, with him I wanted to suggest the power that passionate love exerted in those days even on an inferior personality. This brings both good and evil spirits into his surroundings. At a time when mésalliances were far more rare and of greater importance than in our day, he sacrifices everything he has to bestow and believes that he has made a great sacrifice. I have never thought of his courtship as a temptation for Claudine. A female heart in love is surely inaccessible to all such temptations, but his appearance provides a motive for Claudine's expression of her feelings. In the moment of his rage he must not be regarded as a drunken man. He is what we have seen 100 times, a human being who seeks to forget his desperation with the aid of wine and thus adds fuel to the fire. In this state of excitement, which is still not what is understood as drunkenness, an ironic demon guides that creature to him who is the most bitter object of his jealousy. It is not his real intention to kill the child. It is one of those demonic impulses whereby a human being takes pleasure in the thought that it is within his power to commit a crime and that he can give voice to his daring intention, while yet feeling that his guardian angel will restrain his arm. Under such circumstances a moment like this may readily surprise a good-natured, relatively civilized person. Nor is Claudine's influence wholly in vain, for when the boy mentions his mother, he releases him and falls crying upon the ground. I must add yet a few words in defense of Ferdinand Bergland. It is not out of fear of financial difficulties that he leaves his beloved, but on account of his love, owing to his pity for her unfortunate situation, which he despairs of ever altering. He believes that a man whom he honors and at whose side he regards her fate as assured is offering her a happiness to which he must not become an obstacle, and he breaks the bond that ties her to him out of a misunderstood sense of duty, which I, by the way, think is in agreement with the thought of our own day, as Luzzard also accusingly remarks in their first conversation. Having succumbed to the temptation to dare to speak of my insignificant work to one who has so kindly understood and evaluated it, I beg you not to see any other motive in this than my eagerness to win your approval. I ought not to make further demands on you to consider something to which you have already given so much attention, but I want to conclude with my assurances that your book will seem wie des Freunds Auge mild like the kindly eye of a friend to my mind during many an hour when doubt and sadness durch das Labyrinth der Brust wandelt in der Nacht 9j. Wander through the labyrinth of the breast in the night. April 26, 1846. The author of A Story of Everyday Life. Verbatim from the author's manuscript. 10 J. L. Heiberg. Letters, KWXXV, number 138. What I have written about Adler perhaps could be published separately under the title, A Literary Review, and the longer preface to A Cycle of Ethical Religious Essays could be used here. JP 6334, Pap. X1A 90, ND, 1849. As yet I have not said a direct word about myself. The postscript to concluding postscript contains nothing of the sort. All I did was to assume responsibility for the pseudonyms and speak hypothetically, according to what I have understood, about their ideas. The information given in concluding postscript about the structure of the pseudonyms is by a third party. The conclusion of Works of Love, the work of love in praising love, contains nothing direct about me. On the contrary, that the most selfish person may be the one who undertakes to praise love. The Review of Two Ages has one little hint about me, but that again is not direct communication but is concealed by making it seem as if I had learned it from the Novi IJP 6366, pap. X1A 161, ND, 1849. The turn the world is taking. As I demonstrated in the last section of the Review of Two Ages, the punishment will conform to the guilt, and for this very reason the punishment will be to have no government, so that the tension but also the forward step will necessarily be that everyone must himself learn in earnest to be master, to guide himself without the supportive indulgence of having leaders and rulers, which was an amelioration, but rejected by the generation. Thus the step forward will be religious, and the tension will be that everyone must carry within himself the ambivalence of realizing that Christianity conflicts with the understanding and then still believe it. This is the signal that the age of immediacy is over. Just as in the psychological experiment Quidam is no spontaneously unhappy lover, he himself perceives that the matter is comic and yet tragically clings to it by virtue of something else, but therefore with a constant split, which is the sign that immediacy is over, so also with the religious. As I entered I said, "Welcome home from your visitation. I dare say your reverence has already visited me as well through the 2 little books 12 I sent you." He had read only the one, and, to be honest, for a moment I thought how strange if it had been the 2 discourses, but no, sure enough, he had read the book on my work as an author. "Yes, it is a clue to the whole," he said, but spun later, "but, after all, you do not say more than that yourself." I answered that the point to bear in mind was the continuity over so many years and in so much writing, that my pen had not made one single deviation. To which he said he thought the little Review of Two Ages was an exception. I did not say any more to this, for it is in fact discussed in the little book about my work as an author, but I did make the remark that this review is essentially part of the whole authorship and that I attributed it to another because there were certain things I wanted to have said and at the time felt unable to say them as well myself. I got the impression from Minster that basically he was impressed by the little book and therefore he was not saying much. We went on talking. He was in agreement with me, and what I said about the government was fully his opinion. We spoke a little about that. I said it was not so very pleasant to have to say such things and therefore no one was willing to do it, but they had to be said, and so I had done it. He was pleased and gratified and agreed with me. Then I told him that I really was happy to talk with him today because today was the anniversary of my father's death and I wanted everything to be as it should be on this day. Then a few words were dropped about the pastoral seminary, but he avoided the subject and thought it was best for me to begin at once to establish a pastoral seminary myself. The conversation was very friendly and not without emotion. Then I once again said a word disapproving of what he said about Goldschmidt in his latest book, 13 something I felt I had to say, especially when I expressed such high regard for him. Then we parted with his customary goodbye, "My dear friend." Recognizability particularly toward the end of a literary review I said that none of the unrecognizable ones dares at any price to communicate directly or to become recognized and yet on my work as an author I made myself responsible for the aesthetic foreground of my authorship and said, the whole thing is my own education. How is this to be understood? In this way, assume that the illusion Christendom is truth, that it must be left standing, then unrecognizability is the maximum. If, however, the illusion must go, then it gets down to this: you actually are not Christians, then there must be recognizability. And here I have suggested the lowest, that it is I who am being brought up in Christianity. If the illusion Christendom is truth, if the preaching prevalent in Christendom is as it should be, then we are all Christians and we can only speak of becoming more inward, then the maieutic and unrecognizability are the maximum. But suppose now, something I was not aware of at first, that the preaching prevalent in Christendom leaves out something essential to the proclamation of Christianity: imitation, dying away to the world, being born again, etc. Then we in Christendom are not Christians, and here the emphasis must be on recognizability. As stated, my place is on the lowest level of direct recognizability, namely, that the whole authorship is my own education. 0 My God, I am grateful how clear you have made everything to me. The author's preface to the novel. 2 Ages. This little book which here ventures out into the world ought, in the author's opinion, to be accompanied by a few remarks. Now and then we see parents give their children a Christian name that arouses expectations which the children, because of their more recent entry into the world, cannot manage to fulfill, and that therefore becomes for them one more stumbling block on their path off life. I perhaps could fear a similar fate for the present novel, with a title and a beginning that may prompt the idea of a political and historical purpose, but the author has had neither the talent nor the desire for that. The subject I have wanted to treat is not the great events that so violently shook the close of the previous century and that still agitate our present day, not the reflected image, Jeanskin in our fatherland oft hat raging storm, nor the cold and misty air it left behind, but only what I would call the domestic reflex of it, the effect it has had in family life, in the personal relations, in the ideas and views of individuals, an influence that consciously or unconsciously has touched everyone. In the preface to his Chronique du Temps de Charles IX, Prosper Marigny.ee, the pearl in modern French literature, says, "It is curious, it seems to me, to compare the morals of that age with ours, and to perceive in the latter how the energetic passions have abetted for the good of our peace of mind and perhaps for our happiness. The question remains whether we are better than our forefathers, and it is not easy to answer that, for the different ages had diverging opinions in the judgment of the same actions. For example, we perceive that in the 1500s a murder or a poisoning did not arouse the same horror as in our day. A nobleman killed his enemy by a treacherous act, the murderer pleaded for mercy, received it, and appeared at court again without anyone's being inclined to look askance at him. Meanwhile, if the murder was motivated by legitimate revenge, they spoke of the criminal as they sometimes speak of a man of honor when he has been grossly insulted by a low-bred person and kills him in a duel. These observations about the relation of the present age to a so distant past seem to me to be still more relevant if the discussion is about much closer periods of world historical significance. It is hardly a mistake to say that there has been a great change in our morals and attitudes in the last 50 to 60 years, although on the other hand it seems as if the same things are constantly repeating themselves in a changed form. For example, a married woman who was generally known to have a favorite lover would not therefore be less well received in that day's polite society, provided she otherwise fulfilled its demands and accordingly maintained perfect propriety. On the contrary, a woman who could not be accused of any illicit relations but who had the effrontery to talk contemptuously about her husband or to become involved in a quarrel with young men about their secret love affairs would be shut out of cultured circles as one unsuitable for them. Today we find just about the reverse situation. Furthermore, if in those days a man dared in the society of women to introduce bold, yes, almost risqué, hints into his conversation, he was readily forgiven, indeed, even approved, as long as his remarks were clothed in the epigrammatic form of witticism or gallantry, but even this merit sometimes did not save him from general dislike. But a half-century ago if anyone had taken the liberty to use the inconsiderate, insolent, crude tone that is now accepted as free expression, as enlightened contempt for obsolete forms, no one would escape being thrown out of good society as a man with no upbringing. A lover in the last century paid little attention to external conditions, which he regarded as subservient to love's all-prevailing power. But in our day a lover regards the power of the external conditions as dominant and makes his love subordinate to them. In these different ways both could spoil life for themselves and the beloved, and both could be no less imbued with true and fervent love, yes, even have a chivalrous mentality. This power of the spirit of the age over individuals' innermost feelings, over their completely private relationships and their judgment of themselves and others, the glaring contrast in which the very same human passions, virtues, and weaknesses appear in the various ages, this is what I have wished to depict as it has presented itself to me in my own experience and the experience of others. But this does not mean thereby to lose sight of the fact that the short novel has its own limitations, that it relates to the novel as a genre picture to a historical painting. And on this occasion may I be permitted to repeat the following words spoken long ago, I certainly perceive that there are more exalted subjects, but it seems to me that these could take us outside the scope of the story, and in any case I do not dream that I am able to fly like an eagle to the regions where the unarmed eye cannot follow, but the author of A Story of Everyday Life builds like the swallow on the houses of human beings, and there sings its unassuming song *, and with this I commend the following unassuming tale to the gracious reception that has been given most of its older brothers and sisters anon. Thomasini Jalembur, the author to the reader, 2 ages, 1845, pages vvm. When the reading ended, Lazard exclaimed, "It is, as Ossian says, a voice from a time that is no more." "To my ears," said Marion, "it is a beautiful voice, a young voice sounding from the depths of the heart, and even if it now and then strikes a single false note, it nevertheless sings like a bird, merely to sing, from an honest, warm, exuberant breast." "No doubt true," answered Ferdinand, "but with all love and respect for my grandfather, it is nevertheless true that if these poems were to come out now, they would be considered insignificant, no matter how much they agreed with the age's political views. This is not to deny that in a purified and refined taste our age is far superior to the one when these poems saw the light." "That is true," replied Lazard, "our age would reject much both in the art and in the life that those days put up with, and that no doubt speaks for its refined taste." "Yes," observed Ferdinand, "and when we consider that it is only a half-century, after all, since that time we are talking about, does it not seem as if in this space of time the world has in so many respects become another world?" "Ah!" said Lazard, "at the moment you are saying this I am gripped by the thought that everything in life so strikingly repeats itself. We are sitting here on a September evening in the moonlight, in an arbor adorned with lights and flowers, and are reading this book which according to my parents was celebrated in this very same way when it came out, in an arbor such as this, on an evening such as this, and in a veritable replica of that little ceremony, my father celebrated the memories of his youth with his lost friend in the same arbor where we are now sitting, and here for the first time he learned from Ferdinand Waller of his son's existence and the fate of his faithful beloved. Here we have also celebrated a repetition of those evenings so unforgettable to my parents, but like everything in life in another form, and thus it seems to me that in great matters as well as small ones everything repeats itself. I confess that I do not believe in a new golden age here below, or a millennium in which all conflicts will be reconciled. The human race remains essentially the same passions, the same ideas return, but in changed forms." "But yet," burst out Ferdinand, "in more beautiful, clearer, and freer forms. I am glad to be alive in an age which, despite all its deficiencies, makes such tremendous progress in so many directions. I subscribe to the faith that the human race oscillating, to be sure, but yet with steady progress is approaching the goal of perfection that is conceivable for an earthly existence." "Amen," said Lazard. "Indeed, we hope so. Like brave travelers at sea, we will keep eyes on the powerful hand that controls the rudder, even though we are only able to see it dimly through the fog, and we will hold fast to the anchor, even though the waves hurl themselves angrily at it and threaten to tear us away from it." Anon. Thomasini Jalembur, 2 ages, 1845, pages 283–85.